Hey guys. This is part 2 of What If Naruto was in the Warring States era. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 5, Pride of the Shinobi. Oof! Naruto hit the ground in a grassy outdoors ring belly down before jumping back up, ready to fight again. One more time! Rematch! Let's go! Standing across from him in a little ring intended for one-on-one sparring, a boy around his age with long brown hair tied low down his back and white-eyed stood at the ready in a strange open-palm taijutsu stance. He wore brown shorts and a khaki shirt with bandages wrapped around his right arm and right leg, and on his forehead sat the green seal that many of the other clan members had. Apparently Hinata had a cousin that was meant to be something of her keeper. They had found him outside in the midst of training, while the rain had stopped temporarily, and went to meet him. After introductions and hearing of what had happened during the mission that she had been dispatched on, he was curious of just what the person that could fend off multiple members of the Uchiha clan while protecting Hinata could do. "Spar with me all you like," the boy said, breathing slightly heavily as he waited for Naruto to walk off his cobwebs. "You can't defeat me." Apparently he could wear him down though. On the sidelines sitting with a worried-looking Hinata now clad in a dark-colored kimono, Tenten rolled her eyes. "Naruto, if you used more than just taijutsu to fight him you might actually hit him," she pointed out with her cheek in her palm. Naruto hadn't even tried to bust out the clones, weapons, or anything. "I'm just saying. He's way better at it than you." "Yeah, he is," Naruto said, wiping a scuff off of his cheek. "Come on, Neji, do you want to go again? Why doesn't he quit?" Hinata asked softly, having borne witness to several attempts of Naruto falling to Neji's young mastery of the clan taijutsu style. "Neji Nizan is the most talented of our generation and well," figuring what she was trying to find a nice way to say, the weapons specialist did it for her. "Naruto's taijutsu isn't the cleanest compared to his, is it?" As this occurred, a challenging look came from the young male Hyuga, whose stance lowered even more than before to deal with Naruto again. "By all means, use more than taijutsu against me. I want to see how good a person that can defeat 10 Uchiha clan members all on his own really is." His eyes bulged to reveal the Byakugan again. "All of that chakra has to be good for something incredible. I'm interested in seeing your ninjutsu. Funny how that number seems to go up every time someone talks about it." Tenten deadpanned to herself under her breath. It freaked her out a bit that every single Hyuga was capable of seeing through them, but it was kind of cool too. That was a neat ability to have, to see their chakra. After getting to the castle, Kakashi was taken to speak with the leader of the Hyuga clan while Hinata was tended to by some of the other members, eventually being left with a branch house member around her age in Hyuga Neji. He wasn't very nice, but upon hearing how Naruto had dealt with their attackers he found himself interested and actually challenged Naruto to a spar, which was gleefully accepted, and led to now. "So you can see what exactly with the Byakugan?" Tenten asked the quiet Hyuga girl next to her. "Is it just chakra, or can you see through people's clothes and stuff?" And why did that have to be the first thing that she asked if Hinata could see through? If she didn't feel uncomfortable before. Well, it's almost anything you can think of really. While Naruto prepared himself to take on Neji again, Tenten kept her attention on Hinata, who had been watching right along with her. "I've got another question then. I've seen that seal on some of the people in this clan, but not all of you. What is it?" She hadn't asked that question very quietly, and Neji seemed to detach himself from the fight, staring over at Tenten and Hinata, or was it just Hinata? She noticeably shrank back into herself and he turned to leave. Tilting his head in confusion, Naruto relaxed his body from preparing to fight. "Hey Neji, where are you going? I'll have to continue testing what you're capable of another time, perhaps Uzumaki-san," Neji said without stopping. "I've gotten ahead of myself and forgotten that I have other responsibilities to adhere to today." "Hinata-sama." He then departed the outdoors sparring area. Tenten looked confused as Naruto walked back over to her and Hinata. "What just happened?" It almost seemed like that frosty guy had been having fun, right until she brought up the seal. Naruto just scratched his head as he considered the design. "I don't know. I was trying to figure out what it was the whole time we were sparring." He'd really been trying to break it down since the moment they'd first seen the seals. It wasn't for chakra or anything like that. Naruto didn't think it even did anything for them. Nothing positive, at least. "It's meant to seal off the Byakugan," Hinata said with her eyes down to the ground. If someone with the seal dies, it prevents an enemy from taking the Byakugan away and using its power for themselves. Oh, that made sense to Tenten. That was pretty useful. Why'd it have to be so ugly and right on their foreheads though? She couldn't imagine walking around outside of her home like that without something covering it, so hopefully they did that. Naruto was about to accept it at face value until he started thinking deeper about what he knew of seal composition. That kind of makes sense because of the manji mark dead center in it, but the way it's bonded. Why's it got those hook arrays? From hard-nosed Fuinjutsu education underneath a mother that wouldn't tolerate him not knowing how to break down a seal from afar, Naruto could tell what he was looking at more often than not. Those cane marks outlining the manji were traditionally meant to represent prisoner, or confined in seal speak, and while the manji was supposed to represent a higher being, the reverse version would have to mean the reverse in this case as well, a lesser being. Oh, it had better not be. But from the look on Hinata's face she was already regretful about what she knew Naruto's face showed he was aware of. Oh, you're kidding me. That's a Junjutsu, isn't it? A cursed seal? Tenten raised a curious eyebrow at what they were talking about, and why Naruto seemed to have such a problem with it. It obviously didn't sound good if the word cursed was in it. For those of us that didn't grow up teething on a sealing scroll, what's a cursed seal? Junjutsu, Naruto said, sparing Hinata a glance that let her know that he wanted to know more about this later, but for the sake of finally being able to tell Tenten something she didn't know for once instead of just asking others about things he didn't know in regards to the mainland, he explained himself. Cursed seal techniques. Other seal techniques usually seal chakra and other stuff away into other stuff, but Junjutsu are markings with chakra in them that people can use to control others. Like how? Like there's probably some kind of command or something that'll do stuff to Niji, and these branch guys could hurt M. Naruto explained, drawing Niji's seal in the dirt with a kunai he pulled from his supply. You can tell what most seals are if you know enough about what certain designs are supposed to mean. It's not all gibberish even if you don't understand it at first. Some patterns show up in other techniques, and that can help you figure out what means what if you can compare things. Rarely did entirely new arrays that no one had ever seen before come up, which was why it was so impressive that Kushina had managed to pull out one. If you'd seen enough of them to understand what made them tick, you could break down tons of different techniques. Tenten was kind of impressed about what Naruto knew. He might not have been worldly wise exactly, or a very easy-to-teach person, but he sounded like he knew what he was talking about here. You couldn't fake that kind of confidence in your voice when you were speaking on a subject. But now, with all eyes on her, Hinata was compelled to speak on the subject in some way. Having friends she just made after saving her life think her detestable for her clan practices was the absolute last thing that she wanted to have happen. She found it nice to have friends her age, since most of the Hyuga clan children didn't like her much due to her status as a main house Hyuga. It was created a long, long time ago, Hinata said, sounding none too proud about what she knew of the backstory. I don't know much of the reasoning, but it was more than just a safeguard for the Byakugan. Our clan was almost subjected to see civil war. The prospect of a war occurring solely between members of a single family seemed scarier than the thought of any regular kind of war. Thus was the nature of a civil war. Her discomfort at revealing history like that could be understood as Hinata continued regardless. The head at the time and his brother, who was angry over not being the leader, led factions of our clan, and it said that this was done to prevent war from occurring again after it ended. Members that wound up folding back into the clan after it ended allowed the seal to be placed on them for leniency, and it, well, you know. That was a really archaic way to deal with things. It made sense to clan-raised Naruto though. There had to be a better way to make a seal that would ensure others couldn't use the Byakugan after a user's death nowadays. That, and it sounded like some old-school hard justice punishment that would fall in line with what would be expected of the times. Hell, he himself was about to get something fairly similar to a dead-on-arrival sentence if his own clan caught him, so he understood, contrary to what anyone else ever wanted to think about him. But that didn't mean he liked it. He accepted that things at times wound up being that cutthroat, even with family, but things shouldn't have been that way. From what he'd understood, Niji was her first cousin, so this wasn't some far from the line of direct lineage Hyuga. He was almost right next to the main branch of descent. Guh. Naruto kicked his foot in the dirt to stir up his own drawing before getting up to find Niji really quick. True, he was just a kid, and he didn't have their background. Well, there'd be some reasoning behind it, or someone would say something about him not being old or experienced enough to know what the reasons behind something were. That was the way things had always gone back in the village, at least. Except for Kushina. She always told him that knowing about something wasn't the same as understanding it, and if he wanted to form his own opinion on something he needed to learn of the entire story, from all sides. Getting up, Naruto decided to take off and try to find Niji. It hadn't been that long ago that he'd been there, and true to form, Naruto quickly found him in a grassier area striking at a post. So this was the responsibility he had to get up and leave to adhere to. "What do you want, Uzumaki-san?" Niji said in the midst of his training/anger management, freaking Naruto out as he thought he'd been quiet enough to watch unseen. "Oh, there was that Byakugan thing. Not fair. You're honored guests of Hinata-sama. I don't see what you'd want with a branch member such as myself." Naruto walked over and stood nearby as Niji stopped striking and leaned against the post he'd been using to wait on his answer, only to see Naruto start off by pointing at his own forehead. Niji's eyes narrowed at Naruto until he explained. "I heard about what that was supposed to be for. Why do you say it like that?" "Well, I want to hear what you think." Niji laughed humorlessly. "What I think about it, huh?" Gesturing to Naruto to have a seat, Niji's smile seemed bitter and sardonic more than anything else. "It's a symbol that no matter how skilled I grow to be, I'll always be beneath the members of the main branch. It means that my entire life is meant to protect and serve the main branch at all costs. That's what happened already with the team that left with Hinata on her mission. All were ninjas with more experience and ability than her, but because they were ambushed, it was their fate to die so that she could escape." That was a cold way of looking at it. Naruto's first instinct was to snap about how he could be the one to decide whether someone's death was appropriate or not, but he bit his tongue instead, allowing Niji to continue with a gesture of his hands. "And this is the way things will always be." Niji did not disappoint as he continued. "During this war, I'll see it in spades. The branch family being forced to lay themselves down for the sake of the main family members when things get dire. Are we not the same blood? And yet I'll be expected to sacrifice myself at a moment's notice for someone that sees me as beneath them, unable to expect the same in return if the need arises. What a grave outlook." Naruto craned his neck around to find Hinata hiding around a wall, watching and looking quite saddened by what she was hearing. "Well, look. I know you don't like a big chunk of your clan, but could you do me a favor?" Niji raised an eyebrow, but he was willing to at least listen. Maybe what he had to say wouldn't be asinine. "I've only been around her for a day, so maybe I don't know her, but Hinata doesn't seem like that kind of person. And she's next in line, right? She's next to inherit control of the clan if that's what you're asking. Okay, get to know who she really is. The way I saw it, she's ashamed that the curse seal is on you. Well, there's nothing anyone can do about that, is it? And I know what kind of a person she is. Weak," Niji said. "I've seen her and needed the sacrifice of our clansmen, and your timely intervention to survive what befell her. Did she even fight? You probably like her because of some complex of yours to be a hero." "No," Naruto replied unconvincingly, actually averting his eyes and confirming Niji's point to an extent, but he could feel the mood of Hinata just fall from where she was trying to observe their conversation. Just do me that favor. Try. Can you try? It will do no good." Niji shut his eyes and shook his head. "From the moment I was branded, my fate was sealed. The only path to my freedom is death." Any continuation to the conversation would have to wait, because a gigantic flaming projectile flew through the sky overhead and crashed straight into the towering castle that was in plain sight of all of them. Instinctually, Naruto and Niji covered up in case they were the ones about to take damage. After it was clear that no debris was going to hit them, both looked up at the burning top portion of the castle with a huge flaming arrow skewering it. "What the hell? Niji?" Naruto asked, not needing to say anything as his eyes were already showing the telltale signs of Byakugan use. "Who shot that off? It's too far for me to see," he begrudgingly admitted despite focusing in the direction that he knew the arrow had been fired from. His first instinct was to suspect foul play of Naruto's party, but upon seeing the real-life alarm on his face, and seeing how his heartbeat picked up the pace in a panic, he cast aside that notion. But the castle above that level is structurally compromised. The upper floors are for the main branch, and the top is where Hayashi-sama's office is situated. That wasn't good. Kakashi was supposed to be up there as well in the middle of a meeting with Hayashi. The rest of the clan weren't idle either, as many were starting to get to work on trying to get up to that level to put out the fire. Others were buzzing about the premises to discover the source of the initial shot and respond accordingly. "Incoming!" A second large arrow hit higher up on the castle, puncturing all the way through and causing the roof to collapse down onto the weakened upper levels of the building. Where the hell were those coming from? Over with Hinata, Tenten was trying to fight down her own fear and calm her mind by sensibly judging the speed and trajectory of the two previous shots to determine what she could from their position. On the road to the castle, they had to move underneath a cliff around what she now knew to be the side end of the grounds, but further in that same direction there was a bluff that created something of a valley that they'd been traveling in. Whether or not it overlooked the top of the hill they were on she couldn't tell, but it didn't need to. If they had a bow device powerful enough to shoot that far of a distance, it wouldn't be that difficult for an experienced artillery commandant to take aim and hit the castle itself. It's coming from the cliff to the south. That's the only place anyone could ever get a decent shot on this location from. Tenten shouted over the sounds of panic and the rainfall that picked back up as things began to grow panicked. The Hyuga clan members that heard her took things into account and realized that the girl was right before going off to inform the people they needed to of what was going on. One of these Hyugas went to Niji and Naruto, grabbing the former by his shoulders in a rush. Niji, you protect Hinata-sama. The Uchiha have already tried to pursue her as a priority target. There are Uchiha clan members coming this way and we're getting our forces together to meet them in battle. How close? Niji wondered, as they should have seen an approach of that nature coming. They stayed out of default range of guards Byakugan's security scans until the arrows were launched and they moved up. The adult clan member said, eyes panning in the direction that they were aware the attack would be coming from. I'm not certain how bad this will get and Hayashi-sama isn't available to be found, so take Hinata-sama to the escape. His eyes panned to Naruto and Tenten. Are you with us? I guess, Naruto said honestly. It wasn't like they had a choice at this point. If the castle fell, the Uchiha clan probably weren't going to differentiate targets in the heat of battle. That much was clear from Naruto's first run-in with them. Why? You protected her once. Would you be willing to assist Niji in getting Hinata-sama to safety? All Naruto could do was nod. It was either do something useful, jump onto the front lines of a real ninja battle, or sit in the middle of a burning castle premises waiting around like a little kid. His choice was more or less made when a third flaming giant arrow devastated the Hyuga grounds. Go! The Hyuga member ordered before taking off for the battlefield. With a sigh as he saw his branch house family member off, Niji's face took on a stern taciturn, and he took off with Naruto into Tenten and Hinata's direction. He was given an order, and as loath as he was to see it through, he wouldn't cop out on his duty. He had more honor than that. Upon reaching the girls, Niji fully took the lead and led the three younger ninjas through the premises to the back end of the castle grounds. Follow me. XXX, outside of the Hyuga castle grounds. Hold them back! One of the formally dressed Hyuga clan members shouted as a barrage of kunai fell from the sky and cut down those that were unable to garner cover behind the trees that littered the forested hill. We have the high ground! He then found himself felled by a well-placed throw of shuriken that found themselves lodged in his neck, bringing him to a rather unpleasantly bloody end. So much for the advantage of the high ground. Itachi had absolutely no problems leading the way for the rest of his forces to follow with on the primary charge. Not only could he see anything coming his way with his vaunted Sharingan, he had the speed and body control to handle anything that came his way. It was almost enchanting to watch him dance through the explosions and flurry of metal objects flying his way, especially when you paid attention to the other clan members nearby trying to mimic his movements only to fail and fall by the wayside to their wounds and their own mortality as a result. The movements couldn't be human. They were too perfect. Not so much textbook as they transcended technique altogether. You couldn't study how to move like that. Every dodge, weave, hop, step, spin, cut to the inside or outside was more like studious instinct, moves practiced to a compulsive degree. Slowing down, Itachi raised a hand and lowered it forward as multiple Uchiha clan members took to the sky, weaving through hand seals before letting loose with the signature clan jutsu. Katan, Gukaki no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu! If the bellowing flames from above didn't directly threaten the shinobi standing against them, they set the trees above them and around the main path ablaze. And while the Byakugan of every Hyuga was on, and while they could see basically everything, they couldn't keep their attention on all of it. This was Itachi's overall strategy, to overwhelm their most relied upon sense of sight. As a fellow Dijitsu-using clan, it was a concept that the Uchiha understood well. As the fire burned, Itachi abused his Shunshin no Jutsu abilities liberally, appearing in the midst of the Hyuga lines and cutting down those unprepared for him or more concerned with his clansmen than the threat that he himself posed. Those smart enough to realize what was happening and defend themselves found their abilities to land a blow with their hands and fingertips on Itachi a daunting task in of itself. With Itachi being the one wearing modern body armor when the rest were wearing their regular clothes with mesh armor underneath, he made quite the target as a potential serious threat even before people realized just who he was. "I know your taijutsu," Itachi said, dodging his way past the strikes of 3 Hyuga clan men and women from different squads that deigned to band together and take out the most devastating participant in the battle by far. "Your clan is by far the best at hand-to-hand combat that I've ever seen, but that doesn't matter if you can't keep up with your target." They had him surrounded in a triangle formation, and still it was like he was making sport of them from the way he expertly slipped their strikes, one time even grabbing the arm of one Hyuga's missed palm strike and moving it into the path of another Hyuga's blow, causing him to take it on the inside of his elbow, rendering his arm useless without Itachi ever even making a move. Jumping out of the fray, Itachi simply continued on his way up the hill. Perhaps the time has come for the flanking team to make their move? He couldn't see how guarded the castle still was, but from the way the battle was transpiring it seemed as if in their panic the Hyuga clan set out to meet them head-on instead of trying their own flanking movements. The call for falling back to the first walls of the castle went out for the Hyuga clan, and Itachi was then thoroughly convinced that it was indeed time for the third phase of the attack. With his forces steadily moving forward despite losses during the push up the hill, they were bullying the Hyugas back. A sharp whistle from Itachi resulted in multiple ones going up from leaders of smaller Uchiha squads, warning them to slow their advance lest they be caught in a trap. They had things well in hand at this point, but an enemy counterattack could still occur. Itachi was unsure of just what that could entail, but he wasn't eager to learn what it would be. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, Water Release, Great Waterfall Jutsu. From the crest of the hill a rumbling that shook the ground occurred before a horrifying amount of water spilled down the knoll in a massive wave that covered most of the width of the battlefield. There was no chance of leaping into the branches to take cover above ground due to the fact that most of the trees were on fire, thus leaving taking cover behind any given rock, any sturdy enough tree, or previously erected ramparts created by the Hyuga clan as the only alternative. It worked in some cases, but in a more than ample amount of circumstances it simply wasn't ample support, and Uchiha upon Uchiha found themselves swept away downhill with crushing force, crashing against trees and rocks that broke their bodies in half if they hadn't already been. Itachi managed to avoid damage by taking cover underneath a crest that the water flowed over, leaving him a bit wetter than the rain had made him but unharmed nonetheless. Now who do they have with elemental ninjutsu skill like that? And what a good defensive strategy given the conditions. He would have to think on that later. The Uchiha clan attack had stalled, and the secondary wave to occur from a flanking side had to have been broken from that one timely ninjutsu. The tide had to be kept from turning more than it already had. XXX at the top of the hill, a slightly singed Kakashi stood by Hayashi, who also seemed to have suffered his share of burns from the attack on the castle. "That should significantly slow the attack," the masked Hatake said to the clan head next to him as he stood on the wall that the retreating Hyuga clan had gotten behind before he'd let his jutsu go. Hayashi's white eyes shone with the prospect of putting the shoe on the other foot and garnering some retribution for his fallen clansman, and was prepared to issue the signal to counterattack until Kakashi stayed his hand. "Hatake-dano? You've given us more than enough, telling me methods to use to fight the enemy and assisting our clan in a dire moment with your stratagem. You do not need to do any more." "Well, I can do a little more. The Uchiha clan isn't really friendly with me," Kakashi said with an eye smile as he made form the tiger hand seal. "Here. Let me see what else I can weed out for you since I'm already in the midst of it. Dotun, Dorya Taiga, Earth Release, Earth Flow River." Dropping off of the wall onto the muddy ground right beneath it, Kakashi caused a landslide of the loose, slick earth to cascade down the hill. The ascent of the Uchiha attackers would only be that much more difficult from this point forward. "You really are the man of 1,000 jutsu," one of the bewildered Hyuga clan members remarked as all of them watched Kakashi go to work. "I need a squad of volunteers," Hayashi shouted, getting an immediate aide shinobi to land on the wall next to him, kneeling. "Hatake-dano is willing assist in taking out the ranged artillery of the enemy by lending his Niken summons. Will you follow them to dispose of the enemy?" "Yes, Hayashi-sama." This battle was turning around. What a godsend for copy ninja Kakashi to arrive when he did out of the blue. It wasn't like he could really let the castle fall. He had civilians with him he needed to protect for goodness sake. There wasn't any running for him here, not from this. "Be right back." Kakashi said as he rushed through the walls again and onto the premises, fleeing to where he'd left Tucci and Ayam to sell food to the Hyugas until the battle broke out. Knocking on the shut-up ramen cart, Kakashi called out to the people inside. Tucci-san, Ayam-san, are you two all right in there? We're fine, Hitaki-san. Tucci called out from inside. We'll be all right here, but I didn't think hiring a ninja would lead to us actually getting involved in a clan battle of all things. Well, just sit tight, Kakashi told him. They aren't getting this far from the looks of things, and we'll be getting the hell out of here the second things died down, so don't worry. Triple X, with Naruto, Neji expertly led his contingent of Naruto, Tenten, and Hinata to the back of the embattled castle's grounds, taking them into the back of the clan armory where they descended through a hidden hatch into a cave underneath the hilltop compound. Hinata's eyes kept trying to see what was going on through the hill with her Byakugan, but eventually they went too far for her to see the slightest outline of anything through the hill any longer. It didn't fill her with a very confident sense in her stomach. At first she could see outlines of people falling, and from their position on the hill she knew that they were Hyuga clan members. It was scary. She'd heard plenty about the great battles waged between the Senju and the Uchiha, the last major one occurring 4 years ago, and this to her was horrible enough. She didn't know just how much this paled in comparison to those titanic fights. We're almost there, Neji said. His Byakugan was stronger than Hinata's, thus he was able to see more of the battle before it became impossible for him to see through any more of the hill to watch from afar. He was able to keep his composure though. This wasn't some last effort to have them escape to salvage something of the clan, it was merely to keep a vulnerable point of contention away from the enemy. This cave opens up just ahead. Naruto and Tenten jumped their way down upcroppings of rocks to follow behind the lead Hyuga of the party. He was the one that seemed to know where they were going more than anyone else. Wow! The bun-haired Kunoichi said as she looked around at all of the different corridors that he'd been taking them through. I guess you need that Kekkei Genkai down here or else you'd get lost. That's supposed to be the idea, Neji said. It wouldn't be much of an escape route if our enemy could catch up to us just by following us down here. True. Tenten seemed rather embarrassed. She could have fallen back on the old tried and true excuse of not being a clan ninja, but that wasn't very dignified, and she had her pride, clanless even as she was. Forget I said anything. Think nothing of it, Neji replied. For the time being we're in this together, and the entire point of this being a secret was that people aren't supposed to know much about this. Eventually they came to the end of the cave and found themselves standing at the edge of a sheer drop situated in a deep crevice that led straight down into a rapidly moving river hundreds of feet below. Straight across was a small gap fissuring a path into the opposite wall, but with the distance between the two openings there wasn't a chance that a single one of them could clear it. My ass, we're jumping that! Naruto shouted over the echoing sound of crashing water below them. This is a dead end. Neji just shook his head and pointed over to a nearby wall outside of the safe position. Naruto leaned his head out and saw the wall tagged with a seal tag, with another one on the other side as well. Oh. A barrier? It disguises the bridge, Hinata said quietly with a small smile. Even our Dojutsu can't see it unless we're standing on it directly. Naruto set out an experimental foot on what seemed to be thin air only to find that it was planted firmly on a surface. Emboldened by this, he took a full step forward and suddenly found that he was indeed standing on an extremely well-made stone bridge. Oh man, that was good fuinjutsu to disguise such a thing. He had to get him some of that. To everyone else behind him it looked like Naruto was levitating. With a smirk and a shake of his head, Neji walked onto the bridge as well. Are you both coming? Tenten nodded and looked over at Hinata before both of them set out as well. These were clan secrets. Even Naruto seemed to accept some of these things even if he didn't understand them. The entire 2 days since they had come across Hinata had hit her like a whirlwind. Clan secrets, clan laws, clan techniques, clan this and that, they were all so strange. Even if he didn't seem to like some of these things, Naruto was rolling with the punches. She knew that she should have figured out a way to do so as well, but it was just hard. She didn't grow up with any of this. Neji's footsteps stopped after a short time as he stopped and seemed to be considering something that he'd only just seen. There are charges planted on this bridge. Everyone else froze and Hinata turned on her own Byakugan to confirm it. Indeed, there were explosives planted on some of the underside of the bridge around some of the supports down on the opposite end. They aren't ours, are they? We never booby-trapped our escape route for pursuers, Neji said, sneering as he could see something trying to hide underneath the bridge. And they're too few in number to be anything that our clan would have already set well in advance. These tags are new. So someone else had already made it there to set the trap. Naruto cracked his knuckles and stomped his foot hard on the big bridge several times. "Come on out," he said under his breath before shouting it out loud. "Come on out now, we already know you're here." There wasn't any response at first until a shunshin disguised someone moving from underneath the bridge to the surface, one hand set on their hip in a bit of a cocky posture. "I wasn't even done setting the explosive tags on this bridge. There aren't enough here to bring it down," the person said over the sound of the water below. "Is the battle going that bad that you had to flee the castle already?" Niji began walking forward to do battle with this person that was obviously an Uchiha, but he found Naruto marching ahead faster than he was. "Uzumaki-san. This is my battle to fight. It's Hyuga against Uchiha. You don't have any stake in this conflict." Naruto only stopped to turn around and grin widely at Niji. "Hey, don't give me any of that crap about how it's your duty as a branch underling to put yourself at risk for the main house or whatever. Just sit back." "What are you doing, Naruto?" Tenten yelled at him as he kept walking forward. "This isn't our fight." "Says who?" the estranged Uzumaki replied. "Yen Niji, your mission's supposed to be to protect Hinata. That was what that guy told you to do. So let me fight him first." Niji just focused between Naruto and the Uchiha boy, alternating to try and make sense of what was up. "Why would you want to do something like that? I kinda have unfinished business with him." Naruto let out cryptically. Not cryptic enough for Niji to miss picking up on, however. "I see." This had to have been one of them that Naruto had run up against beforehand. To have something to prove against a dangerous enemy, not the smartest course of action. "Say no more. But if you lose, dash." "If I lose, you can definitely take him on," the whisker-marked blonde confirmed. The bridge didn't look like it would be big enough for more than two people to comfortably fight on in close anyway. For him and Niji to take part, it would have had to be either slash or. That didn't account for someone with more range capabilities, however. Tenten just stared with her mouth open before shouting again. "You can't be serious, you dumbass! You're going to fight him alone? At least let me or somebody else help." Hell, she was the only one that technically could have helped without the numbers being a detriment to battle efficiency. She severely doubted that Naruto was considering this when he stepped up. She just figured that he wanted to show his ass after being forced to run away from the Uchiha clan before this. "No!" With accentuation, Naruto pointed straight back her with a frown. "And if you jump in anyway, I'll be pissed." The following stream of non-childlike obscenities that Tenten launched at Naruto, and the insults sent his way about comparisons between his intelligence and that of inanimate objects notwithstanding, he pressed on forward until he was close enough to get a good look at the Uchiha. Yep. It was definitely that kid that had set the hounds on him in that clearing that started all of this. Same blue shirt, same white shorts, same weird spiked-up hairstyle. The only difference from before was that his eyes were black instead of Sharingan red. "You really did make a mess after you ran away from me the last time, didn't you?" "I didn't run away from you," Naruto specified, squinting his eyes at his apparent foe. "I was running away from the bunch of guys you sicked on me. Jerk. I have a name, Uzumaki Kid. It's Sasuke. Well, I have a name too. It's Naruto. I thought it was dumbass. From the way that girl in the pink yelled it, I figured it was your name." Honestly, Naruto didn't step in to keep Niji from fighting due to any sort of thoughts to help him out, though that was a byproduct of his actions. No, Naruto just wanted to settle what little score he had with Sasuke here. He had his pride after all, and if there was anything he hated doing, it was running away. "Like I told you, no mercy for a second, Naruto. He won't have any on you." The moment one of them moved a muscle, both boys ran directly at each other, footsteps pounding on the stone bridge as they met and clashed. Naruto was the first to hurl punches that Sasuke slipped underneath and out of the way of before retaliating with a good one of his own that knocked Naruto into the side barricade. Sasuke tried a flying kick that Naruto rolled out of the way of, forcing him to plant his foot on the barricade surface to stay on and continue the fight. Continuing to pursue Naruto, he attempted a spinning kick that Naruto blocked, sending him sliding back a bit before things carried on. Stepping forward with a haymaker, Naruto missed as Sasuke leaned out of the way with a smirk. "I don't even need the Sharingan to dash." His inner monologue was thoroughly thrown off when he found himself nailed in the side of the head with a back wheel kick that Naruto rolled through and through after missing his punch. It was a heavy enough blow to knock him down with a thud onto the surface of the bridge. Sasuke quickly looked up after wincing with his blow, and now his Sharingan was definitely active, with good reason as well because he needed to roll out of the way of shuriken thrown at his down form. Alright, that's enough of that, Sasuke thought as he avoided the short offensive bursts. Drawing a kunai as he got back up to his feet, he found that Naruto had already done the same, and this time upon meeting they clashed blades. In their close proximity, Naruto could see that Sasuke had two little dash thingies in each of his eyes. That was supposed to mean something, but what it was escaped him at the moment, since he wasn't an expert on the Uchiha clan. Heh. I've never fought an Uzumaki before, Sasuke said with a smirk despite the blood trailing from his mouth and the bruise on his cheek. Kind of interesting actually. Naruto grinned on his own end of things. You Uchiha aren't as scary as everyone says you are. They broke away from one another and Naruto juggled his weapon in his hands before holding it at the ready again. And that struck something of a chord with Sasuke. I'll show you how scary the Uchiha clan can be. He abandoned his kunai by throwing it straight at Naruto, but it was only a diversion to get him to move aside long enough for Sasuke to anticipate where he was going to dodge. Naruto. Turning around after hearing Tenten's cry and feeling Sasuke's presence, Naruto turned around to receive a fist to the mush that sent him rolling back on the bridge. Man, he's fast. And he definitely didn't hit with a soft touch, nor was his jutsu meant to mess around as he was soon to learn after Sasuke completed his hand seals. Katan, Gakaki no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke took to the air and sprayed the ground with flames from his mouth, attempting to incinerate Naruto while he had the opening to do so. With the size of the fireball he could create, there was no escape from it without diving over the side of the bridge as far as Sasuke was concerned, and good luck with surviving that. From afar, Tenten didn't have the benefit of eyes that could see through the fire the way that Hinata and Neji had. All she knew was that Sasuke had shot flames at a prone Naruto, and he hadn't been able to move far enough away before she'd lost sight of him behind the spray of fire. Futon Repushu, Wind Release, Gale Palm. On the ground, Naruto and three clones held their hands together in front of their chests, and kicked up enough of a wind to keep Sasuke's fire from burning the original Naruto alive. The clones didn't survive, and Naruto's foot quickly caught on fire until he put it out, but it was better than the alternative. Wind wasn't strong against fire, but a stronger force of wind than the fire presented could deter one if only for a short while. Damn it. They would be good at the element that's stronger than mine, Naruto said to himself as he patted the rest of the fire on his leg out. That was going to leave a burn. A wall of flames separated Naruto and Sasuke, but the latter could see enough of him to try a second move. He would have, had it not been for the gigantic shuriken that flew through the obscuring fire that forced Sasuke to dodge. That's just a diversion. Sasuke could make out enough of Naruto's silhouette in the fire to know that he jumped in the air the moment he threw the shuriken, thus Sasuke rose into the air to meet and intercept him. Both of them landed kicks on one another, but Sasuke's landed deeper on the chin instead of how Naruto's landed on the chest. He was taller, thus his legs were longer, and he stuck his kick better than Naruto landed his own. The short moment of accomplishment for Sasuke didn't last long, as the Naruto he kicked vanished in a puff of smoke. Down below he was able to crane his neck and see a second Naruto standing there, and taking diligent aim with one lone kunai. Sasuke's eyes widened as Naruto let it fly. Instinctually, he turtled up and held his own kunai defensively, actually enabling him to fend it off. He still fell, however, and landed roughly on the ground. It was better than what would have happened if Naruto's throw had made contact with his flesh. Unable to safely roll through his landing, Sasuke's upper back and shoulders took the brunt of his fall on the hard stone bridge. Ugh! He groaned as he got back up only to see Naruto rush through the flames, drenched with water and covering his face with his arms for protection. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke stepped forward to engage him again with his kunai, but Naruto was able to stop any attempt to cut or stab by catching Sasuke's wrist. This guy, Naruto thought to himself throughout the struggle until he felt Sasuke shove his sandaled foot into Naruto's belly and smoothly back roll to technically throw him off and out of their grappling fight. Wincing upon his landing, Naruto saw an upside-down Sasuke lunge from right above him in a downward stab at his head or neck and suddenly lashed out upward with a pair of kicks that knocked the kunai into the air and out of Sasuke's hands. Sasuke's eyes followed the weapon up into the air before they quickly snapped back down onto Naruto, who was making a cross-hand seal with his index and middle fingers. A jutsu? Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. The young Uchiha had to backpedal as he found several Naruto clones chasing him down while Naruto himself was able to take a moment to catch a breath and get back up. What's with this guy? Does he really have that much chakra? Solid clones weren't supposed to be an easy thing to create. Most of them took a good chunk of chakra just to make, and these ones were complex enough to use ninjutsu in battle if they had been the ones to assist Naruto in surviving his earlier fireball. He couldn't dwell on that now, however. Sasuke grabbed the punch of one clone and threw it into the fire behind him before swaying his head and upper body out of the way of a shuriken barrage from some of the others. It didn't get in the way of his weaving through a short set of hand seals of his own. Katan, Housenkan no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A smaller series of fireballs flew from Sasuke's mouth and took out the unprepared clones, but that still left the original Naruto, back on his feet and coming forward again. This time both he and Sasuke met, and delivered simultaneous punches to the face that knocked the other back with a stumble. This was pissing Sasuke off. He could and had taken down full-grown adult ninjas in battle, and this single kid from a Senju affiliate was staying in the game against him. Naruto wasn't as fast as him, and his use of taijutsu wasn't as clean, but he was still landing shots. The timely calling forth of Kage Bunshin at certain points allowed openings that Naruto had no problems trying to take advantage of. If he had a fully matured Sharingan, he wouldn't get mixed up for a moment, but referring to a resource he didn't have available to him was a fool's errand. Man, he's good. Naruto thought to himself, wincing at a cut that had opened up underneath his eye. I've got to hurl clones at him, or he'll stop every punch I throw cold. The only way any of his feints would work was with clone misdirection. If Sasuke didn't see him make the clones, he couldn't tell the difference between them. At the end of the bridge, Neji watched with interest. Solid clones, and they have their own chakra network. He shook his head with a smirk. I can't tell the difference between the original and the fakes if I don't pay attention to the spawning patterns. He has a pattern? Hinata asked, not picking up on one from what she could see with her Byakugan. Pay closer attention. Neji more or less demanded of her, getting a nervous nod. Every time he's called upon multiple copies, Uzumaki-san has remained at the back, out of harm's way. Whether the Uchiha boy knows this or not from the heat of battle I couldn't ascertain. Not yet anyway. He had a point, but Tenten didn't think Neji was exactly on the money with his observation. I don't think he's doing it on purpose. Every time Naruto called on extensive clone backup, it was when he was beginning to get overrun, like a safety valve to set back some of the pressure Sasuke was putting on him. Sasuke's not giving him a chance to use it on the offense, so the best way Naruto can use the jutsu is to get himself some space. You may be onto something, Neji said, seeing Tenten's point in the matter. He's fighting better than I anticipated he would have from what I've seen, but he never struck me as the most cerebral ninja from our spar. The Uchiha boy is incredibly talented, and if he hasn't already, I think he'll pick up on the way things are going soon. I don't think Uzumaki-san is fated to win this battle. That's not true, Hinata said defensively, surprising Neji and Tenten as they hadn't heard her speak that loud. It's not a matter of fate, or anything like that, it's a matter of effort. If you put enough effort in and work hard enough to prepare. She trailed off as her courage waned once Neji's astonishment at her outburst wore off. Now where did that come from? Neji wondered before putting his attention back on the high-stakes affair before them. Back with the battle, Naruto and Sasuke were still facing off, both wondering what move they could pull out that would give one the advantage over the other. The first to actually make another sound outside of heavy breathing was Sasuke. I don't like the way you're looking at me, Sasuke quipped, noting Naruto's serious, focused glare. Well, I don't like fucking looking at you, Naruto replied flippantly. How's that? Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Naruto before making a hand seal that Naruto matched by setting up his own for Kage Bunshin. Time to put an end to this. I'm done wasting time with you. I wonder which jutsu will be faster. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a massive puff of smoke, an entire small platoon of Naruto clones stood at the ready in front of Sasuke, prepared to finish him off as they drew kunai to do battle with. Mine's faster, they all said in unison. Uzumaki-san no, Neji shouted uncharacteristically, but it was all a matter of what he could see. Sasuke's hand seal that he made at the exact moment as Naruto wasn't meant to begin a jutsu, it was to activate something remotely. Instead of paling or scrutinizing the force against him with dread, Sasuke just smirked. Such a moron. Later, During the course of the battle, Naruto and Sasuke had switched positions on the bridge so often that it was just a matter of making sure that they were in position to aptly defend themselves. Sasuke hadn't been expecting Naruto to create upwards of 20 clones in one move. All he'd been expecting was for Naruto to create clones to put some distance between the two of them, and he was still expecting that. Which made it all the more better that the jutsu put the back of Naruto's clone force at the end of the bridge that Sasuke had planted hidden explosive tags at and underneath. And he proceeded to detonate those tags to win the fight. A rippling chain of explosions rocked the back end of the bridge with fire and debris, causing the entire structure to quake as many of Naruto's clones were snuffed out of existence. The rest dispelled after being jostled over the edge, and Sasuke couldn't see a one until a figure charged out of the smoke and dust. He wasn't in the back this time. Running forward to meet him, Sasuke ducked a swipe of a kunai intended for his neck and once more switched sides with Naruto, rolling through his hand seals once more. Katan, Gakaki no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. There was only one immediate counter on hand for Naruto, and it was his go-to in this situation. Futon Repushu, Wind Release, Gale Palm. Wind flew from Naruto as fire spewed forth from Sasuke's mouth again. The volatile element met the one that could make it even more so just as it was beginning to form into fireball shape. The wind blew through its interior and blew some of the yet-to-pack fire back at Sasuke, causing the jutsu to expand and explode in both of their faces, sending them both flying away limply, from the cave on the Hyuga clan side of the bridge and from the gap that was to be the exit on the opposite side of the bridge. Two fast-moving blurs that caught even the Byakugan-possessing Hyuga children off guard as one of them rushed past them. One caught Naruto and the other caught Sasuke before sliding to respective stops and facing off with each other with the rain falling from above. Kakashi with his Sharingan hidden and Naruto in his arms stared at Itachi who had Sasuke in his. Well? The masked ninja said. Uchiha Itachi. No wonder the attack on the castle was so fierce. No wonder such a powerful combination of ninjutsu managed to rebuke the advance. Itachi said in return. The Hyuga clan aren't known for their abilities with elemental ninjutsu. I'm assuming that was you. Itachi, put me down. Sasuke complained despite being burned from the backlash of his jutsu and wounded from the overall battle. He still wanted to fight. He wasn't done with Naruto yet. I'm not. My mission isn't dash. The battle is over, Sasuke. We're breaking off the attack and returning home. Itachi informed him. The charge has been halted, and they're not retreating. There's no reason to destroy this bridge to trap them if they're not even retreating. Don't worry about it. It wasn't the mission he was worried about any longer. He had a point to prove, and he wasn't done proving it yet. He could still go if he had to. He could still take that other kid down. Kakashi looked down at Naruto, as half of his shirt was burned through to his skin underneath, and he looked none too raring to go himself. His back was probably worse. So, Naruto said excruciatingly before coughing. This is what getting set on fire feels like. Partially anyway. Kakashi said to him before looking up at Itachi. Another time perhaps. I've got my responsibility and it looks like you've got yours dash. Alluding to the children. So fighting tonight wouldn't be for the best for either of us, agreed. With that, Itachi's body began to break apart into a flying flock of crows, Sasuke in tow. Until we meet again, Hatake Kakashi. Take care to keep training that Sharingan of yours. He concluded before vanishing altogether. Silence other than the sound of roaring water below dragged on until Kakashi let out a sigh. At this rate we're not going to make it to find Minato-sama before we get killed. With nothing else keeping him from tending to his wounded charge, he turned around and walked back to Tenten, Hinata, and Niji. The first two seemed concerned at the grubby kid in his arms, but Naruto was still fully conscious and entirely aware of his surroundings. If nothing else, as Kakashi walked past them, Naruto was able to give the others a pained grin and a thumbs up. It didn't particularly do that much to assuage the fears of the one child there that couldn't see how strong Naruto's heartbeat still was. Is Naruto going to be alright? Tenten asked as they all followed Kakashi back to the castle grounds. Those burns on Naruto looked fairly bad. Even if he'd been able to deflect a good portion of Sasuke's fireball right back into his face, Naruto still took the brunt of it by far. He'll be fine, Kakashi assured her as they made their way back through the cave. Just a little patching up and he'll be up before you know it. See? He's not even crispy. Just a little blistery. We've got medics on hand, but he'll probably have to wait depending on what happened in the battle and how badly others are injured in comparison. Niji said. Perhaps they would be willing to make an exception upon Hinata-sama's request, but Naruto just waved it off, wincing one eye closed out of pain from the movement. It's not a big deal. If I've gotta wait, I've gotta wait. He felt Kakashi's steps sway and the man's hold on him slip a bit. Oh, Kakashi, are you alright? Just used quite a bit of chakra between the Sharingan and the jutsu I chose to use to fight against the Uchiha clan. Don't worry about it. It's not too bad. He tilted his head to indicate that his headband was back over his eye. It's covered, so I'll get my chakra back soon. It could have been worse. Tenten raised an eyebrow at hearing about Kakashi's apparent jujitsu. He was supposed to be famous for it, but she'd never seen it herself. Hey, how'd you get a Sharingan anyway, Kakashi-sensei? Everyone else seemed interested in that information too. I'll tell you when you're older. What does that even mean? XXX, the next day, somehow, Kakashi had been dead on with Naruto's healing. All he needed was a bit of attention, and by the morning Naruto was as right as rain, just about. Tenten didn't even think Kakashi had anticipated that he would have gotten himself together that quickly in just one night. Apparently, according to Naruto, a Kurama, whatever the hell that was really good about fixing injuries. Kakashi assumed it was the Biju within him. Tenten didn't know what the hell he was referring to in the slightest. Either way, with the countryside clear of the Uchiha clan for the time being, the getting was good and it was time to move along. The West still waited, and the Hyuga clan had to run damage control after the heated battle. And you are certain we can't convince you to stay for a bit longer? Hayashi asked on the crossroad at the bottom of the hill, flanked by other members of his clan including Hinata and Niji. After what you've done for us, you're welcome here for as long as you'd like. No. Kakashi insisted, holding his hands up defensively to the stern Hyuga. We're following a lead, cold as it probably is, but going any slower won't help matters any. If we are to hear anything about the whereabouts of Namikaze Minato, we will ensure somehow that the news gets to you, Hayashi assured him. The least we can do is keep our ear to the ground just in case. Tucci and I both bowed to the clan head and the rest of the clan with grateful smiles. Thank you for allowing us a chance to make a bit of money while we stayed here. The patriarch of the traveling ramen cart said. The opportunity is appreciated. Even though it was really scary last night hanging around during that battle. I am added with a bit of a shiver. I hope you can rebuild soon. This was a very lovely castle. With Naruto and Tenten, they were both bidding Hinata and Niji farewell before their departure. As loath as I am to admit it. Niji started to say to Naruto, arms crossed over his chest. You didn't fight as poorly against the Uchiha boy as I expected you to. You acclimated yourself quite well against an enemy that I figured to be inherently superior to you. Initially taking offense to being considered inferior to Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto eventually realized that the way Niji was, this was probably the closest he was going to get to a real compliment for his fighting, backhanded as it was either by design or accident. Thanks? Hinata gulped down her concerns and self-conscious nature and shakily stepped forward before presenting a small container to Naruto. In case you get hurt again. The confusion on his face gave way to her explaining herself, growing ever red-faced as she tried to do so. This is good for wounds. Why, you can use it for your burns that you have right now if you need to. Naruto inspected his bandage-covered arms and neck before grinning over at Hinata. Oh, that's alright. I'm fine. I don't feel that bad really. He heard a sigh and found the ointment placed in his hand by an exasperated Tenten. Oh, what the hell? Just take it, Naruto. It's a gift, and it's not like you couldn't use it after yesterday. His brown-eyed partner said with a roll of those emotive orbs before sharing a look with Ayam, Tenten looking over at Hinata and gave her a wink for support. Hinata just smiled and averted her eyes to try and retain what subtlety she had left given the situation. The moment was lost on Naruto, however. Totally missing the byplay between the two girls, Naruto just shrugged and placed it right into the supply pouch on the back of his hip. They had a point. He did get messed up quite a bit, even in regular training, so he could definitely use it. Alright. Thanks a lot, Hinata, that's really nice of you. Niji raised an eyebrow at the normally timid Hinata doing something so against the nature that he expected of her. Did watching someone her age like Naruto stand up against the Uchiha clan the way he did really do that much for her? Hey, Naruto said with a quiet sharpness to get his attention. Remember what I said. Work on it, and I'll see if I can work on HRMRFRBRRR. He muttered softly, covertly shooting his eyes up at his own forehead several times to represent something. It wasn't lost on Niji, causing him to go wide-eyed. It'll probably take a long while though, 'cause I'm still learning seals, but don't quit. Who knows what you can change with the right people? And Hinata-sama is the right person? I'd like to think so. Just give it a shot, would you? Niji shut his eyes and nodded before extending a hand to shake. I'll be the judge of that. First to Tenten and then to Naruto, with both accepting. Take care. It would be a shame if you survived this and lost your lives elsewhere. I'd be interested in hearing from the two of you again. Ayam was already back in the cart ready to go, with Tucci up front ready to drive the team of oxen. Situated on the top of the cart, Kakashi beckoned his young charges to come along so that they could go and continue on to the west. Finish saying your goodbyes. It's time to go now, Kakashi said, taking his seat to observe and take guard duty. Yeah, Naruto dove through the serving window of the ramen cart, popping up behind the bar with a cheeky grin that Ayam pulled at chidingly for such a dumb action when Tenten did the actual civilized thing in just going through the back door. Bye guys. The cart began to move and rolled down the road as the Hyuga clan took a short while to see them off, all standing stoically with the exception of Hinata, who gave a shy little wave as if she were embarrassed to do so. What a 2-day period. Never again. At least never again intentionally. It was a serious learning experience though. Naruto had never even met other clans himself before, and Tenten hadn't ever met a real ninja clan period. Here they'd befriended members of one that had rather archaic customs, and Naruto had fought against members another that had almost killed him. Speaking of which, what was it like? Tenten asked after they'd gone down the road a ways. Fighting the Uchiha clan. It's supposed to be smarter to try and run from even one full-fledged member than to try to fight one and win for a normal ninja. Sitting in a stood behind the bar and leaning his elbows on it to look out of the serving opening at the landscape passing them by. His eyes drifted to the bandages wrapped around his arms, temporary reminders of the last battle. I can totally beat that Sasuke guy. Just wait and see. For some reason the prospect of fighting with him again made him excited. Call him sick in the head if you needed to, but he still had unfinished business. Ayam sat next to Naruto behind the bar and let out a sigh. Naruto-chan, this was just a one-time thing out of the blue. It's not like you're even going to try and fight the Uchiha clan again on purpose. Even this time was completely unplanned. Naruto wasn't that nuts and he was still just 10 years of age. What are the chances you'll even see the same kid again? Besides, from the way they were traveling, they were leaving the country anyway. Even if it occurred again, it wouldn't be any time soon. XXX, Uchiha clan headquarters, Central High no Kuni. Ever since waking up the next morning after being healed from his battle, Sasuke did nothing but stare at the ceiling from his bed, constantly activating and deactivating his Sharingan in deep thought. Admittedly, there wasn't much else for him to do since he'd been ordered to take bed rest while he finished healing, but the doctors still joked with him that overusing his eyes like that would make him go blind. He turned his head to the door upon hearing it open and smiled slightly at the sight of his older brother entering. Itachi. How are you doing, Sasuke? Itachi asked, standing sternly in the middle of the bedroom floor. You seem to be well on the mend. Sasuke lifted a bandaged hand in front of his own frowning face and formed a fist. I'm fine. It wasn't that bad. Just a little recoil from my jutsu. When part of it got blown back into his face by that Uzumaki kid. Silence lapsed between the two until Sasuke broke it again. I'm sorry, Itachi. I failed. Itachi stared long and hard at his younger brother. That eagerness to prove himself. Others in the clan saw it as a positive, as he was willing to put in the work it took to improve and he was willing to do the things needed to increase the prestige of the clan to show the fruits of his labor. He himself couldn't help but look at it and see a retread of what happened to him by the time he was Sasuke's age. The things he had to see and do he wished he never did, but Sasuke hadn't been there yet for all of the battles that he had been in. It was a pipe dream to hope that he never would be, and even today, the morning after they'd returned in the dead of night, Itachi had been chewed out in so many words by his father for the approach he'd taken with Sasuke more than the outcome of the battle with the Hyuga clan. The only solace that their father had was stated that at least he hadn't placed Sasuke with the artillery team and was actually willing to let him get some experience the way that he did. He would have rather Sasuke been frontline tested, however. Failure can be perceived in many different ways, Sasuke, Itachi said rather vaguely, much to Sasuke's confused consternation. We didn't defeat the Hyuga clan, and I didn't even destroy the escape bridge, Sasuke said, basically summing things up as he saw them from the battle. That doesn't exactly sound like any of us succeeded. Well, that all depends. Itachi moved forward and poked Sasuke on the forehead. From a more intrinsic perspective, tell me exactly what you lost. Sasuke lay there for close to a minute without really coming up with a credible answer, as expected. Well, could you tell me if you gained something? Experience. Which was more than you had going in. He confirmed with a bit of a smile himself. I myself, and the rest of us who've returned, gained first-hand knowledge of how to deal with fighting against a new enemy. What to do that works and what not to do. He wasn't going to go into what exactly they'd lost, since he wasn't going to make his own point moot. And someone I want to fight again, to prove I'm the one that's gotten stronger. Itachi hadn't really been expecting that much, but the short run-in with the blonde Uzumaki boy must have left a deeper impression than he originally had assumed. Perhaps that was just the competitive nature that Sasuke possessed coming forth. Either way, with his bit spoken, Itachi exited the room and shut the door for privacy before heading back on down the hall to attend to his own business. As he walked, he came across another Uchiha in the hallway that he exchanged pleasant greetings with before continuing on past him. He would have had he not been called back at the last second. Itachi-san. The man in question had dark, spiky hair much like most of the clan and a pair of black eyes. He wore blue pants with a white belt, black sandals, and a high-collared blue jacket with the clan crest on the back, open to show he had a mesh shirt on underneath. So that is you. If you're not still out, I take it the campaign against the Hyuga clan stalled. Indeed. Itachi said, stopping to have a bit of a talk with his senior by around a decade. Unfortunately, unlike we had anticipated from the actual members of the clan, they actually had a person that was able to take advantage of the terrain presented to them. If you'd have been there, you'd know what I mean. Obito-san. Obito used to be one of the more uncharacteristic Uchiha clan members prior to over 10 years ago. He'd been extremely outgoing, even with outsiders, as if they were close friends. He had been reluctant to fight battles against other clans, even the Senju. He still seemed to be rather sociable, but to those that knew him back then and were still alive to recount the difference, something had changed drastically about him over the years for whatever reason, and Itachi couldn't see it since he'd never known the man personally. He would definitely take their word for it, though. Obito was a very high-class Uchiha ninja, and had achieved the very vaunted Manjikyu Sharingan ability. But this was exactly why Itachi was completely willing to believe that he had changed drastically from however he used to be, due to the fact that he had the Manjikyu Sharingan to begin with. Itachi knew full well what it took to receive that Jujutsu, and with what it required he could fully understand how someone could find themselves changed by the trauma that had to occur to receive it. God knows he changed from it. So Itachi was cordial with Obito, even if he wasn't particularly the most sociable in the world. Obito set a hand on Itachi's back in a friendly manner. Hey, it's not a big deal. Nobody wins them all. Hell, even the strongest Uchiha ever lost more than a few of them in his day, yeah? Just so long as you can keep on protecting what you fight for, that's the only thing. That's a very astute way to look at things. Itachi admitted aloud to Obito. It was something that he agreed with entirely. So long as there was one thing in particular that he wanted to preserve above all else, that was all he needed to push forward through the bloodshed. If you don't mind, what is it that you fight for? Huh? It was as if the question almost caught him off guard. Itachi had no problems with elaborating, however. Myself? Now I fight to protect Sasuke. I want to ensure that he doesn't have to develop the way that I did on the battlefield. I want him to be strong and achieve his own goals, but not at the cost of becoming like me. I can't even remember what used to drive me in the past any longer. There was a hint of melancholy if one were to pick up on the nuances in Itachi's normal behavior as opposed to right then, subtle though they were. So what is your own reason? Obito just shook his head and gave what Itachi could only describe as a haunted smile, full of regrets, anger, and anything else you could imagine that would go with it. Me? I don't really have one anymore, he said, and apparently confusion somehow showed itself on Itachi, who was usually credited with having an immaculate poker face. Hey, don't worry about me, kid. I'm no one. I don't really want to be anyone either, to be honest. I'll tell you what, tell me more about that battle later, alright? Obito turned to walk away again as Itachi's mind caught back up to the fact that the conversation had been disengaged. That was a strange run-in. Oh well, he would do just that for the man if nothing else. Certainly, Itachi said as he turned and went off in his own direction. There's plenty to tell, such as the way the battle unfolded, the presence of Hatake Kakashi, and the rumored Jinchuriki boy of all people. I almost didn't think the rumors were true. Had Itachi not had his back to Obito, he would have seen him nearly take a misstep, but just as quickly it was as if he'd just taken another simple move forward. That does sound really interesting. I'll hold you to that, Itachi-san. I'd like to hear how true that weird rumor is, he said with a wide smile on his face that he quickly quashed. It had been just the two of them in the hall, just a passing meeting of cordiality, and then they were on their own separate ways once more. As if nothing had ever happened at all. Chapter 6. Follow the Buzzards. It's Hootit, Naruto whined, from the beating he was taking from the unforgiving sun. He and Tenten were seated up front in the cart with Kakashi driving while Tsuchi, who usually drove, took a rest in the cart interior, which was somehow climate-controlled. Can we go back inside? Tenten was slouched up against Naruto in the seat, looking half awake and red-faced from the heat. I hate Kaze no Kuni, she said, getting Naruto to nod in agreement as they both groaned pitifully. Come now. We're the guards of this transport, which means we have to stay vigilant. So no, you can't go inside, Kakashi said, seemingly unfettered by the sweltering heat of their surroundings despite wearing his face mask and hearing his kids groan. It's not that bad. You're both over-exaggerating. We're in the desert! Naruto and Tenten both yelled at the same time. The open-air echo of their simultaneous cry was drowned out by a howling of the wind blowing sand from the tops of surrounding dunes. It's a dry heat, Kakashi rebutted. Besides, you've both got on plenty of sunblock, so you won't get sunburned. I thought you two were grown up enough to handle a little desert climate. If you've got enough energy to waste on yelling, you're not that bad off. Tenten didn't know that the desert would be so hot, so sue her. When she said something about hearing of Minato going west, she didn't think they'd go that far west. That was a long way outside of her comfort zone for someone that grew up around one village near the middle of Hai no Kuni for her entire life. She would never complain about a summer in that country ever again either, as even a spring in Kaze no Kuni was brutal. Just wait until summer. That was when the sandstorms would kick up. As they continued to ride, eventually Naruto perked up from looking out along the distance. Ooh. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Quickly popping a clone into existence, he sent it out with express purpose. Oasis, go! Saluting obediently, the clone went off to check on the fresh, pristine water source only for Naruto to frown 30 seconds later and sit back down in his seat. Never mind. Another mirage. If there was an oasis anywhere, there would be a settlement of some sort around it. Kakashi told Naruto as this had been the 5th time he'd done that in the last 3 hours. He pretty much knew that certain aspects of the jutsu would be abused due to how easily Naruto could perform it, but this was still rather absurd. We have water inside, you know. Let me get some water from inside then. No. We'll drink at lunch. We have to save it in case there's nowhere for a while to get more. Save it? They had a full tank. The stand hadn't had any customers since they'd left a border village where they resupplied and did some business. They refilled after they'd closed shop, and in the last day and a half since travel in the desert began they couldn't have had more than 10 full glasses worth of water each. Tsuchi and Ayam had less since they didn't train outside during breaks and were able to stay inside the significantly cooler cart for most of the day. I'll tell you what, Kakashi said, drawing the ox and dragging the cart to a stop before making a showy exit onto the dunes with a shunshin. He figured now was as good a time as any for some impromptu training. If you can beat me, I'll let you alternate shifts outside with each other. If you can't, you have to stay out here and you both have to resituate to the top of the cart so we can get a better view of what's around. Or we can just keep going and you'll get no consequence for the choice made. Both Tenten and Naruto had to stop and think about that quite heavily. Leaning into Naruto, she started to try and whisper out of range of Kakashi's hearing. What do you think? We'll travel until sundown, and the sun doesn't go down for a longer time out here, so if they lost they'd be on top of that cart for a long time yet. On the other hand, it didn't really matter if they wound up on top of the cart or not. Pretty soon, since the sun would keep moving in a westerly direction and they were facing west, it would be beating them right in the face with no chance for shade, so doing nothing would still result in a sunbath from hell. Naruto was also looking at the pros of the situation. If we win, we can go back inside. Or at least one of us can, and then we can switch. I swear, it feels like it's climate controlled in there. It can't be any warmer than 70. Outside it was closer to 105. And I think Kakashi's got a tube behind that FN mask of his that he's got hooked to a water pouch or something. There's no way he's not thirsty too. Yes, they had flasks with water on their persons. For emergencies only. You didn't drink that water to sip whenever. It was for when there was nothing left. Kakashi had expressly rapped Naruto's knuckles with the flat end of a kunai for trying to drink it at his leisure. Well? Kakashi asked, waiting out on the sands for them to make their decision to fight or not. I know what my name stands for, but I'm not going to stand out here all day and shoo the birds away. Buzzards don't really scare easily. With a nod to one another, Naruto and Tenten jumped up onto the roof of the cart before both were concealed in a puff of smoke. Very well. Anticipating the forthcoming attack, Kakashi didn't even bother to reveal his Sharingan to take them on. It was just training after all. The lesson is about to begin. XXX, Central High no Kuni, Senju Clan main headquarters. Upon Tsunade's return from the summit with the Uzumaki clan, she was immediately set upon with news from the mainland by the other high-ranking members of her own clan. Most notably that the Uchiha clan had recently taken part in a battle on the western side of the country. The first thing she wanted to know was how bad their casualties were, not if they had been victorious or not. Offensives in the never-ending war with the Uchiha had to be measured in how many lives were taken during the course of the battle, and opportunities to strike at the heart of the enemy had to be set by measuring their own manpower against the enemy's. Apparently the Uchiha had lost nothing worth thinking that an attack against them would end any differently than the last major battle they had fought 4 years ago that had ended in a stalemate. So that left everything at the regular status quo that it had been for years. In other words, no new business had come forward since she had left. As disappointing as it was to find that nothing more had swung in their favor, it was reassuring to know that nothing had gone wrong either. As Tsunade wandered about the main building of the compound, she attracted attention due to the guests she had with her. A representative on behalf of the Uzumaki clan's Nagato, who was surprisingly not an Uzumaki. His nigh expressionless friend Konan. Tsunade-sama. One of the Senju clan shinobi said, taking it upon himself to question the odd woman's presence with their leader. What is this woman doing here? Tsunade stopped in the hall and chose to address the question. This woman is intending to hunt for the Jinchuriki boy. Those rumors, they aren't rumors. He's real. She looked over at Konan, who didn't seem to care one way or the other about the scrutiny she was getting in the strange place. She's to be given full accommodations as our guest until she departs in pursuit, and we'll be sending her with a partner. Konan raised an eyebrow in curiosity at this announcement. With all due respect, Tsunade-sama, she began to say, there's no need to send a team of shinobi with me on this mission. I alone will be more than enough to kill the Jinchuriki, and I can assure you that I will carry out the will of both your clan and Nagato-sama's. At all costs. The wizened Senju clan leader could tell that this was not just being said to reassure her. This woman would do anything she felt she had to do to protect Nagato and everything that he stood for. She would do anything for that man. Tsunade didn't doubt that for one moment. Why this woman, a kunoichi not of the Uzumaki clan, had such unconditional loyalty to Nagato, Tsunade did not know. Nor was it her business. But from her eyes, this was an extremely dangerous ninja. I'm not saying that you won't. Tsunade reasoned diplomatically instead of throwing her weight around as the head of the strongest clan in the world. But I can assure you, I don't plan on sending an entire team to slow you down. I'm sending one man to assist you, and I can assure you that you'll find his abilities most helpful in dealing with anything having to do with the Biju. You can't take too many chances. Every Senju clan member listening knew exactly who Tsunade was referring to. The only man in generations that had developed the bloodline of their strongest ninja ever, and he wasn't even a born ninja of the clan. Tsunade waved her hand, summoning one of her female underlings to her, ready to take her order. Go and tell Tenzo that he needs to prepare to be sent out on a possibly long-term mission. Without wasting any words, she went off to perform the task sent to her. Even with the change in atmosphere amongst the clan, Konan was still skeptical about taking this person along. Tsunade-sama, I'm a wandering ninja with no clan. I'm not used to working with others. Tsunade was aware of that, but this was going to happen whether Konan was favorable to it or not. If this thing couldn't be contained, the Uzumaki clan weren't going to be the only ones who lost face due to it. The forbidding of Jinchuriki was partially enacted by Senju Hashirama to begin with. If the Senju clan, or their number one affiliate clan in the Uzumaki clan went against this and didn't take the steps to fix it, the entire fabric of the system could fall apart. War was rampant and seemingly permanent, but introducing a variable such as the allowance of the universal taboo of Jinchuriki would turn it all on its head. And the very first people the backlash would harm would be the Uzumaki, and the senju. It doesn't matter if you're used to teamwork or not, Tsunade insisted with a severe tone. You will take Tenzo with you, and he will assist in taking down the Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, whether it's necessary or not. Or are you really enough of a fool to look at the Mokutan, would release, as a hindrance? That got a reaction on Conan's face. There's someone that is capable of that kind of power in this day and age? A smirk came to Tsunade's pink lips. Yes. And there's nothing better for controlling the power of a Biju. XXX, with Naruto, Deserts of Kaze no Kuni, Kakashi stood atop a sand dune looking over at his two students who seemed to be down and out of it. Are we done? I'm disappointed. This lasted all of 20 minutes. He then sighed and shrugged haplessly. Come on, you both had a few good moves in that last rush, he shouted at them. You're so weak. It hurt me to watch all of that. Shut up, Kurama. Seriously, you couldn't hit him once? Use the girl for a human shield or something to get closer, but for the sake of my reputation you could have at least hit him one time. Kakashi is really good, Naruto thought to his tenant before coughing sand onto the ground where he was buried up to his neck. I hate his face. I want to punch it but I can't reach it. Cough Tenten? One of Tenten's buns had been knocked out of her hair during the course of the spar, and she had been lying face down in the sand until Naruto spoke to her. Plague. She spat sand on the ground and wiped some off of her face as she looked over at her down partner. Ya Naruto? As they spoke to each other, Kakashi shouted out at them again. If we're done, get to work cleaning up all of these weapons that Tenten threw. You want to do one more attack? You sure it'll work? Naruto tried to jostle himself free of the sand. At least enough so to move his hands closer together for a jutsu. No. So what? Good point, Tenten said, reaching her feet. There's no way anything I throw is going to hit him though, so do you have any ideas? No, but I trust you, he said to her, much to her confusion as to what he meant until the sand he was buried in exploded upward and 20 Naruto clones flew out of the ground, simultaneously freeing Naruto from where Kakashi had trapped him. Just pick your shot. You won't miss. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at the dust trails flying up all around the battlefield, telltale signs of movement from Naruto's clones. You really think you can make me pay enough attention to just you that I ignore Tenten? Tenten's got this. Naruto's clones chorused in unison. Futon, Ripusu, Wind Release, Gale Palm. Instead of directly attacking Kakashi, Naruto's clones used their wind jutsu to kick up sand all around the man, creating a gigantic cloud of the vision-obscuring substance. Not bad. Now where? Hunkering himself down, Kakashi attempted to anticipate where a finishing attack would come from, but nothing ever happened. When the dust cleared, Kakashi found himself all alone in that general area, with no Naruto or Tenten in sight. They were either really good at hiding, or they had just left. But they wouldn't do that in the middle of a spar, would they? XXXIM sat inside of the ramen cart just staring at the two chibi ninjas that had come barreling inside, heading straight for the copious water supply that they kept. Ninjas were weird. Even kid ninjas, as cute as they were, you two are going to hurt yourselves drinking like that, the teenage ramen waitress pointed out for their benefit. Could you slow it down maybe just a tad? Hurry up and drink, Naruto beseeched Tenten as she took big gulps from the open faucet of the ramen cart's water tank. I think I feel him coming this way. No way that B.S. trap they set was going to hold Kakashi for long. They were going to lose no matter what, but the prize for winning was water and the cold interior of the cart. So they were just going to take their spoils of war without having to directly defeat him. Eventually a satisfied Tenten turned the faucet off, fully hydrated as she grabbed Naruto and threw him in front of it to take his turn. There. Now at least we'll be good when Kakashi-sensei totally punishes us for running away. Naruto stopped drinking for a moment to address that fact. I say we have a minute or two before he gets back here. That meant that he had no time to beg Iam for any ramen. By the time she finished making it, Kakashi would have long since dragged him kicking and screaming back outside. Just a minute or two? Tenten felt almost offended at Naruto's estimation of when Kakashi would return. How many Bikusaidama, exploding spheres, do you think I said? That question begged another one that was even more important, because Naruto knew that she didn't use all that she had just for this spar. How many do you have? Tenten started counting on her fingers before she quit that and started multiplication tables in her head. More than a few? Naruto didn't need to hear anything else as a big smile started to split his face. Oh, and I think I know what it's like to have a best friend now. He would no longer be content with his time spent with Tintin unless by the end of it they'd had established at least 12 urban legends that spread from coast to coast. True or untrue, it didn't matter, just so long as they terrified the masses and were proclaimed from sea to shining sea as shining beacons of their awesome. Also a nickname. He needed a nickname, full of alliteration. One that would strike fear into the hearts of thousands, or would look good on a t-shirt. Marketing. It was a thing. XXX. Kakashi's eye was closed in a pleasant smile as he could only have figured that Naruto and Tenten took their prize without actually winning it. Well, I guess I'll go tie them both to the roof of the cart now. Well, those brats were going to bake. It would build character, though. Kakashi took a single step forward and went wide-eyed in surprise. The reason being because upon the moment his foot sunk into the sand, a metal sphere with kunai welded into it bounced up into the air, spinning rapidly with an explosive tag attached to it. As it rapidly spun around, Kakashi saw the tag rapidly burning down and only thought of one thing. When did she have the time to make that? Boom! Kakashi was somehow able to outpace the explosion through speed, sheer dumb luck, and well-honed reflexes and instincts that only years of experience could provide a ninja. All that dodging did, however, was prompt Kakashi to stumble upon another spiked ball mine. Boom! Oh, those stupid kids used that temporary dust storm like pros. Just how many did she set? He was not unveiling his Sharingan just to deal with the traps set by an 11-year-old girl. And as he tripped yet another one set into the sands, he wondered just how well he'd be able to hold up to that declaration. XXX. You think he's out yet? Naruto asked, eyes darting across the sands suspiciously as he leaned his head out of the back of the ramen cart. He simply couldn't enjoy the awesome cool air because of the fear of retaliation from Kakashi that he just knew was coming their way. Well, if he isn't Dash, Tenten said as she stopped eating a bowl of ice cream and slowly weaved her way through hand seals. Ushi Saru Tatsu. Sugu, Kaoshin Runka, manipulated tools, steel needles wild flower. A rippling chain of explosions rattled out from a short distance away where they had been sparring with Kakashi. Naruto just stared at where he could see the ruckus kicking up in the distance. Meanwhile, Tsuchi and Ayam just stared at the pair of preteen terrors, one watching multiple small explosions go off, and the other eating ice cream as if she hadn't just remotely detonated them. I really hope that didn't kill him, Naruto said, grimacing at the thought of taking out Kakashi in such a manner. You said those exploding sphere things shoot kunai and shrapnel chunks? Yep. We just killed somebody. Tsuchi wisely chose to ignore the potentially homicidal munchkins for the time being, while Ayam chose to try and show some sort big sisterly traits to try and curb them before they both became uncute and insane. We don't celebrate death or the maiming of others in this establishment. Naruto just blinked in his beloved ramen-providing host's direction before stepping outside. So if I'm standing outside, can celebrate it then? Not quite. Kakashi whispered from the top of the cart, hanging just above the door and above Naruto's head, effectively scaring a few years off of his lifespan. You two are horrible, evil children, and every adult should be afraid of you both. Then came the disengaging eye smile. Good work. But you still didn't hit me, and you know what that means. Thanks for waiting, Tsuchi-san. I'll start driving the cart again. You and Ayam-sen can remain inside. Ah. The deflated junior ninja pair dropped their shoulders at the unsaid order to assume the position on top of the cart. Oh, you're both just so adorable, Kakashi said with a delightfully detached and bright voice, fully meant to patronize. You both should know that your frustration and disappointment are, and always will be, like fuel to me. It only makes my fire burn stronger. Now to the roof, you big fat failure turtles. Get on up there. In a matter of moments, the cart was moving again, and Naruto and Tenten were donning turbans to protect their heads from the sun beating down on them. All the while, Kakashi had managed to hide a cut on the underside of his elbow that had been given to him via the tandem trap they had used. They weren't the only ones that could use sleight of hand. XXX, elsewhere, hours later. I spy something yellow. Oh, let me guess. Is it sand? Yeah, you got it. They'll never find your body. Well, sorry for trying to make this fun. You're not making this fun, Kankuro. You're just annoying me. The two sources of the conversation were a young brother and sister walking through the desert, dragging deep trails in the sand. The specially prepared staffs they used for the process left black marks on the surface that remained in place even as the sand moved. For what reason they were doing this, it couldn't be told, but both of them seemed extremely bored by the process. "This is boring as fuck," the brother of the pair said. He was a young teenager wearing a black baggy bodysuit with a black hood that seemed to have cat-like ears to it. On his back he had a bandage-wrapped bundle with a tuft of hair sticking out at the top of it. His face was painted with sharp purple patterns and the scowl on his face at the boring job he and his older sister were doing. "We've been doing this shit all over the place for the last 4 months. The older teenage girl just rolled her eyes despite feeling the same way. She had sandy blonde hair and 4 spiky ponytails and wore a single lavender shoulder-cut battle dress with a red sash and mesh under her clothes that went down to her left thigh as well as a separate mesh legging around the lower part of her right leg. On her back she had an extremely large metal fan just as big as she was. "You know why we have to do this, Kankuro?" the girl, Temari, said. "This is the only thing that keeps the you-know-what in check, even a little bit. Be grateful. This is a new contract that's going to run out one day. It's good money and it's for a good reason." I know. Kankuro droned. "Feel bad for Dad if he had to do this alone though. He would have had to do this shit by himself if he hadn't married Mom and had us. All he has to do is the intricate part in the middle, and he's got Gaara to help him with that. Imagine if they had to do that by hand instead of cheating with their jutsu. Like we're doing?" Temari asked rhetorically with a wry smile. "I don't think making all of those intricate marks that this seal requires would work so well if they had to do it by hand. Maybe that's why we're always the ones to take this contract. Because people can't make the seal with the same jutsu that Dad and Gaara use." Kankuro looked up into the sky at the position of the sun and sighed before spitting down at the ground. "Thank the sage this is the last one we have to make. How far are we to finishing this circle? We'll know when we see the other end where we started." Not funny. The brother and sister of the desert continued through the sands of the land that their family wandered for a living until all of a sudden, the black markings of the titanic seal outskirt that they were drawing began to glow. Knowing what the seal was meant to do, both Temari and Kankuro felt their hearts clench up in horror before realizing that there wasn't any towering mass of sandy-tailed horror eradicating them from existence yet. "Is it broken?" Kankuro asked, wondering why the bane of the desert shinobi's existence wasn't smashing them flatter than sand dollars. "I don't see Shikaku, and that should be one hard thing to miss." "It can't be broken," Temari said, stooping down to look at the portion of the circular seal they'd already drawn, the portion that detected the target when it wandered inside. It didn't need to be finished to detect, as long as something ventured inside of the portion of it that was already complete. It's supposed to only go off when a biju wanders inside. That's how the second part of the seal that actually deals with the beast knows when to go off. The part that Dad and Gaara are working on. Yeah, pretty much. So that left a pretty significant question for the two of them. Do we go see what it is before it runs into them, or should we finish our part of the seal? After a moment of contemplation, they decided to continue on with their job and finish it before heading to town. They didn't need to see what had entered the circumference of the seal. If it was something dangerous, Gaara and their father could handle it or call for them. If it wasn't dangerous, well, Gaara would still probably handle it anyway. XXX, with Naruto, Deserts of Kaze no Kuni. Grr! Kurama growled constantly inside of Naruto's head. It was beginning to give him a headache. He'd been listening to it for so long, the last 15 minutes. "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Arg, it's like a drill in one ear, and another drill in the other ear, and they're meeting in the middle. What the fuck's wrong with you?" Naruto eventually bellowed aloud, startling Tenten, who was seated on the top of the ramen cart with him. "Nothing's happening. Nothing's happened since we got to the desert." What? Tenten said weakly, not knowing what was up with Naruto. His face had been twisting irritably for quite some time, but she just figured that it had been sitting on top of the cart with the sun beating down on the two of them that was pissing him off. "Naruto, what are you talking about?" Naruto then realized that he hadn't gotten Tenten hip to the fact that he had a monstrous fox sitting in his body. It hadn't really come up, and Naruto didn't really know how to explain it. Kakashi was a go-with-the-flow kind of guy who would probably run damage control once it came up, but clearly he wasn't keen on jumping straight into opening that potential can of worms either. So that left him with explaining why he just snapped at nothing but open air, with the added detriment to his clutch reasoning abilities being Kurama doing what sounded like chewing on the bars of his seal cell inside of his head. Inner monologue? Naruto ventured with a sheepish grin. Thankfully he had a turban to hide some of his face with by pulling it lower on his head. Tenten just gave him a wary look before turning her attention back to being on lookout. "Okay. whatever. She was beginning to come to terms with that fact that he was weird. Uncomfortable conversation temporarily averted, Naruto turned his notice back inward. Seriously, Kurama, what's up? I've got this brain-splitting whistling in my ears and it's getting worse. Kurama shouted inside of Naruto's head. What the hell's happening, kid? Find out. Naruto frowned and crawled forward to the front of the cart where Kakashi was driving the oxen in the heat. Kakashi, Kurama's in a lot of pain right now. And honestly, he was starting to feel funny too. Probably from whatever was hurting Kurama. I don't know what's up. Kakashi's face turned deadly serious as he addressed his youngest charge, lifting his headband to reveal his Sharingan. I don't see any genjutsu on you. It doesn't seem like anything I can see is affecting you. A sobering thought filled his mind at that moment. Is the seal breaking? Naruto quickly put a stop to that train of thought. No, he said firmly. Mom locked this thing down tight. There's no way she would have told me that everything was okay if it wasn't. She might have tricked me into going with you, but she never lied to me. He was trying to learn what he could on his own about the seal, but it was way over his head for now. If he was going to begin improving in that department well enough to finish what Kushina had started and find a way to do what he told Kurama he would do, he needed to see a more diverse array of fuinjutsu other than the few that he himself had managed to learn. Now he just needed to see some more seals to kickstart that process. In the meantime, that wasn't what was important. Look, Kurama's really hurting in here. There's got to be something going on here that would tell us why. Naruto? Kakashi-sensei? Tenten's worried voice got their attention as they both started peeling their eyes around the cart, but were unable to see anything. So what put the worried tone in her voice? Naruto turned back around to see Tenten, only with someone else sitting slightly off to the side of and behind her. A boy with messy red hair and dull green eyes with black rings around them who seemed to be just Naruto's age was right there with her, sitting impassively as if he were supposed to be there. He wore a black bodysuit with short sleeves, a white cloth diagonally over his left shoulder and a large leather strap over his right, both connected to a large sand gourd over his back. What the fuck? His eyes looked between a terrified Tenten and a vastly confused Naruto before speaking. What are you doing here? Looking for somebody? Naruto ventured to answer, unsure of why he felt that this guy would turn him into a smear on the desert surface if he wasn't on the defensive. Who the hell are you? Gaara, the boy said before setting his eyes right on Naruto. You don't look like a Biju. They don't use tricks. They just kill. What? Gaara's single blink might as well have been a roll of his eyes. I've spent my entire life learning how to deal with the Biju. I know what I'm doing by now when it comes to them. My father has made sure of that much. You triggered our seal before it was finished. How? Only a Biju can trigger it, and the source of the triggering is you. Slowly the blocks began falling into the correct openings, and things started linking up in Naruto's head. Kurama was in pain for some unseen reason. This guy thought Naruto was a Biju or was involved with a Biju. He created a seal that was apparently supposed to activate when in contact with a Biju. Therefore, this Gaara person was semi-responsible for creating a seal meant to affect Biju. This was why Kurama was in pain. Whoa, you're saying Naruto is the source of Biju power? Tenten said in disbelief. I've never seen one, but everybody knows what a Biju is. There's no chance something like that could be in Naruto, could be Naruto himself, nothing like that. Look at him. He's way too little. Gaara shook his head. There is no other explanation as to why the seal went off, and it led me here. He lifted his hand into the air and the cart came to an instant stop for no explainable reason. Now what are you? Kakashi regarded Gaara carefully, but in his amicable smile to the desert shinobi there was a grave warning present. Would you mind having your sand let go of the oxen's legs and the cart's wheels? We kind of need those if we want this vehicle to move. If you won't tell me, I'll just have to kill you to be sure. Immediately after saying that, sand raised itself in front of Gaara to protect him from being punched by Naruto. You have no idea how unforgiving the desert can be. What the hell? Naruto wondered. His hand had been stopped cold by a wall of sand of all things. Tenten started piecing things together from what Kakashi said and what Gaara had just done to block Naruto. So you're strong enough with that sand to stop a whole ox team, and you caught Naruto's arm. Her only answer was the sight of Gaara lifting his hand, making a motion that he was about to tighten it and crush something. Ah no. Sabaku so dash. A sharp jerk of a cord from Tenten pulled up a panel on the roof of the cart that shot kunai at Gaara's face from point-blank range. Instead of turning him into a preteen pincushion, however, more sand protected him from that angle, but it loosened the sand around Naruto's arm enough for action to be taken. Tenten dove at Naruto and tackled him off of the roof of the cart, freeing his arm from the iron grasp of Gaara's sand before it could destroy the limb or creep further up his body. Landing roughly in the desert just off of the trail that they'd been traveling on, Naruto sat up painfully with Tenten sprawled across him. Ugh. Thanks for that. I couldn't get to my other hand to make a seal without getting it stuck too. You're my partner. Tenten commented, wincing slightly at the fall but smiling nonetheless. Besides, I owed you anyway, and we're still going to die. Huh. Both of them found themselves surrounded by sand that rose up from the desert around them, but before it could surround or take hold of them, golden dust of the same variety batted it down and pinned it. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He was aware of the second presence watching the area after he knew that Gaara was there. Whether the person was an enemy or not he couldn't be sure, but he knew that they were stronger than Gaara, which was saying quite a bit, because Gaara was stronger than Naruto and Tenten both. Even by himself. Had Kakashi not been unsure of the other man's intentions, he would have attacked Gaara the moment it became clear that hurting Naruto was his intention. He couldn't really blame Naruto for trying to attack first. Sand nomads didn't exactly screw around. If someone said they were going to kill you anywhere in the world, in its current state the threat was never an idle one. For a sand nomad to say it, they meant it. They were some of the hardest-nosed people you would ever find anywhere. Gaara, a man said, appearing on the road in a shunshin comprised of gold dust. He bore a stark resemblance to Gaara with auburn hair instead of red, and a stern, weathered face. He had dark rings around his eyes similar to Gaara's, but they only lasted for as long as he manipulated the gold. His clothing consisted of a black jacket and pants with mesh armor underneath. Stand down. Gaara looked over in the direction of the older desert-dwelling ninja and then back to Naruto and Tenten before returning his sand to the large gourd on his back. The source of the Biju signature is the blonde boy. I was doing what we were paid to do, father. We were paid to finish the warding seals around the nearby village, Gaara's father said, walking over to his son to admonish him. We weren't paid to fight Shikaku, even if this boy was somehow connected to him. No one would pay any sand nomad that sort of waste of money. Tenten looked between Naruto and Kakashi, who had come over to make sure his kids were all right. Shikaku? Kakashi nodded and kept a watchful eye on the sand nomads. Known elsewhere as the incarnation of the sand. He began to explain to the younger ninjas. Shikaku is an omen of death in Kaze no Kuni due to his status as a Biju, his bloodthirsty nature, and his control over sand. During full moons it gets particularly bad. He'll attack any living being in sight. Entire settlements have been destroyed in minutes because of his rage. During this explanation, Gaara took his rebuking from his father in his own way. By staring at him without blinking. You told me that it would be my purpose to dash. And that time will come, Gaara. Your value to the deserts is something that can't be measured, even with all of the gold dust under my control. The redhead's father told him. There is no ninja born in Kaze no Kuni with the potential to protect the deserts that you possess, but there is no rush. You're not ready to face Shikaku. Your mother left her will in your sand to protect you, but that doesn't mean you can recklessly throw your life away. It was hard to tell just how the young nomad felt about the lecture he just received, whether he'd listened or not, since all he did was cross his arms over his chest until the man was finished. There was something pent up inside of that boy. A lot of anger or pressure on his shoulders. Something. I'm going to finish the seal, father, Gaara said before vanishing in a sand shunshin. His father just watched the place that his son had been standing moments before, and then turned to gaze at the foreigners. Kakashi was the one to take the initiative, mostly because he usually gave less than a damn about how awkward moments could be between people at times. This was one of those awkward moments. So, control over sand, huh? He said with an amicable eye smile as he hit his Sharingan once more. Neat. Naruto and Tenten just seemed stunned. Neat? That was all he could say. They almost got into a fight with a guy that could literally use the desert as a weapon, and his response to the entire first meeting was neat. This was a man that simply didn't care about anything outside of his tasks and what he'd already deemed as important to fight for. Protecting the ramen cart per his contract, and getting Naruto to Minato. That was it. Other than that, Literally no fucks were given about anything else around him if it wasn't a direct threat to either of those objectives. I'd just like to take the time to say that I feel way less safe about listening to everything you say than I first did when I started traveling with you a month ago, Tenten pointed out, wiping at a stinging sand-caused abrasion on her arm. Oh, you two are still here? Kakashi said, pretending that he had forgotten the presence of the children. Good. That cart isn't going to drive itself. Take it to the next village and wait for me, would you? Tenten sighed and moved to the front of the cart, Naruto choosing to go in through the back to get a quick burst of cool air and pop in on his favorite ramen waitress for a second before joining his more responsible kunoichi partner out front. He left a waving Kakashi with a flipping of the bird from behind Gaara's father's back, so that he didn't see how much respect Naruto had for Kakashi's unique brand of child rearing. The older man still noticed though, and admittedly would have laughed, if adult sand nomads were into that sort of thing. That boy was going to start a clan war one of these days. Possibly several. At the same time. So nice kid, Kakashi said about Gaara, completely refusing to give Naruto the satisfaction of selling the disrespectful gesture one bit. Not that I can talk much with my own dysfunctional chibi pair running around. Gaara's father just nodded stiffly. Gaara is special. For generations, sand nomads have studied and experimented with methods to control the small particles of substances the way that Shikaku can control sand. It's a powerful weapon. Hence the gold dust. Kakashi pointed out, noting that it had disappeared from where the man had last used it. He can hide it that easily. This was a dangerous man. If a boy that had control over any sand he saw listened to his orders despite seemingly disagreeing, what was he capable of? Correct, the man in question said. But Gaara. No one has ever been able to control the actual sand itself. Only substitutes that can be controlled by our methods have ever worked. No one studied these things as intensely as my wife did, to try and find a way to dash. He cut himself off at that point, realizing that he was dipping into a conversation he didn't want to have with strangers. You've met Gaara. My name is Raza. Kakashi pointed to the two kids up front, preparing to drive the cart away, and then to himself. Naruto, Tenten, and I am Hatake Kakashi. Copy Ninja Kakashi? Raza voiced aloud to the aloof masked man. Sup. He ignored the cavalier confirmation that this young man was indeed Kakashi and turned to look at Naruto. And that was Uzumaki Naruto? The Jinchuriki that was able to kill 15 Uchiha clan shinobi with one move? Cue the bloating of a 10-year-old self-esteem and delusions of grandeur. Naruto grinned widely and jumped onto the top of the cart from the front, chest puffed out. So people have heard of me all the way out here. Unfortunately for him, Tenten grabbed him by the ear and pulled him back down into the seat to help her drive the cattle. Oh. Tenten, come on. She would have no mercy. By now it was established by both herself and Kakashi that Naruto's ego was a powerful enemy. It could not be granted any quarter, and it had to be beaten back furiously when it reared its head or else terrible things would happen. I thought it was 8 Uchiha clan members? Tenten said to him, finally letting go of him once she was certain he'd been sufficiently cowed for the moment. Where did 15 come from? Actually it was 3, but Naruto didn't care. I don't know, but I like it a lot. He was in the mix of international rumors now. That was the coolest thing he could ever imagine happening to him. Now I just need a nickname, like Kakashi's or Mom's. 8 sounded cooler than 3. 15 sounded even cooler than 8, so 15 was the new number until proven otherwise or a better sounding number came up. Naruto now loved international rumor mills. XXX, with Kushina, Uzumaki clan village. What? Kushina said flatly, sitting on a bench in the main courtyard of the clan head's mansion. On this day of her stay as Nagato's guest, she was visited by one of her nieces that was actually relatively close to her and Naruto. Sometimes for better or for worse, but still the closest, in 10-year-old Karen. Sorry, sweetie, run that past me again. One good thing about Karen was that she heard a lot of things, from her parents, other ninjas in the clan just from passing by, and from other kids that had heard things from their parents, or just from passing by. So anything that Kushina couldn't learn by straight up asking inside of the mansion grounds, she could usually learn by asking Karen. If Karen didn't know how to answer one of Kushina's questions on one day in particular, she would figure it out, and have it for her by the next time she visited. So when asked if Karen had heard anything at all, big or little, about Naruto in passing, the girl didn't take long to have something for her favorite kick-ass auntie. Karen played with her glasses on her face but repeated the info from before. Well, apparently Naruto popped up around a mainland battle between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. I heard he killed 20 Uchiha clan members in one move. Rumors got bloated more far-fetched levels over long distances. In addition to that, the haze of large-scale battles particularly gave rise to more implausible stories than without. And knowing what they did about potential Jinchuriki might, the Uzumaki clan were subject to believe ones of a certain subject and propagate them for safety's sake. Kushina was not one to believe the word of mouth. She was smart, and was aware of the fact that until he realized just how being a Jinchuriki worked, Naruto was a normal 10-year-old ninja. Even so, however, yes, my baby's the center of his own first bullshit rumor. Sometimes you had to enjoy the small things. XXX, with Naruto, Kaze no Kuni Desert Village out of the blue while sitting on a low-lying roof that allowed them a good view of a whole marketplace, Naruto felt a crushing measure of pride that put a face-splitting grin on his face in the middle of guard duty with Tenten. You know that feeling of getting hugged from 1,000 miles away? No? Tenten didn't know how to respond to such an awkward question. Neither do I, Naruto said with a shrug. But if I did, I think it would feel a lot like I feel right now. After reaching the village, Kurama's pain subsided and he decided that with his splitting headache it was best to take a nap. He usually slept the day away when he was bored with watching the things that Naruto did, but this time at least he had a real excuse for it. Sundown was chow time in the middle of this village as the ramen stand opened up shop. Apparently ramen was universal cuisine, which was good for business. All things considered, getting out there was a hell of a trip, but it was looking to be quite lucrative for the clients of the ninja. The line for food simply wasn't dwindling. It made for a busy Tenten too, who had to keep an extremely close watch on every person that drifted around the cart. She noticed a few individuals with ninja-like weapons, but they didn't do anything other than order for their traveling parties, which ranged from their families to the people they were under contract to protect. Sand nomads. You know, the way Minato-sama works reminds me a lot of the sand nomads, Tenten said, drumming up some conversation by choosing to talk about the reason that they had come out to the desert to begin with. And it had obviously gotten Naruto's attention. He travels around, accepts missions off of contact rumors. Hey, do you think he's from Kaze no Kuni originally? He never said where he was from. He tried to downplay it, of course. After all, he had an awesome kick-ass mom who was worth at least 2 parents all on her own. If his dad didn't want to show his face around, that was just fine with him. Even so, Tenten wasn't absent-minded enough to miss the fact that his posture stiffened in interest. I wouldn't know. I've never even seen the guy. You look so much like him I thought he was with you. Tenten admitted. That was why I really thought you were a ninja and approached you in the first place. He took missions like the one that you and Kakashi-sensei are on, so I thought he'd come back around and brought his son this time. Well, sorry to disappoint you. Naruto drawled dryly. It's just me and Kakashi. Yeah, I noticed. Come on, Naruto, don't be that way. Tenten nudged his shoulder to get him to really think. I know I don't know what it's like to never have one of my parents around, but I do know what it's like to lose them altogether. Don't put that kind of evil on yourself. When you meet Minato-sama, give him a chance. He's not a bad person. Everyone kept saying that. Kushina said it, Kakashi said it, Tenten said it. They all swore by the man. Even the Hyuga clan seemed to know who he was back when they'd stayed there for a short while, and they regarded his strength highly. But he was literally never around. Naruto had never seen him once outside of a handful of faded pictures, stories from Kushina, and occasional rumors that circulated around the village. Just meet him first and give him a fair shake, okay? Tenten requested of him. For Kaka-dash, well, forget Kakashi. At least for right now after today. Bringing up Kakashi wasn't going to motivate him to do anything. Do it for yourself, and for your mom. For me too. Well, Kushina always did want Naruto to keep Minato in a positive frame of light, but Tenten? Why for you? Because you're my friend, the weapon-toting young girl said, elbowing Naruto in the arm. And I don't want to see my friend hate his dad before he ever even gets to know him. I don't hate him. I can't hate someone I've never met. That didn't mean Minato didn't piss him off though. I'm still gonna punch him in the throat when I see him though. I'm gonna move in all teary-eyed, arms open like I'm going for a hug and whap. Naruto emphasized by throwing out a jab. Right in the throat, one good time, Tebeo. It was clear that he'd pondered how he would handle the scenario of his first meeting with Minato quite extensively. Tenten was officially convinced that Naruto was totally unbalanced. Hopefully that made for a good ninja, because on the surface it didn't instill much confidence, and she trained with him every day as it was, so he wasn't going to utterly blow her away with some amazing secret that she had yet to be informed about. That could never happen. So it was back to lookout duty, until something in particular caught the eye of one of the young shinobi in the midst of their guard work. It got a hold of Naruto's attention and would not let it go, no matter how impractical. More like someone actually. Tenten noticed a person as well, or people. They kind of stuck out. A boy and a girl. One clad in all black without face paint, and a noticeably older girl with a very large fan on her back, seemingly observing the bustling town square with some interest as they talked with each other and laughed. More sand nomads, Naruto, and they're pretty young to be by themselves. Tenten said informatively. They don't look like trouble either, but keep them in sight with the others we found. No response. Naruto? Turning to her side where she'd seen him before, the bun-haired girl did not find her partner sitting next to her any longer. Where did you go? Naruto's eyes never really left the girl with the fan after they had landed upon her. His legs moved themselves in her direction, but as he drew closer he'd realized his folly. In the entire time it had taken for him to walk on over to the girl, he'd failed to formulate a logical and coherent thought for what he was going to say when he got over there. So there he stood, having walked up to some girl he didn't know who by now had noticed him standing near her vicinity just looking at her. Because first impressions were everything and all. Came the eloquent first words of 10-year-old Uzumaki Naruto. Hey! My name's Naruto. Temari had no clue where this brat had come from. He was at least a few years younger than her, and he had just randomly introduced himself to her in quite the awkward manner. Good for you, she said before sternly putting her hands on her hips. What do you want? To say hi? Hi there, Temari said with a faux-kind smile before her face turned stern again. Now go away. I'm not into babysitting. I just finished a mission. I want to relax, and my idea of relaxing isn't humoring some foreign ninja kid. Man, sand nomads were a tough bunch. None of the ones he'd met had been particularly nice today, even a pretty girl like that one. That babysitting remark hit him right in the heart. But right then, he remembered a lesson driven home deep by his mother that had formed a core trait of his personality. If you had something you needed to get out, you'd better say it, and you'd better say it loud and clear. Being quiet and meek never got anything productive done for anyone, and if you were an Uzumaki you'd better learn how to speak up. Alright, look, Naruto eventually said, a slight growl in his voice from biting back the feeling of how stupid he must have looked actually saying it. After all, it wasn't like she had been taking him seriously beforehand anyway. I think you might be the prettiest girl I've ever met. I think your fan is awesome, and I want to know your name, so would you stop acting all stingy and cough it up already? Temari just stared down at him, gaping like a fish in the aftermath of perhaps the bluntest statement she'd ever heard any human being give her in her life. And it had come from a kid that was probably no older than her youngest brother. She didn't know what to say off the top of her head in response. Standing right there with her, Kankuro had been annoyed by Naruto's presence from the start. He hated runts to begin with, and this one had come up to them trying to strike up a lame conversation. Even so, after that, he didn't quite know how to react either. Eventually, though, Kankuro recovered enough to say something first, touching on Naruto's foreign looks. Where are you from, brat? Yuzu no Kuni. Naruto informed, confidence slowly building after having thrown her off balance. Way away east, off of the mainland. Island in the sun. Well, what are you doing out here in Kaze no Kuni? Looking for someone. Naruto replied earnestly before catching himself and remembering what he'd learned from listening and watching others back home. With that in mind he addressed Temari once more. But I found you instead. Girls like to be seen like they were the center of the universe, didn't they? That was what Kushina said when he'd asked why guys in the village seemed to spend months doing nothing all day but wooing women. And sometimes it worked. Oh wow. People actually said that. Out loud. In public. What? Was the flat response came from Temari. The heat of our love will burn this world to ashes. Kankuro couldn't help but sputter, temporarily forgetting how much he wanted to punt the kid out of speaking distance of the two of them. That was the ballsiest thing he'd ever heard anyone say. Do you even know what that means? No. Naruto admitted with a shrug that exhibited just how little he knew of the things he was saying. I actually got that from one of my mom's weird books. Some guy named Jiraiya wrote it. The guy had to be some kind of genius if he wrote a book his mom was reading. Right. Temari said, putting a way too sweet to be safe smile back on her face. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to run as far away from me as you can or to convince me not to do what I'm going to do next. With a metallic thud, she took the fan from her back and set it down on the hard ground for emphasis. Then I'm gonna open this, and we're going to see how much you like flying. 10. 9. The chain of events hadn't taken long at all, and roughly around the time Naruto had said something about home, Tenten had found him in the courtyard. Naruto, what are you doing over here? About to get a scenic trip of the desert through the air. Kankuro said as Temari counted down another number. She's only counting so that everybody here knows she warned him in advance in case she kills him. And so they can get out of the way. What? Why? 7. Naruto wasn't particularly afraid of the potential death threat the way that Tenten seemed to be though, instead wondering exactly how this was going to go down. So you're going to open that, hit me, and you'll hit me hard enough to knock me into the desert? She didn't look strong enough to manage that with a melee attack, but then again she was carrying that big-ass fan to begin with, so she was definitely strong enough to swing it. How? Wait and see. 6. Tenten yanked the shoulder of Naruto's shirt to get his undivided attention. What did you say to make this girl mad enough to give you a countdown? And more importantly, should they have been taking that time to leave? I called her cute. That's all. Naruto assured his friend frantically, not wanting the wrath of two girls on his head instead of one. I just came over here to say that. I didn't do anything else. And that angry look on her face is actually really pretty, as if she were appropriately beautiful when her claws were bared, even if they were bared at him. 5 4 3 2 1, time's up. Temari hurriedly counted after Naruto's last offhand comment. With that done, her fan opened up with enough force to blow the dust away from her immediate surroundings, revealing 3 purple moons on its interior. Let me show you how much I appreciate your candor. Can what? I'm going to blow you away for hitting on me, Junior. Was basically the gist of what she was trying to say. Who wanted to hear that from a 10-year-old kid? She was 13, damn it. That wasn't flattering. Man, Temari's got a temper. Kankuro remarked to himself from the sidelines. He thought he was going to be the one to grab that brat by his collar and hurl him out of there. She's a special kind of pissed off today. Walking around in 3 gigantic circles in the desert all day to finish a seal will do that though. Whoa 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 whoa. Naruto somehow stopped the proceedings by simply stepping forward and waving his arms. Hold on. You guys made the seals surrounding this village? I thought a guy named Gaara and his dad made those seals. For the moment at least, Temari lowered her fan from the poised to swing position she'd had it in before. We all did. Gaara's our brother. How did this kid know there were seals? They were too big for anyone that wasn't really good at them to know what they were. Why do you know Gaara? Temari asked, closing her fan back up. Because he almost tried to kill us. Tenten groused, a combination of relieved at not being attacked and somewhat disappointed because a part of her wanted to see what Temari would have done to Naruto. Probably something with wind from how that fan opened. Yeah. Naruto said, squinting his eyes in agreement with his partner. Your little brother's kind of a dick. And just like that, Naruto found himself swept off of his feet and yelling as he crashed into a sand dune between 2 buildings. With 1 moon of her fan open for the quick maneuver, Temari had a therapeutic smile on her face after sending Naruto flying. Tenten just stood there and cursed Naruto for the complete lack of tact and judgment present. Someone was going to have to kick that into him, and since Kakashi couldn't seem to care less as long as he knew how to fight, it would undoubtedly be up to her. You aren't going to fight back for that? Kankuro asked the slightly older brat in Tenten. Temari just blew your little brother away. Tenten sighed and started ticking off things on her fingers. 1. He's not my brother. 2. Even though I wanted to say what he said too, I knew better than to say it to your face. And 3. I've seen him get hit way harder than that today and get right back up, so all you really did at worst was piss him off. Okay, even if Temari did piss him off dash. Kankuro got around to saying, who cares? He's just a fucking key dash. Boom! People scattered away from the explosion of sand that came from where Naruto had landed, proving Tenten's point by her reckoning. See? The front of the sand dune had been blown off, with Naruto standing inside of it, holding his hands together in front of his body from the use of his first wind jutsu. He gave his entire body a few good shakes before jogging back over to the others. Okay, that didn't even hurt, and the only reason I'm not gonna kick your ass for that is because dash. Because you can't? Temari finished for Naruto with a smirk. He used wind too. That was interesting. She'd totally turn it against him if he wanted to fight. Temari really hoped he wanted to fight. Because I'm supposed to be saving my energy to guard the cart 40 yards away. Because I want to know more about the seal you guys were putting up. And because you're beautiful, so you get one of those. Everybody got one, as a matter of fact. Kakashi got one, Tenten got one, those 3 jerks that attacked the cart when he met Tenten got one, the Uchiha kid from the Hyuga escape bridge got one. Everybody did. By now Tenten was starting to get a little miffed though. You never call me cute or anything like that, but you can say it to her? Not that she would have actually felt any differently from Temari if Naruto had indeed pestered her for something like that. He was younger than her and was more trouble than could be considered beneficial to have his attention in that fashion. But not hearing it from him and hearing it directed at another girl, that had blown him into a sand dune as a matter of fact, was indescribably annoying for some reason. You're my best friend and my teammate, you can't be cute. Naruto reasoned in what he felt was a logical manner. You were cute, but now we work together, so you can't be cute anymore or it would screw up the dynamic. That just served to antagonize her further. What dynamic? We train and spar with each other, beat up bandits that try to rob Tuchi-san, and do a piss-poor job of guarding a cart together. And I say piss-poor because we're right here and we aren't even watching it right now. We kind of are actually. It's being handled by top men. What top me dash? Top men. In other words, clones stashed all over the place. When he made them, Tenten did not know because while paying attention to her surroundings to guard the cart, she blocked out anything Naruto was doing that didn't revolve around him speaking to her or pointing out potential persons of interest. Apparently Naruto was getting better at subtle clone creation. Good for him. Kankuro could see Temari's ire rising, and while he despised brats, he wasn't keen on being around her after she blew up. Even if she killed the loud yellow-headed one, he'd be the one to really suffer for it later when she remained angry afterwards. Kid, if I tell you about the seal, will you shut the fuck up and go away? We can't go away because we're on a mission that needs us to stay right in this general area, but I can make him shut up, Tenten said, preventing Naruto from saying whatever he was about to that more than likely would have made things worse. That was good enough for Kankuro, at least for now. And it wasn't like the seal was some big weapon that could be used against them or any other human. It was something that had been spread by one man to the sand nomads, fairly recently in an effort to cut down on the fatalities incurred by Shikaka's rampages. It wasn't a practical seal, it was extremely complex, and it was so situational it could never work under any other circumstances than the one they used it in. There was absolutely no danger in showing it to him. And if it shut him up, all the better. Kankuro couldn't form the intricate portion of the seal, so he had to show Naruto a scroll with a diagram of the technique. Yajigata Yuado no Fuin, Beast Warding Seal. Its design consisted of a thick double-lined circle surrounding the kanji symbols for restrain and dozens of smaller, intricate seal arrays surrounding it. Here. Look! And look, Naruto did. Extremely closely. Squinting and reading slowly, Naruto mumbled out words like suppress, overwhelm, trigger, biju, and other words. It took a while, but the others all realized that Naruto was translating. You can read that? Tenten asked curiously, noticing the way his eyes danced across the parchment. It looks like a lot of squiggles to me. Sometimes with how dumb he acted in regards to most things, most recently evident by his dealing with Temari, it was easy for Tenten to forget that Naruto was fairly talented with sealing knowledge, at least when it came to interpreting them. Most ninjas on the mainland wouldn't know the first thing of how they worked, even if they used the seals themselves. She wondered if he could teach her? Or maybe even make his own someday? Kinda, Naruto said, still staring as if he were trying to make out something else. Compared to this, Niji's Juinjutsu was downright simple to decode. It's hard to explain. I mean, I can understand some of it, the ones that are by themselves. Benefits of an Uzumaki clan education. But most of the marks intersect with other stuff. I can't read those. Someone invented those arrays. Which meant that someone knew what the hell they were doing when they made this. Reading seals was almost like a language, and just like any language you could create new words using the already established rules of the lexicon or complete nonsensical gibberish. You knew when you had gibberish because the seal wouldn't work, or it completely blew up in your face. Nobody can read seals, Temari insisted, clearly ignorant of just what went into the culture of a ninja on the other side of the continent. Even if you could, how? You aren't even the one that created it to give to the sand nomads. You're just a kid. I didn't say I could read the whole thing, Naruto said, struggling and failing to read the true meat of the Fuinjutsu in front of him. I can read a good bit of it, but I'm probably missing the parts that are really important. Like the part that soloed out Biju to be affected. You said someone else made this and gave this to you guys? Yeah, a few months ago he gave this to every sand nomad that he came across. We're supposed to set them up on all sides around a settlement to make sure we cover it. Kankuro explained. He told us what it was for, how to use it, and he just left. He didn't ask for money, food, water, or anything. I didn't expect a ninja that strong to just give away a jutsu like this for nothing. Knowledge on the Biju, aside from how devastating they could be when provoked, or not provoked in Shikaku's case, was slim to come by, especially in Kaze no Kuni. Someone that had developed a sort of means to deal with them was almost entirely unheard of. Until recently, sand nomads that came across Shikaku during one of its full moon rampages on a random area had to flee on the spot. At least now those that did not have the means to slow it down otherwise had a chance. The death toll had been dropping lately all over the country during these monthly attacks for years. Ever since this preventative seal began spreading in popular use. A small blush and a smile came to Temari's face upon remembering the man in question. Minato-sama was so strong, even Dad acknowledged he was stronger. But he was such a nice person. Most strong ninjas are stone-faced pricks. Not blue-eyed, genius gentlemen. Temari, he's like at least 20 years older than you. Shut up, Kankuro, it's not like that. Meanwhile, Naruto and Tenten just shared a look between the two of them before deciding to see just how deep this rabbit hole went. Okay, when you say a few months ago we're talking less than 6, right? XXX, out in the desert, this was going to be an interesting full moon sequence. Shikaku was always at its most destructive during these times. It always came out somewhere in the desert to slake its insane bloodlust, and it had a track record of violence unmatched by any Biju in the world. He was going to attract it to this place in the hopes of quite the dog and pony show. Only with more blood, devastated property, and loss of life than the conventional dog and pony show, so it would be much more entertaining. This is going to be an interesting scientific observation. A tall man with white skin, serpentine yellow eyes, long black hair, and a dark violet kimono over black pants and a mesh shirt with bandages as his sash. Hopefully watching Shikaku yields something that I can use in my newest set of experiments. After all, Kukukuku, the shinobi world demands progress. And as the world demanded progress in regards to its ninja arts, he was there to improve upon them by any means necessary. He fancied himself, and was touted by others as the most brilliant scientist in the elemental nations, inventing new ways to utilize chakra with technology, and discovering the secrets of multiple clans after studying their methods of fighting. That wasn't where his passion lied, though. His obsession was with the collective ninjutsu of the world itself. He reveled in reverse engineering techniques and learning them himself, as well as creating and modifying his own. He had such a knack for it that he had amassed a fortune with which to conduct his experiments, all by the way of selling the results of his studies, selling techniques and other combat-related knowledge to those willing to pay handsomely. In a time of constant war and backstabbing, there were always those willing to pay handsomely for what a man like him could give them. Senju, Uchiha, Yatsuki, Abirame, all over the continent, if they could contact him they would enlist his science to strengthen their clans against their enemies. The ultimate death merchant of the elemental nations. Coming upon the deep black marks in the ground that commemorated the signs of a sealing array, the man stuck out an unnaturally long tongue, focusing his chakra in a heated form on the end of it that he dragged over the surface of the sand, breaking the array just slightly. Normally impossible, but with a jutsu such as the Shikoku Fuin, finger-carving seal, created to manually write and disrupt arrays, it was simple. He enjoyed the chaos of the world. It allowed him the ability to take in the downtrodden and easily malleable, to experiment with them and test his results while using them as his own standing army. It allowed him the freedom to do as he liked. To discover, to unveil the secrets generations past thought to be lost to time and legend. His name was Orochimaru, and in his unflappable opinion it was his destiny to discover the true meaning behind everything. No matter what it took, no matter how long it took, and if it made him boatloads of money in the process, so be it. Watching things burn before he needed to study them in the aftermath was just a little hobby of his on the side. I can't wait to see the destructive power of Shikaku firsthand. It will prove to be inspiring. Chapter 7 Night of the Living Biju. Contrary to how it appeared on the surface, Hatake Kakashi wasn't as absent-minded and aloof as his everyday demeanor would suggest to people. Kakashi was an extremely focused and diligent man, and did everything that he did for a reason, even if he constantly made dealing even the most serious of situations seem like he was just humoring a passing fancy. It was just that a long time ago, Kakashi stopped seeing the point in walking around all serious, all gloom and doom. It was the way most ninjas were expected to carry themselves, and for a long time it had been how he had as well. But he eventually figured that if being that way wasn't going to keep the copious amounts of enemies you've built over the last 20 years from coming at your throat to do a victory dance over your corpse, what was the point of being dead serious all the time? He had learned the hard way to stop and smell the roses, so to speak, to take joy in some of the simpler things in life. Things such as enjoying a full-course meal in seconds behind people's backs and make them wonder how you ate with the mask on. Things such as watching the two kids under your guardianship try and do their best to inflict a mortal wound on you so that you can taunt and patronize them when they can't. And things such as wondering if 10 years is too wide of a number between your age and that of the 15 going on 16-year-old daughter of your client to try your luck with. Yeah, simple things like that. Still, that did not mean that he didn't know how to get down to business. Kakashi was still one of the most dangerous men on the continent, and had earned it the hard way. By pouring hundreds of thousands of hours into his craft, by being diligent and attentive to the world around him, and by killing a whole lot of people that tried to kill him. This was why he got respect even from serious people like Raza, from powerful people like Hyuga Hayashi, and why he was the bane of the Uchiha clan. Well, for that last one, the reason was actually because of what sat in his eye socket, and the blame for that could come from another, but he'd claim it full bore just to keep from besmirching the memory of the only woman he'd ever come close to falling for. But to the point, he got respect for the career he'd had, the things that people knew of him doing, and the ability that many were well aware that he possessed. So to the east, you say? Kakashi said, heading back to the nearby village with Raza before the sun went down. That's funny. And by funny, I mean annoying. I'm certain it is, Raza said to the face mask-clad shinobi as they wandered over the sandy lone road leading to town. Namikaze-san truly was earnest in his endeavor to try and bring the sand nomads together. With our lack of widespread clan hostility, he felt it was worth a try, and it's a shame how close it came to having something come of it for all of the work he did. Nothing happened? As he tried to bring talks and explain his views on things, he had to retrieve more and more traveling parties to listen. Raza explained. It's nearly impossible to keep our people in one place for too long, and as he tried to bring more and more of us to a town to meet, he took too much time in doing so. Many of us drifted away. Raza remained until the end along with his children to hear the man out, but when Minato realized that his bid to get an ear to listen to him was a lost cause for now, he simply provided the protective jutsu that he promised those that would listen and bid them farewell. He was a remarkable human being, Raza could admit that, and it was for more than his seal that had already been proven to work in other full moon scenarios to ward Shikaku away from certain areas. If Minato hadn't been, there would have been no way for him to amass as many Kaze no Kuni ninjas as he had managed to. More than 2,000 at one time. Personally, Raza had never seen so many sand nomads in one place at a time for any reason. For 2 weeks no one fought, no one died, and it was admittedly pleasant. But eventually everyone had to get back to business as usual, and they all wandered off into the desert once more to find where they could be needed. Down by the missed opportunity, Minato soon picked himself up and endeavored to try again later. Whether he knew it or not, he'd opened up a new business venture for those that he'd given the seal design to. The job of Shikaku-proofing villages for the full moon attacks on random settlements. Namikaze-san understands the region well. In order to keep from stepping on anyone's toes, he never took missions in the middle of the country. It was always border work. That's why I'm saying that you can find him to the west. His attempt to initiate talks of banding together wasn't that long ago, Raza said. Well, that was good news. If Minato had been living off of his savings while getting things together in the desert, he had probably run low enough that he had to do substantial work to build his funds back up. If it really wasn't that long ago, they had a legitimate chance to reach him very soon. Kakashi was thankful to hear of that, to say the least. Then I know where we're heading next. First thing in the morning we'll be going back east. And I'm still very upset that we basically went past where we were supposed to go. That's very annoying to find out. Raza simply shrugged, not really responding to that remark, but instead bringing up something else. That boy with you looks just like Namikaze-san, I must say. He would be his progeny, I assume? Naruto is Minato-sama's only son, yes. Estranged for various reasons, but he's his legitimate son, Kakashi assured his desert-dwelling acquaintance. It's extremely important that we find him. He may be the only person in the world outside of Naruto's home country that can help him. How so? Let's just say that the seal that he gave you to ward away Biju is a large reason why I know his mother did the right thing in asking me to bring Naruto to him. XXX, with Naruto, inside of the village, after Naruto had let slip that he was Minato's son to Temari and Kankuro when the topic somehow came up, the two young sand nomads found themselves somewhat fallen into tow with Naruto and Tenten as they continued to observe the ramen cart during business hours. They were also fed for free for being friends of the two foreigners, but Ayame bid Temari a sharp glare for her earlier treatment of Naruto that she had seen. Temari simply found it difficult to believe that a person as handsome and amazing as Namikaze Minato was related to someone like Naruto. He was extremely underwhelming to say the least, and from her point of view he held none of his apparent father's magnetism. And he kept staring at her with a damn smile on his face. He wasn't even trying to hide that he was looking her way. Run, Temari said, making sure that Naruto was paying full attention to her. What did I say already about staring at me? Sitting across from the small setup of rocks that the kids were using as seats, Naruto blinked and frowned before smiling once more. Oh, I was staring? Sorry. Temari just rolled her eyes as Naruto turned his attention back to the seal he'd been studying for quite some time. So Dad made this? Wow. He really must be good. He'd heard that the man was powerful, but he couldn't imagine since he'd never seen him. These things work like gangbusters. Kankuro commented with a grin. During the Sand Nomad Summit where he met us, he actually proved they worked by finding Shikaku's trail and setting them around him to trap him for the whole full moon. I didn't think a person could ever move that fast to scrawl out a big, complicated seal like that, while Shikaku was trying to kill him 3 times. Temari said with a light blush on her face. It was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And then he did something else to warp Shikaku away altogether. I think it was the only full moon I've ever heard of where no one died. Tenten looked over at her blonde teammate to see his reaction to hearing about his father from others, but she could see that Naruto was trying not to listen. She observed him closely though, and could tell that he couldn't help but keep his ears open. The wheels turning inside of his head might as well have been on the outside from how easy it was to see that he was thinking about Minato. Deciding to add her bit to the conversation as well, Tenten spoke up as well. I never saw any of Minato-sama's bigger jutsu, but he told me about some of them. He was perfect at everything he tried to teach me though. It was so weird, and he said that he wasn't even a specialist with any ninja tools except his weird kunai. Well, that's cool, Naruto said with a big wide grin. Everybody here's met my dad. 'Cept me. Kankuro raised an eyebrow at the declaration. There was a bitter undertone to it that wasn't necessarily obvious in the tone of Naruto's usually energetic voice. Why, you've never met him? He asked the younger boy. Geez, he looks just like him now that I know about the connection. That's really gotta suck. Naruto just shook his head and looked down before kicking at the sand. Tenten's thought to try and turn Naruto onto feeling stronger about his father had backfired, thus thoroughly dejecting her. It was just that, she missed her own parents every day. She knew how good of a man Minato was, and she knew that the experience of knowing his parents would be something that would resonate with Naruto greatly. Still, she was just 11 years old, so her thoughts on how to handle such things weren't as refined as they needed to be for such a sensitive subject. The party fell into something of a silence until a fifth reached them, letting his presence be known by his distinct, somewhat rasped voice. Kankuro, Temari. Gaara, Temari said in greeting of her youngest brother. You've been gone all evening. You even missed dinner. She gestured to the empty bowls of ramen that had once been filled with food for the lot of them. Gaara simply shook his head and chose to stand instead of sit like his siblings. I ate after I was through training. Where is our father? Kankuro and Temari just looked at each other, shrugging in unison. They didn't know where the patriarch of their little brood was. They hadn't seen him since they'd broken off to do their part to set the seals. He's more than likely still with the man that brought these two here. We'll go find him, Kankuro said, getting up and moving past Gaara with Temari. He was about to give him a pat on the shoulder, but noticed Gaara give him a look before he could. He promptly thought better of the physical contact and moved along. Just relax for a bit. And they left Gaara alone, with two people that he tried to kill a handful of hours ago. This didn't seem to bother him in the slightest, as he took his seat on one of the rocks and simply sat down, shutting his eyes as if he were blocking everything else out. Naruto and Tenten looked at each other before looking at the odd redhead. He was stronger than they were, this much had already been proven, so if he still had a bone to pick that might have presented a problem. So, Naruto ventured to say first. Full moon equals a Biju attack, huh? More or less, Gaara said. One can never tell where Shikaku will turn up at full moons. But it is almost always assured that people will die when he does. You're lucky that you made it to a town by nightfall. Until the sun rises in the morning, no one is guaranteed to be safe. Hearing about another Biju had Naruto rest his hand on his stomach for a moment, something that went unnoticed by Gaara and Tenten. So Shikaku just kills people? Why? Kurama had just been chilling in a ravine when Naruto had found him, and he didn't seem to want to cause any havoc in particular, unless they upset him, or were directly in the path of his next footstep, or he wanted a snack. Then again, he wasn't familiar with the behavior of a tailed beast. He didn't know anyone that actually was. No one knows why. Gaara replied. This is just the way that it has been for centuries. It wasn't like the history of sand nomads was some big secret. It was just common knowledge. General information on them simply made their interactions with others from abroad less painful, so as long as it wasn't something that was meant to be a close secret, telling people about them helped them in the long term. Shikaku is a terror. A force of nature. So why live in the desert then? Tenten asked, kicking her legs off of the rock she had chosen to sit on. She knew that if there was a Biju that went on roaming killing sprees monthly that no one could anticipate, she wouldn't choose to stay anywhere near that particular threat. I mean, if that's not too crazy to ask. It wasn't a crazy question. Gaara himself asked that question, as did his brother and sister, especially after Shikaku did what he did to break apart their family. Depending on which family you speak to, the story could vary. It has been passed down amongst sand nomads for years and years when children would ask that question. It comes all the way from back during the last days of the Rikuta Sannin. Tenten's eyes lit up when she realized that they were about to get a Sage of Six Paths story. Those tales were so extremely rare for someone like her to hear, she couldn't help but listen. It was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for many ninjas, especially a clanless girl like her, and added on to her love of being privy to select information, she was hooked before hearing another word. The only people that ever heard anything like that about him were those connected to old clans that had ties that went that far back. Clans like the Senju or Uchiha. They treated anything about the Rikuta Sannin and their clans like state secrets, thus no one outside of those clans were privy to the legends that involved him. She expected Naruto to be just as excited as her, but the dullard look on his face told her otherwise. Naruto, we're about to hear a sage story. You aren't excited? Yes? Luckily for him, Tenten was too eager to listen to Gaara to know that Naruto really didn't care for whatever reason. History had never been his favorite thing. Some guy did something somewhere else a long time ago. It was just names he didn't know to faces he couldn't picture, and places that he would, probably, never see. And most of them were probably untrue to begin with. Seriously, some of the stories he'd heard couldn't possibly be true. People couldn't possibly do everything that he'd heard in some word-of-mouth tales, since no one in ninja society ever really wrote their stories down. Keeping secrets and all that. It was important to Tenten though, and that meant that as a good friend it should have been important to him because of that, even though it would probably be boring. With a nod, Gaara resumed speaking. Years before, he had split the primordial monster known as the Jubi into 9 entities that we today recognize as the Biju that spread themselves across the elemental nations. On his deathbed, the Rikuta Sannin reached out to the sand nomad people and requested of them one thing. To take care of Shikaku for him, to find a way to handle the threat that Shikaku posed to the people of the desert. Wow. Tenten listened, paying rapt attention with wide brown eyes. That was one of the coolest descended purposes for a culture she had ever heard. Then again, she didn't know exactly why the clans of the world lived the way they did. Few people outside of them were aware of why. He knew of his destructive power. Gaara continued to say, and that was why he requested the ninjas of this land that he'd pass down his teachings, to defend this land against Shikaku, and struggle against him to one day keep Kaze no Kuni safe. I believe what my father tells me that he believes, that I have within me the potential to be the person capable of this. It's the reason why I exist. It's why I believe my mother sacrificed herself to ensure that my siblings and I survived the full moon attack years ago that took her life. Today, even as young as he had been at the time he lost her, Gaara could remember the last words his mother said to him. Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, don't be afraid. As long as you're alive, just remember, there's nothing I won't protect you from. Ever. I promise. Loosening a tight fist into a loose hand, Gaara moved it around to bring up sand from all over the area around him. Now that it wasn't being directed at them, Naruto and Tenten actually found it quite amazing that he could control such an abundant resource with his chakra. With a flick of his fingers he sent it raining down all over the night-cloaked, moonlit village. The woman that brought me into this world sacrificed her life to ensure my survival, because she believed in me as well. Shikaku is the lord of the desert? Well, in that case I will use the power I was gifted with and be the master of the desert's sands. To destroy Shikaku, and if he truly is a force of nature I'll do the same every time he reappears. Gaining the power needed to properly take on a Biju. That was a tall order to demand of oneself. At that point, a growling yawn emanated from inside of Naruto's head. Kurama. Yeah, there's some serious holes in that sandboy's story about Shikaku and old man Sage, you know. What? Naruto mentally asked his massive vulpine tenant. As Gaara continued explaining his version of the Shikaku legend to Tenten, who was still listening full bore, Naruto paid full attention to Kurama. You mean you know? Yeah. When the sage said something about taking care of Shikaku for him, he probably literally meant it as take care of Shikaku. Not to find a way to kill him or anything like that. Naruto could almost see Kurama lying down behind the bars of the cage in his head, tails swishing around. All of us Biju had our own quirks about us, and whereas I was the giant, supremely powerful, sexy beast that I am, Shikaku was the runt. The baby of the family. Little one-tail. You're kidding. I never kid about the Biju, Kurama asserted. This was his family he spoke of. While they were the most dysfunctional family in the history of existence by his standards, they were still his relatives. Out of the 9 of us, the sage babied him the most because he was the weakest. He was only really effective when he had enough sand around him to throw his weight around, so naturally this caught him some beatdowns from some of us. Cough me. I'm having trouble picturing you and the other Biju being like that. Naruto just couldn't see a fox the size of several village blocks and whatever else the other Biju looked like growing up in such a conventional manner. What? I was an adorable tyke! Kurama bellowed and cackled in return. Whereas Shikaku had to keep being told by the sage that he really was special. As if being a tanuki the size of a 4-story building at the time wasn't enough to tell him that. He'd always tell him that the desert was where he really shined. And when the sage was dying, Shikaku took it the worst of all, and he ran off straight to this country. Didn't even have it in him to see the old man go, so that was why the sage said that. That still doesn't explain much about why they think they need to fight against Shikaku. Oh. Well, it's because plainly put, Shikaku's a bitch. Well, that was certainly blunt. Even by Kurama's standards, what? Yeah, out of the 9 of us, he's clearly the one that doesn't understand that razing desert towns to the ground isn't really anything worth talking about. We can all do that. He could feel the equivalent of Kurama shrugging inside of him. He always had an inferiority complex, and the skickings he got when he tried to swell up to the Biju like me and Gyuki never helped. When the sage died, he lost his biggest supporter that he was tough, so he went to the desert to throw a temper tantrum. That's lasted for a few hundred years now. When they first confronted him, he probably went to town on them and started this whole thing. Total bully. I don't want to hear you call anybody a bully if you bullied Shikaku when you were all little. Naruto thought aloud, eye twitching at the hypocrisy of the statement. That's so messed up. I am not a bully. He kept coming at us trying to prove something. The affronted Kurama replied, I have self-respect. Unlike him, I don't massacre weak-ass humans by the townful unless they're asking for it. At least when I choose to take something on, it's usually something that's got a chance of putting up a fight. He then sniffed haughtily. That's the only way it's any fun. The rest of the time I'm sleeping. Even so, to hear all of that the foundation of the sand nomad belief system was based off of a misunderstanding from centuries past, it was pretty heavy stuff. And it wasn't like Kurama was lying. Kurama had yet to lie about anything to Naruto. And even if he had done so before, what would have been the point of lying about this? How could something like that happen? How many other incidents similar to this were there all over the elemental nations? How many other clans and organizations based on some semblance of the Sage of Six Paths began their path through history based on a mistake? What else do you expect? Kurama said, sensing the tone of Naruto's creeping thoughts. Here's the thing that you human just don't seem to be able to wrap your heads around. For all of the crap about him that you humans keep dishing around, he was still just one of you, a human. He always tried to stress that. He was a human. Not a god-given immortal shell to bestow the gift of ninjutsu unto the world or whatever other crap humans would come up with. He had his share of idiot moments, just like everyone else. His sons, for instance, third-generation chakra users, real pieces of work. He was a child that was tired of all of the fear and destruction that the Jubi brought forth, that was tired of the constant warfare between people that lived in his era. He grew up taught to be something of a warrior monk in a troubled time, who just so happened to have gotten a potent genetic mutation that allowed him to discover the hidden energy within all living things. This energy that allowed him to do anything he wanted as long as he had the chakra, the strength of body, the willpower, and the knowledge of how to do it. He spent the bulk of his teenage and adult life working to do just that, but the power never changed the fact that he was just a man and he could fall prey to the same pitfalls as any other. By the time he had developed his power enough to face the Jubi, he had become the most powerful man that had ever lived, but for the age he came up in, that really wasn't saying much. At the time, he was the only person that could use chakra, and it remained that way for years until after he'd subdued the primordial monster. Kurama saw much of this firsthand after being created, even when it was at the tail end of the sage's life. At the time, mankind was just beginning to learn the first thing about chakra. Can you just imagine how weak the humans of this world were before they learned of chakra in comparison to today? I don't have to, because I've seen it. They were pathetic, even by common human standards. Far lower than your species are now. That was a scary thought. That was an unimaginable thought in the modern scheme of things. Not only was the Rakuta Sannin the strongest man in existence, he was the strongest man in existence at a time when people had no idea what chakra was, let alone that it was the point of his power or that every human on the planet had the potential to perform similar feats. Of course the man was like a god to them. It was because he was just that stupidly powerful and they couldn't even begin to grasp the first step of it. Kurama explained. He controlled the elements of the environment itself, mastered the 5 that became the building blocks of your culture, became one with nature itself, and harnessed it as a weapon to trap the ultimate being of power that the world had ever seen. From that point forward, nothing the Rakuta Sannin could have ever said would have changed the minds of the people that wished to learn of him. Even when he began teaching others of the secrets of chakra that lay untapped within every human body, no one could ever reach him. Even with all of the teaching he could possibly give, it was simply impossible for anyone to learn everything. When you pass things like fighting techniques down, no one will ever learn anything perfectly. There are things that people are good at and things that people are less than up to par at. It's human nature. Even if someone did learn perfectly, there will always be slight deviations to differentiate one person's version of something from another's, like a signature. Thus began the dilution of the purest form of the sage's arts, which slowly gave birth to the multiple focuses and disciplines of the shinobi sect that descended into the clans of today after his death. It also gave way to innovation, but nothing was ever as pure as the sage's method of the ninja arts. But with all of that power and influence, as the greatest man that had ever lived, his word was bond, and what he said wound up being taken as deeper and more profound than he really meant some of his comments to be. Even something as simple as take care of Shikaku wound up binding an entire culture to the deserts of Kaze no Kuni to live up to the request of Sage of Six Paths. His actions, his words, his image, all of these things mattered. Like rocks being thrown into a body of water, it resonated, whether it was a random action that could be compared to the smallest pebble, or a comment that was taken as the size of the largest boulder. People argued, disagreed over his intentions and his true meaning behind things. They fought. They died and killed because of what they believed the man to have represented. That was how powerful he was. Whether he had power from birth or not, in a way he was just like you or any other person, only as he got older he got fed up with the world being the way it was and he gained enough strength of person to do something about it. Kurama said, bringing his thought to a close. He was the only person that did anything about it. And you humans just love to follow the leader. Give a person enough strength and character or charisma, and they would attract armies of followers. The problems truly didn't start until this leader in particular died. Even when he left an heir to continue his will, that action wound up fracturing everything and bringing the elemental nations back into a state of constant combat. Naruto was 10 years old. This was too much for an adult to take in all at once, to realize that the entire reason that thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, lived their lives fighting, bleeding, killing, and dying believing that they were interpreting the message of the Sage of Six Paths, or that they were the truest example of the man's teachings. It was enough to make you sick. Imagine being a child and being told all of these things by a creature old enough to know. And he could never tell anyone in the hopes to try and change anything. Not now, at least. Not for a long time, because as he was, they would never believe a word he said. Because he was 10 years old. Realizing that he'd gone far away from his point, Kurama caught himself and embarrassedly stopped right there. Naruto, you should really let me know when I begin to ramble like that, talking about the old times. He seemed to refer to them, and to the Sage of Six Paths, so fondly though. Anyway, the point I started to try and make is that Shikaku is a dick, and if he ever comes around and realizes that I'm inside of you, well, you know how humans will watch a line of ants, and then they'll see a big fat one in particular? Yeah? In the scenario of Shikaku ever coming across you and realizing that you're my Jinchuriki, consider yourself the big fat ant. Squish. Without another word, Naruto got up and seemed to aimlessly ghost his way away from the sitting area as Gaara continued to regale Tenten with the legends of his people. He needed to dash. Well, he didn't know what he needed to do. He just didn't know. The little blonde soon found his way into the closed-down ramen cart, his inner conversation taking long enough that they had put up shop for the night. Ayam sat at the server's counter behind the shut window, doing her schoolwork until she noticed Naruto sit at another stool and set his head down in his arms. Frowning at the lost look on his face, she shut her textbook and paid him attention. Naruto-chan, what's wrong? Come on. I'm all ears, she assured him with a lovely smile. Naruto just shook his head in return. I don't know. I wouldn't even know where to start or where to begin. Or if it's true, or if anyone would even believe me when I said it. Why would they? He was just a kid. He knew that much. It was the way things had always been, even back with the Uzumaki clan. No one listened to him. Because of his father, he held even less sway than he would have as a normal child of the clan. He was less than zero to them. His word meant nothing unless Kushina had backed him due to her reputation, and she wasn't there with him. She'd always had the answers, it seemed. His mother. No matter how big things seemed, nothing ever appeared to be too big for Uzumaki Kushina to handle. She was larger than life to him. She could do anything. She was Mom. She was his mother, and she was better than all of yours combined. Believe it. He wanted to talk to her. To tell her everything he'd heard tonight from Kurama. She would know. She always knew. Only now, Naruto wasn't so sure about that. If it was something that he wasn't sure his mom was enough for, how could he be big enough to have that kind of information? Inside of his body potentially rested all of the secrets of a bygone age, and he was unfit to carry them. Ayam sighed and stood, gently pulling Naruto off of his seat into her arms before holding him close to her. He stiffened but soon relaxed, allowing her to let them sink down underneath the counter where they remained. Naruto-chan, Ayam said. I know I'm not like you. I'm just the daughter of a traveling chef. You're a ninja, and I know that you're meant to do big things like fight battles and protect people and all of the other things that you lot do. But do you want to know why I treat you and Tenten the way I do? Naruto just shook his head from where he was leaning into her chest. He felt so comfortable there. It was so odd. It's because someone has to, the teenage girl told him, tapping him on the nose. You're a kid, and I know that being a kid doesn't matter when you're a ninja, you have to fight regardless, but you are what you are. If no one treats you like a child while you are one, I don't want to think about what you'll turn into. She saw Kakashi every day, and knew that he'd been subjected to the life, fighting like a grown man since he was less than 6 years old by his count. What he was today was a shell of a man, and he didn't even try to hide it because even he was aware that there was no way he could. When he introduced himself to Naruto, and subsequently to others later, he gave those vague answers about himself. He answered that way, not to be mysterious, but because he legitimately didn't have an answer for them. That was what happened to children subjected to this lifestyle. It took from them and took from them until nothing was left but the pure nature of the shinobi. The human weapon. The only thing that mattered to them was simply moving along to the next mission, the next fight. No future, no real goal, just carnage for the sake of it. To think of Naruto or Tenten becoming that way, it made her sick. Almost as sick as thinking of them dying at their ages on the battlefield. No one expects you to be able to solve everyone's problems just because you're a ninja, Naruto-chan, Ayam said, setting her cheek on the top of his spiky-haired crown. There's things that you don't know, that you can't answer or whatever, the same as any other kid. I won't tell you not to do what you have to as a shinobi, but I just want you to make me one promise. Can you do that for me? Can you make your big sister a promise? Why, yeah. Anything you want, Naruto said, squirming in her grasp a bit. What is it? If the day ever comes that you or Tenten can't tell yourselves what you fight for and mean it, I want you to stop. Because if the day ever came where this occurred, they would be like Kakashi. They would be empty. And that would be the sum of all of her fears for them. I knew full well that as nothing more than a client, no, the daughter of a client, they wouldn't be around for too much longer. But even if the impact she had on them was small, if it kept them whole mentally somewhere down the line, it was worth it. Somewhere after the little talk, the two of them drifted off, only to be reawakened by a shaking that caused the cart to rumble. Naruto awakened with a start, rolling from underneath the counter and out of Iam's arms, motioning for her to stay there. Another rumble, and he went back outside of the door to see what was happening. Iam knew that it wasn't an earthquake. It wasn't a sustained enough vibration of the ground to be one. It seemed more like footsteps. Really big footsteps. What's going on? She asked as Naruto helped her out of the cart and shut it up. I dunno, but I don't think it's in the village, Naruto admitted upon seeing the present sand nomad standing on the rooftops looking in a certain direction, letting her lock the cart up before shooing her off. Go find your dad and hide with him, would you? Not needing to be told twice, the civilian girl ran off to do just that, figuring that her father had gone to book them a place to stay at an inn instead of inside of the cart while they were in town. Meanwhile, Naruto took to the roofs to join the sand nomads and find Tenten, who stood with Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. Everyone stared out at the vast desert before them and saw the moonlit form of a monstrous sand-colored tanuki stomping their way. Its blue vein-like markings were on prominent display in the well-lit night, illustrating that if there had been any doubt before, this was Shikaku. That's not possible, Temari said, shaking her head at the sight. We set the seals. We locked them all in. All of them. They all glowed when we were done. The seals were idiot-proof. If you did them right, you know it. If you screwed them up, you know it. There was no maybe about it. Kankuro let out a humorless laugh and knocked into Naruto with his elbow. You guys picked a hell of a time to come here. With a gulp, Tenten looked between her new acquaintances and realized that the entire sand nomad population that had been in the area numbered past 200. Someone had to have something that they could do, right? There had to be someone. What do we do then? Is there something that can stop him? No one had any answer for the girl. Run, one of the ninjas said, almost in a whisper as he backed away to the rear end of the building he was standing on. Run! Shikaku'll kill us all. You all know that. Without wasting another moment to play the pragmatic voice, he jumped down and took off in the exact opposite direction to try and salvage his existence by fleeing. Staring down the sight of the incoming Biju, remembering everything that Kurama had said earlier, and remembering how much power Naruto had felt from Kurama for the short duration that he had when the masked man had attacked them, Naruto felt his knees shake. This was too big for him. This was definitely too big for him. He could feel others moving away to follow the lead of the first man, choosing to run away to try and outpace the Biju's pending wrath. Gaara merely scoffed at the inaction and the cowardice, however. Go on and run then, he said in his low, gravelly way of speaking. Everyone here knows that from the moment we saw Shikaku, outrunning him was no longer an option. If that's the case, I guess my facing him will have to come early then. You're still too eager to do your task, Gaara. In a swirl of golden powder, Raza appeared alongside Kakashi, the stern-faced shinobi looked at his red-headed son with a serious countenance. Gaara returned it just as severely, not willing to back down this time against his father. Not when it came to this. What was he going to do, run? Run again? Run the way his mother told him to back when he was powerless? I'm going out there, father, Gaara said resolutely. Even if I have to do so alone. Even if he didn't have a chance of winning, or even surviving. Arrogant boy, Raza said as he turned to look out at Shikaku. Whoever said that you would be going out there alone? That got a surprised widening of the eyes from Gaara, who had always told him that it wasn't time, that he wasn't ready to face Shikaku despite the fact that it was his duty to use his sand control to overcome him. If I take you with me, you will listen to every order I give you. Is that understood? Yes, father. Then let's go. Temari, Kankuro, stay safe. Moving directly next to his father, Gaara disappeared with him in a golden shunshin before Temari or Kankuro could move to argue or question the course of action being taken. They were about to fight against that monster? How many people had Shikaka killed over the years? What could they do to defeat him? And yet they both headed off with the kind of sense of duty that could only be seen in the hardest of people. Temari's hands shook at the thought of her father and youngest brother heading off to a battle that they couldn't possibly survive. Kakashi moved to his young charges and rested hands on their shoulders, bringing him to find that Naruto was shaking. Poor kid. He's terrified, he thought to himself. I can't blame him. This isn't the sort of thing that anyone could be prepared to deal with. His shaking only increased when he felt more and more people try to drift away, staying out of sight to try and keep others from seeing their fear in the face of a Biju's wrath. So that's it, huh? Everybody's just gonna run away and scatter, and hope that after Shikaka flattens this village he doesn't go after them in the desert before the sun comes up? Naruto said, loud enough for everybody else to hear quite clearly. What about everybody else here then? When every ninja here takes off, what happens to them? Everybody knew what would happen to them. They would die. There was no other fate for the civilians. No one said it, but everyone knew it. Naruto started pacing around in an angry circle as he kept talking, not caring if he sounded insane or if he offended anyone that heard him. I am just a kid, and there's lots of stuff I don't know and might not ever know, just like Ayamichan said, but I'm a ninja too. I can actually protect myself. Not very much all by myself against that thing, but more than a regular person can. The people here can't do anything. They don't have a chance. Even if they ran away now. Even if we all ran away, Shikaka would kill most of us anyway. It was true. With how Shikaka could travel underneath the sand, he could still catch ninja runners by the droves and move on to the rest. The nastiest game of chase ever comprised on the planet. The stories of such events were common in Kaze no Kuni history. Naruto had managed to glean that much from barely listening in. If that thing's gonna kill me anyway, dash. Naruto shouted, pointing directly at the approaching Shikaku. I'm not gonna let it get me with my back turned running away. All of us actually have some power, so why don't we use it for the people that don't? The silence that dragged on after the fact just elicited a scowl from Naruto as he jumped down onto the sand and took off running after Gaara and Raza, who were long gone by that time. The sound of his footsteps sifting rapidly through the sand faded as he got farther and farther away. Tenten's eyes moved between Kakashi and the departing Naruto until finally she hopped down as well and went after him. Naruto! Naruto! Don't go and do stupid things all by yourself! As she pursued him, she found that she was flanked on both sides by Temari and Kankuro. Wait, you guys too? Heh, well, I know I usually hate brats like your friend, but I think I'm starting to like that kid. Our family's out there, Kankuro said, rubbing underneath his nose with his index finger with a grin. We already lost our mom in one of these attacks before. If it happens again, at least this time we'll all be together, you know. Temari's right hand held tightly to the metal fan strapped to her back as some measure of security. Her eyes locked straight ahead on the fate that awaited them once they got far enough away from the village. I'm not letting my baby brother fight for his life all by himself. Even if he is creepy and intense sometimes, he's still our Gaara. Kankuro gritted his teeth as he found it hard to close the distance on Naruto. Damn it! Why is this run so fast? X, meanwhile, outside of the village, Shikaku's massive footsteps with his comparatively stubby legs vibrated the ground as he hummed to himself. There was plenty of reason to be upbeat. It was a full moon, he was out and about on his turf, and somehow he'd been summoned to surface on that place. What attracted him to that area in particular, he didn't know, but hey! There was a town there. Fresh targets, all for him. So it worked out. There was a pep in his step and a lift in his tone as he ambled his way to his awaiting victims. His progress was inexplicably halted when sand captured one of his legs and held them in place with pressure that would have crushed anything else. But since his body was made of sand, this was just extremely annoying. What the hell? Who could possibly control sand itself, other than him, of course? As he looked down and pondered what was going on, a large wave of golden powder erupted from underneath the surface of the sand and blasted off of Shikaku's face and upper body. He'd been hit with something like that before. It wasn't as strong last time, or as abundant if he remembered correctly though. It was quite annoying though, as with his leg trapped it came close to knocking him off balance. Raza held his hands up, directing his gold dust to assault Shikaku to enact his plan to overcome the Biju. Gaara! He called out to his nearby son, who was struggling immensely just to keep hold of one of Shikaku's legs for the first leg of the plan. "How are you doing? Sand binding coffin isn't strong enough to even hold his leg," Gaara admitted through his strain. "As it is, Sand Waterfall Funeral won't have enough pressure to do anything to injure his leg." It was to be expected. Gaara was trying to overpower a chakra-empowered sand monster with his own chakra-empowered sand. He hadn't come into this believing that Gaara was powerful enough to overwhelm Shikaku to any degree. He knew that when it came to the lion's share of the plan, it was up to him to make sure it happened. With a grunt of effort, he directed the full wrath of his gold dust at Shikaku's face. He sputtered and spat as copious amounts of the billowing powder went into his mouth and down his throat. Holding his hands/claws up to block the flow somewhat, Shikaku kicked his free leg at the father and son duo. "Hey, quit it!" The movement of his leg forced a huge tidal wave of sand up in their direction. "Killing only 2 humans isn't worth the effort when there's a whole village right in front of me." It was as if the entire desert tossed and rolled like the ocean in a tropical storm in response to the mere movement of Shikaku's foot. The ground wasn't safe to stand on, thus Raza diverted a significant portion of his gold dust to creating a midair platform for himself and Gaara to stand on safely. No new tricks since the last time. That's good. Things were still more dangerous than anyone could ever understand without actually being there. But as long as he knew what the danger was, he could be somewhat ready for it. The sand lifted around them and began to collapse inward, letting Raza know that it was time to move. "Gaara," he said to make sure his son was prepared for what was to come. A stiff nod came from Gaara in return, ignoring the sweat beading on his forehead as he released Shikaku's leg and directed his attention to blocking the incoming sand from the demon as best as he could while Raza directed his gold platform out of danger. As they flew out of harm's way, Gaara constantly moved his hands and directed his chakra to influence Shikaku's sand as much as he could. In the end, he was barely able to slow the crashing sand enough for them to escape the deadly tunnel it had created for them. "Oh, now you want to run?" Shikaku cackled as his thudding footsteps signified that he was in full pursuit. He could only move so fast, but with the ground he could cover with every step, it wasn't like he had to be a world-class sprinter in a giant's body to keep up. "It's too late for that. I'm coming for you, cornbread." In a direct battle of strength we don't have a chance, Raza thought to himself as he focused on keeping himself and his son away from the raging Biju as best as he could, dodging upward blasts of sand pillars that spiraled into the air. If they found themselves caught in that, they would be torn apart in an instant. This has to work, or no one has a prayer tonight. Shikaku was actually beginning to find it fun to chase the pair of vermin down. "Usually all I get are screams and people begging God to keep them safe, but you guys are kind of fun. An annoying sort of fun that'll feel therapeutic when I stain the bottom of my foot with your corpses, but still, fun!" As he continued to chase and attack, an errant step caused Shikaku to plunge into the biggest pit trap ever created. It was an actual crevice, carved into the earth over thousands of years that Gaara had covered with a thin layer of sand over the opening to disguise it, and the fact that the terrain became rockier instead of sandy. Between that and working his mojo to constantly upset Shikaku's own sand control, by this time Gaara was exhausted. Raza knew it as he hurriedly set his platform down and brought forth the full weight of his gold dust down onto Shikaku to try and pin him down. Gold weighed more than sand, thus he could possibly keep the Biju at bay until he could draw the seal that had been given to him by Minato. That would ensure Shikaku's detainment until sunrise. "Are you alright, Gaara?" He knew the answer to that question no matter what Gaara said. He'd used a lot of chakra and was noticeably breathing hard. "Can you continue?" Trying to impose his will over that much sand that was already being controlled by a being more powerful than him, took its toll on his reserves. Even so, a ninja of the desert could never afford to show weakness. "Yes. Go rest," Raza said, narrowing his eyes when he saw Gaara about to protest. "That's an order. Remember what I said to you before I allowed you to come with me. I have this handled from here. There's nothing more you can do." "Gaara!" Hearing Tamari and Kankuro's voices, Gaara heeded his father's demand by begrudgingly heading over that way, all the while thinking to himself how weak he was. When it came to making a difference, all he could do was ensure that they had a chance at running away. The trap only worked because Shikaku was too maniacal and eager to spill their blood. Upon reaching his brother and sister, he found that Naruto and Tenten were with them. Strange, but it was of no consequence to him. "Why are you all here?" "Because I'm not gonna sit back and wait to get killed," Naruto said, tapping his foot on the sand impatiently. But the Shikaka thing disappeared. What happened to it? It's handled, Gaara assured everyone. We can't kill him. He has too much power. But Father believes that his gold dust and the Biju warding seal can hold Shikaka down until sunrise. Boom! The edge of the cliff where Raza had been standing so that he could smash Shikaka underneath the weight of his gold dust blew apart in a massive explosion of wind that rocked the entire area, forcefully blowing sand and chunks of rock even as far away as the kids had been standing. Tenten cringed at the first thought that came to mind after things began to die down. He didn't happen to be standing over there, did he? Dad. A large claw flew up over the edge of the crevice and smashed down as Shikaka began pulling himself out of what had been meant to be his temporary prison. Ugh, stupid human with his stupid gold powder crap. He belligerently muttered to himself. I couldn't breathe down there. Not that I need to breathe, but I still like having the option. This thing was out of its mind. And they were all alone, watching Shikaka stand back up to his full height and look around for something else to kill. Needless to say, they were the next ones he saw, and he pointed straight at them as if he were calling his shot. In reality, he was stirring the sand around them to bring about their violent demise. This had not been the best idea. Shikuten, Shikyaku Aikuden no Jutsu, Scorch Release, Incinerating Flare Jutsu. A gigantic flaming red orb flew through the air and made contact with Shikaka's arm, exploding and absorbing even the slightest bit of moisture in it, causing it to harden and become a brittle, inflexible limb right up to the shoulder. From there, dozens of kunai with explosive tags attached hit him at the joint and blew the entire arm off in one move. Okay, Naruto said, not quite sure how to react to that gigantic joint attack that seemed to come from out of nowhere. Apparently that just happened. Turning around, Naruto saw Kakashi leading the entire remnants of the sand nomads that had remained in the village. Sorry about taking so long to catch up. I wasn't the only one that wanted to come, you see. Standing next to him was a woman with green, yellow-tipped hair up in a bun. She wore a sleeveless black dress with lavender leggings, and much like most other sand nomads seemed to be completely serious. The blonde boy and the little girl with the buns are mine. Say hi to Pakura kids. Hi. Naruto and Tenten said weakly, both sparing a lane wave her way. What the fuck just happened? Kankuro asked as he watched Shinobi after Shinobi leap into battle to try and keep Shikaku at bay. It was amazing. He'd never seen so many sand nomads fight one enemy together before. They're fighting Shikaku? Yeah, apparently getting verbally emasculated by a 10-year-old and watching 4 kids have more bravery than them wasn't really in the cards for them. Kakashi pointed out before turning to Pakura, who was preparing another jutsu. Was that Scorch Release? It's quite a Kekkei Genkai. Hope that you never get hit by it, copy Ninja Kakashi. Pakura said. It's not really the nicest sort of ninjutsu for the human body to feel. Now let's go. She then leapt off to back up the others and fight off this beast. Yes, he'd just gotten threatened, but that didn't mean anything to Kakashi. Most ninjas he'd wound up conversing with legitimately threatened him, but most of them weren't as good-looking as Pakura. Most weren't really as dangerous either. Looking over at the kids, Kakashi saw that they were quite confused on what to do next, at least his were. So, Tenten said nervously. What now? Now? It's not really so complicated. We dust him, Kakashi said matter-of-factly before loudly shouting his widespread order to the rest of the ninjas present. Light him up. Hundreds of prepared kunai with more explosive tags flew through the air as a series of wind jutsu from fan users on the ground propelled them at Shikaku with more speed and force as explosions chained together off of his titanic frame. Kankuro got into the act by using a strange 6-armed 3-eyed puppet to fly around the attack zones, dropping multiple explosives and flammable accelerants to add to the combat effort, while Temari blew away enough sand coming their way to keep them as safe as possible. Gaara was stunned at the sight of his siblings fighting Shikaku almost as fiercely as he had. They didn't have his power, but it didn't matter. The fact that they kept themselves in front of him as he tried to recover his chakra was not lost on him either. Are you done with it yet? Naruto asked Tenten as he kept her shielded with his clones, blowing sand away and sacrificing themselves to ensure that she had time to do whatever it was she was doing. We're kind of in the open here and you're taking forever. I'm doing my best here, Tenten replied, hastily trying to construct something useful on the spot with the supplies she had on her person. She could hear the cries of humanity going on around her, and tried her best to block them out as she worked. Just wait. With what everybody else is doing, we might as well be throwing firecrackers at him, So just chill out and let me finish what I'm making. He trusted Tenten's little inventor's touch of eccentricity, and knew by now that she had a knack for coming up with absurdly strange yet useful ninja tools. But on the battlefield in the middle of a fight with a bijou wasn't really the best place to be improvising. She had a point though. As pretty as it all looked, they might as well have been hucking spitballs at that thing. Shikaku grunted in annoyance at the blast as he tried to cover himself up with his remaining arm. Growling aloud as he saw another large flaming red orb being charged from Pakura, he lowered his hand and swung his arm, sending a wave of sand at the attacking ninjas. Die! Fall back! Those that were unable to provide a defense were buried underneath the sand that rent the lifeblood from them once they were covered. Many were quick enough, however, to either dodge or provide a method of protection that kept them in the fight, as desperate as it was. From behind his own series of protective walls he'd raised from the ground to protect himself and the kids, Kakashi peered out at Shikaku, taking in the situation. Looking down at his right hand before looking back up, Kakashi pulled up his headband to reveal his Sharingan eye. I'll be right back. Pay close attention. All of you. He had been speaking not only to Naruto and Tenten, but to Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara as well. Rushing out from behind cover and using the cover of the repeated distance artillery from the sand nomads, the face mask-clad ninja decided that it was time to make his presence felt and go for a game-changer. Kakashi quickly formed a clone at his side that held up its left arm near Kakashi's right arm, a blade of electricity in their hands between them. Spreading out as they ran across the sands, they used the Sharingan to dodge and maneuvered their way over and past Shikaku's desert-bending attacks, stretching a chain of lightning between the two of them wider and wider. Raiden, lightning transmission! Upon reaching Shikaku's legs, Kakashi ran straight through them, meeting significant resistance. Still though, he managed to cut through them at the ankles like trunks of redwood trees. He could feel Shikaku tilt over before he finished getting out from the bijuu's shadow. For all of his size comprised in a solid form, Shikaku was still made of sand. That much was clear from both Pakura's attacks and his own. They could dismember him, so maybe with enough force they could dash. Any further pondering on what they could do to Shikaku to turn things further in their favor had to be put on hold. When Kakashi cut out Shikaku's legs and he began to fall, there was one appendage he had that could stop him from completely losing his balance. It was big, long, and rested behind his body. Shikaku's tail swung down the moment his balance was compromised in order to keep him upright. Kakashi barely saw it just as it crashed down on the sand right by him. Kakashi-Kakashi-sensei! Per his directions, Naruto and Tenten had been watching as closely as they could, and they saw Shikaku's tail slam down, presumably on Kakashi. There wasn't anything to Kawarimi without in the middle of the desert, and there was little chance that he had one prepared anyway with the jutsu he had used to attack with. Waving his one arm around to try and stay upright, Shikaku's tail posted on the ground helped him do so before it melded with the desert, and he went still, completely ignoring the attacks of the other ninjas for a few moments. That was all the time he needed to regrow his feet, and then his arm. "Grr, that's better," Shikaku said, glaring hatefully as he lifted his tail up into the air again and waved it back and forth slowly as it began to vibrate. "My prey isn't supposed to fight back. Suna Tai-Ho, sand cannon!" From his tail, Shikaku began launching large globs of sand, using the side-to-side waving of his tail to space out the multiple projectiles evenly across the battlefield. The chunks of sand whistled ominously as they flew through the air. "Naruto, you had better get behind that wall and stay there," Kurama demanded upon seeing the battle unfold through Naruto's eyes. Every time one of the sand cannon shells made contact with anything, they exploded in highly pressurized bursts of volatile air. The shockwave of the air being released had enough power to cover a 15-foot circumference. Regarding defensive setups like Kakashi's walls that he'd left, being hit with these directly blew entire pieces of them away. Weaker ones never stood a chance, along with the souls behind them. Those without any means to take cover were even worse off. There didn't seem to be a limit on the number of these shells that Shikaku could launch, because they simply kept on coming. This was the power of a bijuu, and it was nearly unlimited. Shikaku seemed to take delight in his destructive hail of death that he wrought down upon his enemies. Even in his darkened eyes, you could see the mirth in the yellow dots at their centers as he watched the blood stain the sand from the body count he was beginning to pile up at an increasing frequency. Having heeded Kurama's advice, Naruto turtled up with the rest of the people taking cover, watching Shikaku's relentless attack bombard the desert around him. How are we supposed to stop this guy? Naruto thought to Kurama, "Hey, you've fought him before. How did you do it? Well, I never had a real fight with him in the desert. He's actually tough here. Kurama. Alright, let me think. Okay, compared to me he's slower than dirt, so there's that. Oh, and he can regenerate as long as he's in the desert, but you saw that already. In his defense, it had been a long time since he'd actually fought Shikaku. Wow, normally I'd just blow him apart with a Baijidama and leave before he pulled himself together. I'm kind of lost on how to fight him like a weakling. There had to be something. Nothing was totally unbeatable. Kurama had a point, Shikaku wasn't very mobile, but he wasn't coming their way at all anymore since Pakura had taken his arm out and Kakashi had gotten his legs. There was something seriously up, because if he was really able to shrug off their best stuff the way he had been, why not keep going their way and trying to crush them? They couldn't stop him. Was this really all there was to him? Was the best Naruto could do really sit around and make himself a target to eventually take out while everyone else got massacred around him? He'd never been on the battlefield before. He'd never seen this kind of death before. This kind of bloodshed. Even during the Hyuga/Uchiha battle, he hadn't seen much of it other than the aftermath. Here, he could see people blow apart after unfortunate folks took direct hits from the sand cannon shells. All of the blood, all of the violence. There was a human arm, several feet away from where he was taking cover. A human arm, no longer attached to its body. He was a long, long way away from home. Away from the safety of his island nation. Away from the beaches and the forests and riverways that he knew like the back of his hand. Away from his well-respected clan that provided him shelter even if they didn't really accept him. Away from the clan leader, feared as the man with the eyes of the Rikuta Sennin. Away from his mother, who always made sure that everything was okay. Talking about being a ninja that his clan could be proud of was different when you were out and actually bearing witness to what could befall a ninja in this world. All of the bravado that he had left in his body just found its way sucked out of him. The heart and soul he felt inside of himself, when he was lambasting the sand nomads, drained its way out of him quicker than he could measure. Whether he had power or not, in a way he was just like you or any other person, only as he got older he got fed up with the world being the way it was and he gained enough power to do something about it. Naruto didn't have the power to do something about everything that was wrong in the world around him. He didn't have the power to save everyone. He didn't have the power to beat Shikaku or turn the beast away. Not yet, if he ever would at all. He didn't have some genetic mutation that gave him all-powerful potential to change the world, and even with a Biju in his body, he didn't have the slightest idea of how that worked, or if it even did anything for him outside of giving him someone extra to talk to. He was, however, fed up with the way things were, and the way things were going. If this was what the people of Kaze no Kuni had to deal with on a monthly basis, then it definitely had to change. Even if that couldn't happen overnight, he could at least try to assuage the losses now. Hiding wouldn't solve anything. Getting a tap on his arm, Naruto got a nervous thumbs up from White-Faced Tenten, letting him know that what she'd been preparing all along was ready. Making sure he garnered the attention of Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, Naruto motioned for them to move closer so they could be in on this. Now the weapon needed a method of delivery to the prime location. As Shikaku grew tired of things once the killing began to slow, he figured that it was time to move on to that helpless-looking town not too far away. Finding it prudent to bring things to a close before he got too bored or before he wasted more time before the sun came up, Shikaku took a deep breath and inhaled sharply, his stomach beginning to expand as he did so. Ryusa Bakuryu, quicksand waterfall flow! A massive wave of sand rolled over the desert surface Shikaku's way and crashed into him, pushing the breath out of him until he'd gathered enough to do what he had been aiming to do. Other than that, due to the fact that he was so oppressively large, this did next to nothing to harm him. It was the equivalent of a person wading in the ocean and letting an incoming wave of water crash into their lower body. Shikaku had stubby legs though, so when the sand hit, his lower belly that hung over them wound up being hit. As the sand wave broke apart, a diminutive figure that Shikaku paid absolutely no mind ran up his massive body as fast as he could. From the plan that had been worked out behind cover, Gaara had used what he had left of his chakra to move that huge amount of sand into Shikaku, knowing that it wouldn't even make him flinch. That wasn't the point, however. Making sure that a safe pocket existed in the wave, he sent Naruto along with it, allowing him to get onto Shikaku and begin his charge straight upward. Compared to all of the explosive tags that he was being peppered with, Shikaku couldn't be bothered to notice Naruto's presence in the slightest. The sand nomad attackers were able to aim in a way that kept Naruto from being hit as he ascended, effectively covering him. This is the worst idea ever. I'm gonna die, Naruto thought to himself with tears of fear in his eyes. In his arms was a massive ball of explosive tags the size of his head. Dozens of them, all rolled together and bound to create a weapon that would create the sum of their individual explosions in one blast. What the hell? As he ran up Shikaku's body as fast as he could see and feel the sand Biju's belly expanding as he took another deep breath to suck in more air. Crap! Kurama warned Naruto again. That lazy rat still doesn't like the feeling of using a Bijudama, but if he hits this it won't matter if this is weaker or not. It's strong enough. Don't you let him release that breath or everyone down there is dead. What? No! Naruto shouted to himself, gritting his teeth as he began to see everything through a red tint in front of his eyes. The pace of his footsteps inexplicably picked up and increased his speed to something he never felt before. He turned a 20-second sprint into a 5-second one with no reason why. He was running up a vertical surface, faster than he had ever moved on the ground. Yes! Yes, 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 yes! He'd never felt so aggressive or powerful in his life. It was incredible. He could do it. With this he could help. He could do something. Inside of Naruto's body, Kurama bit back a growl that was intended for himself. He promised himself when he got locked up that he wasn't going to let that brat have any chakra, but he somewhat liked Naruto more than most humans, and if the boy had to watch Shikaku decimate what was left of the sand nomads fighting the battle dash, well, in the end it didn't matter. Kurama still just felt like he was getting soft on some worthless human boy. He would give Naruto some of his chakra this time. Only this time. No more freebies, make it count, Naruto. Get up that wall, boy! I'm going to bail! The moment he reached the top of Shikaku's chest, he saw him open his mouth and raise his arm to hit himself in the belly. This was it. Lighting the fuse on the gigantic explosive tag ball, Naruto jumped straight forward and upward, positioning himself right in front of Shikaku's mouth, where he hurled the improvised weapon into his gullet as hard as he could. Ra! Futon Rankuden, wind release, drilling air bullet! Bang! The moment Shikaku hit himself in the stomach to release the wind of his attack, the explosion of the oversized ordnance met the volatile, tearing air and caused a horrid reaction at the back of Shikaku's throat. For sand nomads, the surreal sight of an explosion big enough to blow off Shikaku's head and the top of his shoulders was the greatest thing any of them had ever seen. To a few of those subjected to the monster's terror for decades, to those that had lost plenty of family and friends to him, to those who had their nightmares dominated by him, it was enough to bring a tear to their eyes. XXX. That was... Kankuro said, stunned into silence. For once, the puppeteer couldn't find the words to say. Temari fought back tears at the sight of Shikaku's head going up like a party popper. She hoped that it hurt. She hoped that he'd felt that all the way to his core, for their mother and for everyone else he killed. I really think I like that kid now. A lot. Temari had to admit, that wasn't even 100th as smooth as anything Minato would have done, but as ugly as it was, as foolish as it was, she had to admit it had left an impression. Not as cool as Minato-sama, but everybody's got to start somewhere, I guess. Gaara's eyes quivered at the sight. His mouth simply wouldn't allow him to close it after what he'd just seen. He didn't have nearly enough strength to stand up to Shikaku, and he chose to anyway. Anyone else could have gone up there and enacted Naruto's part of the plan, but he had been the one to volunteer. Not only that, but he'd gotten the job done. Uzumaki Naruto, huh? Interesting guy. I'm brilliant! Tenten crowed in victory at the sight of a headless Shikaku falling backwards onto the sands in gigantic segments. I made that explosive tag ball up on the spot! And Naruto had been the one to deploy her ordnance to the strike zone. What was with that red aura around him, though? From where they were, he looked like was an ant covered in a red shroud. I wonder what kind of jutsu dash? Oh crap. Never mind that at the moment. Naruto had been up there. And it wasn't like there was anything that could break his fall from that high up. Naruto! Running from their cover area, Tenten sprinted out over the sand dunes to try and get to him. It was a futile effort, however, since there was no way she would reach him before he hit the ground. Even if she did, there wasn't anything she could do to help him. Oh no, what did we let him volunteer to do? XXX. Damn Theat! Naruto yelled desperately as he flailed his arms and fell through the air helplessly. I can't go out like this. I can't even pat myself on the back first? Ayaha! Kamataiki no Jutsu, Sickle Weasel Jutsu! A seemingly straight trail of wind flew through the air and diverted Naruto's fall from a straight downward drop to a significantly more angled one, sending him farther away from the battlefield than before, but ensuring that he wouldn't splat off of the sand. It really kind of hurt though, like there were tiny blades in the wind current. Ow! 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 Naruto shouted as he could feel his body get nicked up. Thanks, fan people! Ow! Even with the diverted positioning of his fall being the flattest diagonal angle that the wind users could muster, it was still a terrifying trip, and it didn't take too much longer for Naruto to begin screaming his head off again all the way down. Oh Kami! Clone Cushion! Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu! All of the blonde kids bunched together in the air made it easy for Tenten to follow him until he hit the ground, but by then she had gotten close enough to locate him on her own. In a matter of moments she found the trail that his body had dragged through the sand before he was sent headfirst into a sand dune. His legs clad in orange shorts kicking rapidly were a dead giveaway that it was definitely him. Naruto! Tenten grabbed onto him and pulled him out so that he could actually breathe again. The two sat in the sand, breathing heavily at their respective ordeals and looking up at the sky before they looked at each other. As their breathing slowed, they eventually began giggling at what had just happened. Kids had done something. Something important. Interlocking their hands for a playful test of strength, they grinned toothily at each other. Heh! Naruto chuckled. Say it. You know you want to. I'm awesome! No! That was not exactly what he'd been looking for. I'm awesome! I did the legwork. Yeah, but it was partly Gaara's plan too that got you there, and I was the one that gave you the explosive tag ball. Okay fine, everybody's awesome. Yay team, Naruto said, standing up and pulling Tenten to her feet as well. I thought I was gonna die though. Like 3 times. I can't believe that worked. At that, Tenten pouted and put her hands on her hips. Oh, so you don't believe in my ninja tools? I swore it'd work. That should have been enough by itself. The fact that she came up with the idea and put it together on the spot with every explosive tag the two of them had left between them notwithstanding. I'm a great inventor. Stitching a bunch of explosive tags together is inventing? Well, who else did it that you know of? Maybe that was because most people didn't need something like that capable of taking out an entire enemy battery when regular explosive tags could be enough to do the job on their own on a lesser scale. Against a Biju, there was no such thing as overkill, however. Still, there was more to see to, and they both took off back in the direction of the battlefield to try and lend some sort of hand, if they could. They sort of wasted most of everything they had that would have been useful then and there. X, back in the village, a single sand nomad ninja had the catbird seat when it came to viewing the battle against the titanic Shikaku. Even at the distance away from the battlefield he could see everything worth paying attention to with his scope. All of Shikaku's techniques, how wonderfully destructive they were. How he could enforce his will over the sand around him, the brute force behind his approach. He really was a beast. The ninja's eyes had a yellow glow to them, and a sickly intrigued smirk sat on his lips as an overly long tongue dropped from his mouth for a moment. Orochimaru had to admit that Pakura had an interesting Kekkei Genkai to do what she did at the start of the battle, but the human opponents hadn't really done anything to impress him until Shikaku's top portion blew away entirely. What a show! The little red blip that had scaled Shikaku beforehand though, what was that? Orochimaru had to admit, the scientist in him was extremely curious, especially considering what happened to Shikaku's head after it got right by Shikaku's mouth. Either way, he was getting excited about getting to his laboratories and putting some of this information to work. There were breakthroughs to be had. Always more breakthroughs, as human potential was almost unlimited. Kukukukukuku. I can't wait. He would have some interested clients after he put some of this into action. His notes were thorough, his interest was primed. His work here was done. X, outside of the village, on the battlefield, managing to return to the site of the desperate conflict, Naruto and Tenten came to a stop when they saw something rather imposing. Around where Shikaku's body was to have fallen, a towering sandstorm encircled his body. Wind users tried their best to blow it away, but it was a combination byproduct of Shikaku's wind and sand control. No one could see through it, and anyone foolish enough to try and pass through it found their flesh shredded from their bones in response. They had seen that firsthand just upon arrival. Not a lovely sight, to put it mildly. What's this? Tenten asked. Another attack? She had gone up to Pakura to ask this question. From earlier she'd determined that Pakura was a strong kunoichi and someone for a girl like her to look up to. The fact that she was still alive so far into the battle only solidified that opinion for the young girl. Regarding Tenten with a momentary side glance, Pakura locked her eyes back onto the sandstorm. Apparently Shikaku took more damage than he ever wanted to. He can't regenerate it and keep fighting. Naruto and Tenten high-fived in response, but the green-haired woman wasn't done. So he's put this measure up to keep anyone from reaching him until he's fully healed. I forgot what an annoying runt Shikaku could be. Kurama muttered. The arrogant idiot. Even when he screws up like he did, it still doesn't matter. You can't kill him in the desert. You have to get him outside of it, otherwise it's more impossible than it usually is to hurt one of us. He doesn't even feel pain in the desert. That wasn't good. He was going to fully regenerate and he didn't even feel pain. They blew his head off. Who regenerated that? Who didn't feel that? What did you have to do to put a Biju down for the count? Whatever it was, none of them particularly had anything left to do it with. Pakura still had chakra, but Scorch Release wasn't going to do any good against the sandstorm. The wind users were trying to use their fan-guided ninjutsu to break the storm, but nothing was working. Anyone got any more big plans? Naruto asked, leaving the question open for answering by anyone in the general vicinity. The last one probably used up my good luck for the whole month. It kind of filled my good idea quota too. Yes. How flexible are you, little one? Pakura asked rhetorically, lips quirking momentarily at a touch of dark humor that came to mind. Because you might want to limber up and get ready to kiss your ass goodbye. Chapter 8. Dig your own grave. Okay, no need to panic. So what if Shikaku was regenerating as they stood around the outside of an impenetrable sandstorm? That kind of damage had to take some kind of time to fix. For God's sake, they'd blown his entire head and half of his upper body off. How long will it take for him to fix himself? Naruto asked, dreading the answer. Shikaku would probably have a bone to pick with him first and foremost when he put himself back together. Like an hour? 2 hours? 30 minutes maybe, Pakura said with a pronounced frown. He can repair himself quickly from what we've seen, but a good chunk of him was gone when he fell. We might have destroyed his brain temporarily as well, if he truly has a physical one, so that might be a factor. And when sunrise? Tenten asked with a nervous smile as she looked to the dark horizon. Please say it's soon. Pakura gave her a wry smile in return. It's soon. Really? No, but you told me to say that it was, so I did. So it was over. If Tenten of all people was basically out of explosive tags, who else could have more on them? They'd been bombarding Shikaku with as much heavy artillery as they could muster from the very beginning. They'd lost over half of their original force of ninjas, and facing a full-power Shikaku with decreased manpower and firepower would end badly. Naruto dropped to his knees and placed his hands onto the ground. No. Not after all of this. Not after what everyone did to get us this far. Kakashi, Gaara's dad, everyone that died fighting all night long. To put forth so much effort and to fail, and for that failure to mean the eradication of everyone there, it made him sick. It was his fault if that were to come to pass. This was what being a ninja was really like, to the most extreme degree. Every decision you made, whether you made it with the best of intentions in mind, could cost lives. Not just your own, but the lives of those that chose to follow you. Whether he meant to or not, he directed the others to follow him when he went to follow Raza and Gaara. He just meant that he didn't want to die a coward. He just meant that it was his choice to at least try and fight where the civilians such as I am and Tucci didn't when he'd said those things. It was then that he looked up and saw that no one was trying to run away. They were all waiting for the sandstorm to come down. Whatever may transpire when it did, they weren't going to even try to run away beforehand. Well, if that was the case, the least he could do was stand up and do the same. Moving over to the only people there that he knew, Naruto stood with Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. Well, it's not like we can quit now, right? There's got to be a way to get past this thing somehow. You still think we can win? Temari asked incredulously. Did you hit your head when you landed? Yeah, but that's not the point, Naruto admitted. Come on. After all we did, we can't just roll over now and let Shikaku get back up. To prove a point as to the futility of the situation, Temari stepped forward and swung her fan at the sandstorm. Kamataiki no Jutsu, Sickle Weasel Jutsu! The resulting powerful wind force from her fan smashed into the unnatural storm and did nothing to disrupt it in the slightest. See? Feel free to try and get past that. Go ahead. Run into it face first. Maybe that'll work? As gorgeous as she was when she was being all sarcastic and snippy, now wasn't the time. With a growl, Naruto glared at the older girl with the spiky blonde ponytails. Well, I'm not giving up. Before anyone could say anything else, Gaara walked forward toward the sandstorm by himself. Hey, what are you doing? I will not let this monster win, Gaara declared as he held his head. The power over sand, the sand that comes to my defense without my direction, this is what our mother meant when she said to us that there was nothing she wouldn't protect us from. The least I can do is fight the battle that she lost her life fighting. With that, he held his hands up in the direction of the sandstorm in a position that appeared to be him trying to pry open the air. He visibly shook and strained as he tried to pull his hands apart, sweat dripping down his forehead as he worked. Temari moved forward to direct Gaara to stop. He'd used too much chakra all night long to waste any more doing something like this. Kankuro prevented her from doing so, however. You are a relic from the past, Gaara said to Shikaku as he tried to rip through his sandstorm covering. The only reason you seem to exist is to cause pain and torment to the people of the desert. My mother, she had a heart that was willing to face you to protect others despite heading to her death. She knew it was our purpose to prevent you from massacring others that can't fight back. Her purpose is my purpose, and I have the strength to fight for it. Suddenly, Gaara's hands spread far apart, and a massive rip appeared in the sandstorm. The amount of effort he had to put forth in order to achieve such a task was enough to force blood to gush from his nose. Amazement set aside, every ninja present proceeded to pile through without missing a beat. They didn't know how long Gaara could keep it open for, and it was the best chance they had to try and stop the monster inside. Amongst them were Naruto, Tenten, Temari, and Kankuro. How in the world did he do that? Tenten asked aloud as they all ran into the breach. Kankuro just chuckled at the question. Our Gaara is strong. Stronger than even we thought, apparently. No kidding. Naruto and Tenten now felt more grateful than ever that they really didn't wind up fighting Gaara when they'd first met. Upon getting far enough past the sandstorm, they came upon an incredible sight, however. It wasn't that of Shikaku rebuilding, though he was indeed trying to do so. Every time sand tried to rise to reform parts of his body, it found itself pinned down and spaced back apart by gold dust. Impossible. They had seen Raza fall at the fury of Shikaku hours ago. But as they drew closer, they saw that indeed it was him directing the traffic of his own weapon of choice. Temari and Kankuro could have run up to the man and hugged him, if that sort of thing wasn't frowned upon as a show of weakness in their culture. Also because of the wild upshots of sand that kept going off around him, probably the consciousness of Shikaku trying to get rid of the man that was preventing him from forming his body. However, he was being protected from that by, of all people, Kakashi. Both of them seemed rather battered and torn up from their respective hardships from the battle, but they were alive. Oh, Kakashi said upon noticing that he and Raza were no longer alone, having been joined by the other sand nomads. Hello there! Which of you blew Shikaku's head off? Because that was really helpful to Raza-san to finish his plan. Temari moved closer but made sure to keep her distance. Dad? How did you dash? I mean, we saw you get dash. Raza just stood, focusing his attention on Shikaku. Gold dust forms a better protective shield than you'd think, he explained. I did fall in with Shikaku though, and I hid myself inside of his body, dispersing as much of the dust as I could through his body to try and weigh him down. Then he blew apart. A smirk crossed his face at that point. It's much easier to hold him down when he's not whole. The situation is contained, Kakashi asserted with a shrug. More or less, at least. At that point he held up the design for the beast warding seal and gestured to the ground around them. Did you know this sandstorm makes a perfect circle around Shikaku? Convenient. No way. He drew out the array himself once the sandstorm went up and did the most time-consuming part of the job for him? That sly bastard Kakashi. It was then that Naruto realized that in the back of his mind he could hear Kurama shouting his head off and cursing Naruto for walking back into the limits of another one of those Biju-limiting seals. In return he let out a chuckle that was more out of disorientation than humor, amazement that it all seemed to be over. So that was a real battle, where real people on your side died right in front of you with nothing that you could do for them. He had just fought in his first real large-scale battle, and he never wanted to do anything like that ever again. Within 2 hours, when the sun finally surfaced, Naruto and Tenten savored that sight and burned it into their heads forever. It might have been just a sunrise in the grand scheme of things, but it was the most beautiful sunrise that either of them had ever seen because they had to live through the night just to see it. Thankfully, it didn't rise in the direction where the bodies were littered. It let them enjoy it for just a few seconds until they had to make do with the aftermath of what they'd survived. XXX. What an interesting night, Orochimaru commented to himself as he left the village area, a content smile on his twisted white visage as he carelessly sauntered away from the site of a battle for survival that he had directly instigated via his own actions. The Biju summoning ritual works, at least to attract Shikaku to an area. I'll have to test it later before I attempt to market the idea to one of the wealthier clans. But the things that I've observed. For some reason his mind kept going back to the sight of the little boy charging up Shikaku's chest, body covered in blazing red chakra. It was magnificent. It was something that he wanted to know more about. That wasn't regular chakra and he knew it, but that was all he knew. And that was what ate at him. That little boy was with Itachi Kakashi. Well, that would make it somewhat easier to keep tabs on him than if he was with a no-name ninja. It would make him harder to get close enough to study though, but there were always means to an end, and he had the resources to achieve them. That power was beyond human, and the prospect of figuring out what it was and how he obtained it was just a delicious thought. Orochimaru believed that he might have just gotten a new pet project to analyze. He just had to get some things together to begin the process of studying him. XXX, later that morning, headed back east. That was the idea. Kakashi had pitched it, and no one had any arguments against it. Get them the hell out of that desert. There was no reason to be there anymore since the trail on Minato had drawn them a little closer to him, and striking while the iron was hot was for the best. After the battle, Gaara had chakra exhaustion for his efforts to try and level the playing field of the battle. Raza had several grievous wounds from his tribulation of enduring Shikaku's pressurized air attack and then surviving inside of his body for hours. Those two were required to rest for the time being after the dead had been retrieved, thus leaving Kankuro and Temari to bid farewell to the visiting party on its way out of the country. Naruto, sitting on the top of the cart with Tenten in their normal guard positions, took to their task silently and dutifully. Neither of the two were complaining about something as trivial as the heat after the night they'd had before. It just didn't seem anything close to being important any longer. Kakashi noticed this. Between entering the desert and the beginning of their journey to leave it, they had grown. As horrible as the battle with Shikaku had been for them to have to see, it was probably for the best that they did. It's better for them to get a taste of what they've gotten themselves into sooner rather than later. Tenten passed part of her time drawing out designs for what she thought could be good weapons to try and create sometime in the future once she got the supplies and the mechanical know-how to do her thing. Last night had proven to her, if she hadn't known it before, that she had a knack for ninja tools, and that would be her point of exploration for her development. Naruto's mind was elsewhere at the moment. That was a biju, he said, stating the obvious before he gulped hard. We shouldn't have survived that, should we have? No, Kakashi said bluntly, not willing to sugarcoat something so serious. Shikaku is considered the weakest, even with his desert powers. Not for a lack of brute strength or power, mind you, but because out of the 9 of them he has the weakest mind. I didn't know what people meant until I saw it for myself. Could have fooled me, Tenten said. Nothing about him seemed weak. Kakashi just tapped on his own temple for emphasis. He could have tried to destroy us all far sooner than when he actually tried to wipe you and the sand nomads out at once. He relies so much on his brute force and size, and the killing was nothing but a gain to him, even when he was losing limbs since he regenerated everything. He neglected to pay attention to the smaller threats in exchange for trying to wipe out as many of you as he could at once. Smaller threats like Raza surviving, and Naruto here special delivering a blockbuster explosive down his throat. At that, Tenten gave Naruto a grin that he returned and nudged his shoulder jestingly. By the way, Kakashi gave Naruto an overly pleasant smile behind his face mask that did nothing to hide the severity of his pending order. Don't ever do anything like that again. If you died before I could get you to Minato-sama, I could never face him or Kushina-sama again. Wow, they were glad to see that he cared about them for the right reasons. Not, were they really just burdens to him after all, just a means to show his loyalty to Minato for whatever reason he felt it for him? It was kind of a punch to the stomach to think about, really. That, and I think you two are beginning to grow on me a little more than I thought you would, Kakashi concluded, turning back to the front to steer the cart along the road. You're both good kids. Maybe he did really like them a little. Thinking of his dad, Naruto remembered what Kankuro and Temari had told him about the man before all hell had broken loose. Even after hearing it from their mouths and hearing whispers around the Uzumaki clan's village about how talented he was, it was still hard to imagine that he was so powerful. My dad could have taken on Shikaku all by himself? Naruto thought as he looked out along the vast desert. Could he really be that strong? Could anyone be that strong? He just couldn't imagine it. That's just too much to believe, isn't it? Don't be so sure, kid. Kurama chimed in. I don't know your meat bag of a father, but if enough of you worthless humans keep saying that one of you in particular isn't so worthless, it bears believing to some degree. Either way, if Raza's tip on Minato's most recent activity was good, Naruto would find out sooner rather than later if the man lived up to all of the hype. XXX, sometime later, eastern border of Kaze no Kuni, border village. Villages that lay on the borders of the countries in the elemental nations might as well have been targets for outlaws. Not ninjas or samurai, or any sort of warrior belonging to any system. These types were the worst of the worst. Some of them more so than others, for quite dark reasons. As a single adult male figure walked through the modest wooden gates of a particular small settlement, he was instantly greeted with the sight of a town that had been thoroughly sacked. The smell of blood, of fires, of destruction still hung in the air. He could even see bloodstains marking the outside walls of homes. Broken doors, broken windows. It wasn't looking good. Then he began to see that symbols of circles with upside-down triangles within them had been drawn in blood, on the walls, on the ground. Disgusting. The man stood tall as he made his way about. Good-looking with wild, spiky blonde hair and firm blue eyes. He wore blue trousers bandaged at the ankles down into black sandals and kept a closed, short-sleeved solid white haori over the long dark sleeves of his undershirt. He was a very unassuming type. The kind of person you wouldn't spare a second glance at if you weren't looking for him in particular. There was a confident aloofness in everything he did, but the strength of his being laid beneath the surface. If you heard his name, you would find it hard to consider for a moment that it was him until you paid attention to his shockingly golden hair. Then if you saw him in action you would never question his identity again. Namake's Minato, the Yellow Flash, one of the most dangerous men in the entire world, and widely recognized as the most powerful clanless ninja in existence. A pensive look was fixed on his face as he took in his surroundings. Damn it! I didn't pick up the trail fast enough. He had been in pursuit of a rather dangerous renegade element for over a week. It was a request that had originated in the northeastern portion of Hai no Kuni and moved wider and wider until the contract was eventually taken by him after it reached the borderlands of Kaze no Kuni. These people were the absolute worst. Traveling around spreading a message of destruction after killing as many people as they could get their hands on and forcing others to join their ranks or suffer before dying. They were extremely grassroots, and because of their nature they never kept enough members to be a real threat to ninja clans. But because of that, and because they never targeted ninja clan interests, they were allowed to run amok. This village was a prime example of why that was a horrible way to operate, and a weakness of the ninja system. When things of this nature were allowed to transpire, no one would do anything about it if it didn't have to do with their interests. Rounding a corner he began to see corpses littering the streets, and he let out a long quiet sigh as he continued to search the area. Instead of hiding or barricading themselves inside of their homes, these people tried to run. They didn't make it far as he hadn't seen a single body that made it outside of the gates of the village. These people weren't warriors or fighters of any kind. They were just regular people living in an out-of-the-way town. Unfortunately, this made them defenseless targets for the wandering cultists of the Jashin faith. Coming to a fountain near the center of town, Minato saw a single ninja surrounded by over 20 bodies of the Jashin cultists. He knew that they were Jashinists due to their filthy cloaks stained with blood as if they were never cleaned off. The nameless ninja's eyes remained open even in death, and the least Minato could do for now was close them for him. He had been the only one in the village that could defend himself, and he did what he could before being overwhelmed. This was horrible. Hearing the sounds of people in numbers, Minato took to the low-lying rooftops of the residences and moved over to the back end of the village where chanting was ringing out. Upon getting close enough, he concealed himself and bore witness to the sight of a post-kill ritual of the Jashinists, being led by a single man at the head of the pack, all of the 100-plus followers looking to him for guidance. He wore a pure red robe and had slicked back silver hair with purple eyes. The grin on his face was simply sickening, knowing that more than likely this was the person that was the ringleader of what had transpired here. Once again, Minato had to grit his teeth in stark acceptance that he hadn't been able to prevent this happening. "Brothers!" the silver-haired priest sort of man shouted after concluding their prayers, or whatever they had been doing at the time. "Last night, did I fucking tell you or what? Under the doctrine of Jashin-sama, there's nothing he rewards greater than the outright destruction of ignorant heathen scum like these. At this rate," he held up his right hand with a strange triple-bladed scythe in his grasp, "every one of you loyal to the faith will be rewarded with power like mine." Chattering sprang up from the robed Jashinists, their robes in all sorts of colors but all holding the same distinction of being splattered with blood, both new and old. "Brother Haydn!" one of them cried out. "When will we be ready?" "That's up to me," Haydn stated smugly. "Prove yourselves devout, and one day I'll share with you our religion's most treasured secret. The ritual that will bring you closest to Jashin-sama, so that our God may bestow upon you the ultimate reward for your dedication to slaughter." All of them pulled small amulets with the symbol of their religion on them as Haydn did the same. His was larger, for emphasis that he was more important than they were. "This world is about death, brothers," Haydn continued. "It's everywhere. Even with every advancement ninjas make, they're still rank amateurs at killing, so it's up to us to show them what real massacres are. It'll never be enough until we provide a world where Jashin-sama himself will see fit to descend and show everyone the true meaning of slaughter. Towns like this? It's not enough. One day, real towns, and eventually the ninja clans themselves. Show them all." "I'm going to have to stop you right there," Minato said, letting his presence be known as he stood up from where he'd been listening. "I've seen and heard some sick things in my time. I've seen a lot of people fight for a lot of reasons, but I've never seen anyone where I could ever say that the world was a better place with them dead. Then I came across you." Haydn just cackled wildly at the sight of more prey for his gathering. You weren't here last night, were you?" he asked rhetorically. "No. We cleaned this town out. Down to every man, woman, and child. So either you're a straggler that was out on a business trip, or you're just not from around here." Turning around to face Minato, every Jashinist pulled out whatever potentially dangerous instrument they had on their person, ranging from crude kitchen knives to actual weapons such as short blades and clubs. None of them had the slightest bit of hesitation in their eyes, some actually grinning similarly to Haydn when it came to the prospect of killing him. "Either way, you're just more meat on the table. Tear him apart." They all took 5 steps of their charge in Minato's general direction before he disappeared from the rooftop before their eyes. In a matter of 5 more seconds, Minato appeared at the backside of the pack holding a strange 3-pronged kunai in his hand, the blade covered in blood. The entirety of Haydn's cult fell to the ground, spraying blood from their respective fatal wounds. Minato didn't flinch, turn back, or even blink as he flipped the odd weapon in his hand and caught it by the handle. He simply kept his eyes locked seriously on the ringleader in front of him. "I didn't even see you move," Haydn said, thumping the back side of his triple-bladed scythe on his shoulder several times. As the blood from his deceased followers ran out onto the ground, Haydn didn't seem to regard their deaths as anything worth fretting over in the slightest. "Those clowns aren't fighters, but that was still impressive. I swear, though, I think I know who you are from what you just did." "Oh, really?" "Yeah," Haydn said, his grin slowly growing. "A man so fast that his every move looks like a flash, that stupidly bright yellow hair, working alone the way you are, yeah? You're Namake's Minato, aren't you?" When Minato didn't deny anything, Haydn laughed maniacally. "Oh fuck, you really are insane, aren't you? The man that stole an S-rank ninjutsu from the Senju clan." A deep scowl formed on Minato's face at being accused of any sort of thing from a man like Haydn. He was well aware of the rumor behind his obtaining the jutsu, because it had been spread by the Senju clan themselves after he began to rise to prominence. But it was not the truth. Traditionally, clanless ninjas received the bottom-barrel jobs of the shinobi world. Any client willing to pay large amounts of money for work would always shop their missions around to the clans in their area, making sure to balance price with quality. Even though clanless ninjas were always the cheapest, their quality was always the lowest. If you were a clanless ninja, you had to get used to working for the bare minimum to survive or hoping for a commission from the larger clans that needed extra bodies for certain reasons. Those were your 2 options, or you otherwise learned a trade to support yourself. For Minato, on a particular mission commissioned by the Senju clan, it had suicide ramifications behind it, but being young and eager he accepted the recruitment for the mission, especially when he found out that instead of just receiving money he would be given a jutsu from the Senju clan arsenal needed to complete the mission. It was the perfect carrot to bait young and dumb freelance ninjas into doing the dirty work of other clans. The upfront payment was training for Hiraishin no Jutsu, and he and 2 others were taught the technique in something of a mini-camp seminar to give them an easy way out of a fortress protected by the Uchiha that they were requested to infiltrate and steal a state secret from. Upon obtaining what they needed and using the technique to escape to the pre-marked extraction point by the Senju clan, they were ambushed upon arrival so that no witnesses were left from the mission and there were no outside learners of the Hiraishin. Minato's 2 temporary teammates were killed in the ensuing trap, but Minato, however, was more than powerful enough to survive on his own and kill his attackers. While he wasn't given his post-mission payment due to the treachery, he was paid plenty in jutsu knowledge. Even if they only gave him the unfinished version that required 3 people to work, his genius and overall ability as a ninja hadn't been known at the time. In a matter of years he managed to reverse engineer the jutsu from what he already knew about it and made it his own. The Senju clan hadn't bothered to learn who he was when he'd taken the mission. He was meant to die at the end of it. Thus when he surfaced years later gaining fame from using what was the jutsu of their Senju Tobarama, it was purported that he had stolen it. That in of itself opened a gigantic can of worms in his life that he felt the ramifications of to that very day. There was more than just the reason of him being an outsider that kept him away from his wife and child in Yuzu no Kuni. It was the Uzumaki clan's close relationship with the Senju clan. Their clan ties and working relationship that dictated that an enemy of the Senju was an enemy of the Uzumaki, and vice versa. But that was another story that he was intent on achieving his dream to fix one day. Haiden swiftly attacked Minato with surprising ferocity. For someone that knew who he was, he certainly wasn't fighting as if he were wary of his reputation. Minato was more than fast enough, however, to avoid such a reckless assault, and moved past one of Haiden's strikes before he even knew what hit him. The silver-haired dark priest spit blood as a result of the 5 stab wounds he'd taken before Minato dodged him. Heart, liver, each lung, and left kidney, all punctured deeply by the awkwardly pointed knife in Minato's hand. To his surprise, however, Haiden simply growled. He didn't even drop to a knee. Turning his head, Minato jumped out of the way of the scythe sent his way in a ranged attack. Now he had 2 questions. Not only, how did he survive? But also why was he throwing his scythe? As it flew past him, Minato found that it was attached to Haiden's body underneath the sleeve of his robe by a thick, lengthy cable. Again showing why he was the fastest man in existence, Minato ran up the length of the cable before Haiden could even blink at the feet and kicked him right underneath the chin hard enough to break his neck. GUK! Haiden had been kicked hard enough for his head to dangle backwards off of his spine like an open Pez dispenser. Minato watched in morbid intrigue as Haiden pulled his head back into the correct position with a wet series of pops and cracks. That Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, is really something. Once again he faced Minato, still full of life after an attack that should have killed him. 2 things. First, what the hell? It's a gift from Jashin-sama, Haiden declared. Constantly coming up with new rituals to express my devotion to the only real god this world will know granted me this ability. Nothing you can do can kill me. Good to know, Minato commented before narrowing his eyes at his enemy. Second, you're kind of wrong about something. What? I really haven't used Hiraishin once since I've gotten here, that was all me. Before he even finished his sentence, Minato appeared behind Haiden in an instant, in a yellow flash. A subtle movement of his hand moving down to his side as he reappeared. This time, Haiden's entire head popped off of his shoulders in a geyser of blood. That was Hiraishin though. See the difference? At the outset of the fight, after stabbing Haiden repeatedly, he'd set the marker that he needed to mark his area of teleportation for the jutsu. Haiden had been such a berserker that he never even noticed. Most people that saw Hiraishin no Jutsu never really lived to spread the word on how it was used anyway, so it wasn't like he would have recognized what it was for if he had been paying attention. As his body dropped limply to the ground and twitched wildly for a few seconds, Haiden's head just bounced off of the ground and rolled for a spell before coming to a stop. Yeah, you see the difference, Minato said, swiping the blood off of his Hiraishin kunai as he stooped down to pick up Haiden's head by the hair. After lifting him up though, he held him at arm's length when Haiden's facial muscles moved and he started snapping his teeth. Whoa! I'll rip your throat out, you son of a bitch. Is that all you've got, decapitation? I'm immortal, bitch. Your mother sucks D-. Minato shut him up by hurling the head against the nearest wall he could see, effectively concussing Haiden and knocking him unconscious. For a holy man, he had quite the mouth on him. At least he had proof of mission success to give to his contractor, and Haiden by his own machinations wouldn't have death as an easy escape from what he'd done. Though he'd have to put a muzzle on him before he turned him in if he wanted to keep from punting him 100 yards away every 5 minutes. With a sigh, Minato kept Haiden's head with him as he began to do what he felt was his duty as the first responder on the scene. As far as he was concerned, it was up to him that he put the people of this village to rest. No one else was going to do it if it wasn't him. XXX. Later that evening, Western Kawa no Kuni, Minato entered a bar in an extremely popular travel town with a weary look in his eye. He'd spent much of his afternoon after destroying the Jashin cult burying the citizens of the unfortunate village he'd located them in. With the other Jashinists, he'd simply burned their bodies before warping back to the town of origin where his client lived. The man gratefully paid and thanked him, even after receiving Haiden's still mumbling severed head. Minato didn't feel much for being thanked, however. He'd seen his share of atrocities in his life, but at times it just got to be too much. You didn't get used to certain things, no matter how much time passed. After changing his filthy clothes at the inn his longtime mentor had booked for him while he was on the job, Minato went to find the man himself. He wasn't very difficult to locate, even without a Horatian marker on his person. All he had to do was find the red light district in the bigger cities and locate the place with the most boisterous sounds of laughter coming from within. BWA ha! BWA ha 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 ha! Yep, he was in the right place. It didn't take him long after entering to find his mentor sitting in the middle of a corner booth with 2 women on each side of him, hanging off of him as he presumably paid for drinks, and told them stories of a grandiose shinobi nature. That Jiraiya, always into civilian women. Jiraiya was a bright man of middle age, with long shaggy white hair and a long ponytail down his back, a wart on the side of nose, and red lines trailing down his face beneath his eyes. He wore a sleeveless red haori over a green long-sleeved kimono top and similarly colored pants, as well as a pair of wooden sandals, handguards, and a horned headband with the kanji 4 oil on it. Walking up to the table, Minato set his hands down on it and leaned forward, bringing whatever Jiraiya's story had been to a close. Thanks for all of the help, sensei, really. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and easily noticed Minato's sarcasm. The man wasn't good at it. Okay, aside from setting the beacon point at the inn to give you a quick trip here, would me going have made the fight you had any easier? There was no possible way that fight could have been any easier for Minato. No. Then at most, all I would have done would have been to slow you down. Jiraiya reasoned before grinning at his pleasurable company. This is the man I was telling you about. My pupil. The reflection of my greatness as a ninja. Bask in his greatness and know that it was I, the gallant Jiraiya, that laid the foundation that his castle in the sky was built upon. The woman, whether it was because of the drinks or Jiraiya's way with words, giggled or swooned at his literary prose, while Minato just stared at him for several long seconds. How can you set a foundation for a castle in the sky? Shut up, Minato! Jiraiya muttered, hiding his displeasure behind a sip of alcohol. So the mission? You were right, Minato said with a sigh, pulling up a chair to the front of the table. Taking you along probably would have slowed me down, but I wasn't exactly timely myself. Jiraiya cringed in understanding without having to say it and spooked the ladies. He knew what the Jashinists were supposed to be all about. It's times like those. I don't know. Between things like that and the way some clans take my ideas, I'm in over my head here, I think. What kind of dream dash? None of that crap. You got to those Jashinists as fast as you could, and dwelling on it won't change anything. If you couldn't find them fast enough, no one could have, Inuzuka's included. Jiraiya cut him off effectively before he could get too far on his self-effacing tangent. I didn't teach you basics of the life back when you were a ratty little kid because I thought it would be fun to corrupt a runt. I did it because I saw something in your eyes. You've always exceeded my expectations, Minato, no matter how large the task. I keep waffling back and forth on whether or not I'd ever want my son to meet you. Minato said, a small smile slowly spreading across his face. There are times when you say things like that and you prove that you're the man I look up to, and then... Without really saying it, Minato gestured to Jiraiya's drinking and fraternizing loosely with the fairer sex. Most of the time you're this guy. I work hard, I play hard, Jiraiya said, pulling his lady friends in closer to him for emphasis. Besides, you never know when it'll all go to hell. We could all die any day, yada yada, You know the drill. Basically the whole basic hedonism justification riot act that you refuse to get into. Hey, Minato said, holding his hands up defensively. I actually have a wife and a kid. Yeah, about this mystery woman of yours, I've never even seen her. A ring on a chain around your neck doesn't really mean much to me. When everything comes together one day and I can see her again, Jiraiya-sensei, you will. Minato said, shaking his head with a smile. I'll make sure of it. XXX. Sometime later, elsewhere, in the skies, flying through the air on a large paper bird, the stoic blue-haired beauty controlled the direction of her origami creation, while her partner rode farther back and navigated their way to their mutual interest point. Ever since picking him up, it had been quite the effective teaming effort. With the help of a special Senju clan tracking ninjutsu meant to locate Biju, they managed to pick up Naruto's trail after following the path of the rumors that had sent him west in the direction of the desert. From there it was all just a matter of following the jutsu to the nearest trace of a tailed beast. Conan had to admit, as far as having partners forced upon her went, she could have done far worse than Tenzo. As far as their relationship as makeshift partners went, he was mostly quiet, never really trying to chat with her unless it had to do with their job of locating their target, and she rarely caught him ogling her form-clad in her form-flattering dress. If nothing else, he was a complete professional. Sporting short brown hair, Tenzo wore rusted brown plate armor with black pants and a black undershirt. He wore a forehead protector that framed the sides of his face, and possessed a metal plate with the Senju clan crest on his forehead. He was a younger man than her, significantly so at 22 years old, which made it particularly annoying when during the times he did speak to her about something non-mission related, it would always come back to the same question. Why is it that you're so loyal to Uzumaki Nagato? There it was again. He just kept beating that dead horse. I don't see how my loyalties to Nagato-sama matter to anyone else, Conan said, not even turning around to face Tenzo. Still, she knew that he sat behind her, holding his arm up with his palm facing outward, the symbol for a special sensing jutsu emblazoned on it as a green crystal necklace dangled from around his wrist and hand, pointing in a direction like the needle of a compass. His concentration was, my actions on his behalf will ensure that the Senju clan knows of his resolve on the partnership of your two clans. That's all you should care about. I just ask because you're not an Uzumaki clan member. You're unaffiliated, Tenzo clarified. It's odd you understand that, don't you? This is a delicate situation, and not really something that a clanless ninja would ever be involved in. I could ask you the same. Conan rebutted with a bit of ice in her tone at someone trying to dredge up her personal motivations. It's common knowledge for those out in the world of who you are, Mokutan no Tenzo. It's closer guarded knowledge that you aren't a born child of the Senju clan. Your origins to your clanship are rather shady reflection of your clan if they're to be believed, so why are you so loyal? Go ahead and say it, Tenzo declared firmly. I'm not ashamed of who I am or what I came from. So it's true then? You're the end result of the Merchant of Death Orochimaru's experimentation on replicating the Mokutan bloodline. A distasteful look crossed Conan's face as she kept her back turned to fly the paper bird. The rumors are that decades ago he was contracted by the Senju clan to find a way to bring it about after it disappeared from their line. He used children for that. Over 60. Tenzo just chuckled in return. The way you put it, you make it seem as if was such an atrocity. 60 children, and only one survived. It seems like it was to me. 60 children that didn't have a future anyway. Tenzo clarified. Do you know how easy it is to abduct children? There are countless orphans in every country all over the elemental nations. No one cares about them. They're just byproducts of the fallout from the constant fighting. I figured that you of all people would know this better than most. And she did. Bitterly, Conan had to admit that Tenzo had a point. She was older than him, so she knew it better. When you lost your family to the ravages of war, and you had no one else, you were just background dressing to the rest of the world. Tenzo elaborated further on his point. Even if I was kidnapped, I was dead anyway. I know that. I didn't lose anything. Surviving it actually gave me something. When I showed signs of the Mokutan, I gained people in my life. Tsunade took me in personally, adopted me personally as family. The rest of the clan never saw me as anything lesser. They actually believed I was more Senju than they were because of my Kekkei Genkai. It doesn't matter if they were the reason that I suffered for a short time. What I got afterwards, it made up for all of it. After hearing that, Conan figured that if anyone would understand why she was loyal to Nagato, it would be Tenzo. The way he put it, His loyalty was due to finding something in the world that recognized him when he had nothing else. That wasn't too far removed from Conan's reasons. At a time when there had been nothing else for her to do but struggle for herself to survive, she found someone that believed in her and helped her whenever she needed him. In harsher times for her, Nagato had been her symbol of hope that she strived to reach. Now that she was powerful enough to return the favor, she would do so until he recognized just what she was willing to do to walk alongside him, as more than just his friend. Feeling a bit of camaraderie between them after Tenzo's previous admission, Conan sighed and decided to give him something in return. You might think it rather foolish, but you could refer to my reason of being loyal to Nagato-sama as unrequited love, maybe? Tenzo raised an eyebrow curiously but remained silent. Why would anyone fail to return the affections from a woman like Conan? She was gorgeous. Most men on the face of the planet would risk putting themselves through hell if it meant obtaining the unconditional love from someone like her. I know that he doesn't feel the same way, no matter how wonderful he's been to me for years and years, Conan said, casting a misty gaze to the lands over the side of the paper bird. He's always loved someone else. Someone else that already fell for another a long time ago. She laughed bitterly at that. What a vicious cycle it was. I don't care about anything else. He's the only person I'll ever show my allegiance to. No one else? I had someone else once, but he's gone now. And my sensei, he figured that he'd taught us enough and cut us loose. There was a stark melancholy to Conan's tone and in her eyes. Tenzo could see it even from the side view of her face that he had. Do you see now? People in my life have died and simply left me behind. Nagato-sama is the only one that never has. And for that man she would do something even as unsavory as taking the life of a child. Tenzo didn't say anything else, simply indicating from that point forward the direction that they needed to go in per the crystal's instruction to locate said child. XXX, with Naruto, Western Kawa no Kuni, Twin Ridge Town. Twin Ridge Town was perhaps the biggest town that Naruto had ever seen. It was quite the sight. Split into two sections across a spacious, scenic Great River Gorge, a large dam served as the primary bridge between the two sides. Normally one would be hard-pressed to find a settlement of this size, even places under the control and protection of ninja clans, but Twin Ridge Town had several factors going for it that built upon one another and made it so. Situated in Kawa no Kuni, land of rivers, it was a major stopping point for those going to and coming from the deserts of Kaze no Kuni due to the dam providing a convenient source of water for those needing to fill up their supply for their journeys. From that, a strong and thriving merchant spirit came to be, as more shops could be found here than anywhere else that Naruto had ever seen. He didn't even know why you would need 12 different places to go to shop for baked goods, but lo and behold, this town had that many. The number of weapons stores, bookstores, inns and taverns, and other shops simply blew his mind. Apparently there was also something of a thriving red light district, but that was something that was not going to be touched upon, at least until he was significantly older. With all of these things, it was also an epicenter of happenings. Since they were looking to get a bead on Minato's location, Kakashi deigned that this was the best place they were going to find relevant rumblings of the Yellow Flash's most recent whereabouts, so he took off after giving the kids a means to quickly signal him if needed. Needing to restock her supply of combat goods after quite the struggle in the desert, Tenten had been granted a shift off from watching the ramen cart to garner herself some replacement equipment. It was to be a quick errand and she'd eyed a nice ninja surplus shop en route to their stopping point. In a nice overlook area where customers could also enjoy the view of the side of the ravine, Naruto sat off to the side keeping an eye on things as had become routine at this point. It was all just part of the job, and when that job meant watching over people he cared about, of which Iam was included, he found the boring practice to be more tolerable. He also had a new method of training that Kakashi had turned him onto that kept him busy while he kept watch. The practice of kunai spinning, a chakra control exercise that required Naruto to first learn how to use his chakra to safely balance the point of a razor-sharp kunai in the palm of his hand before then learning the next step, which was to use his chakra to make it slowly rotate. It was mundane and it hurt, but he didn't need to keep his eyes on it to focus on it. Kakashi had also assured him that if he wanted to learn a cool jutsu in the future he would practice this exercise. It also added something to his presence while on guard duty. People were less inclined to make a ruckus or try something on an old man and a teenage girl running a ramen cart when you saw a kid with a look of focus staring right at you, spinning the point of a deadly weapon in his palm. That was a plus, as being such a big social hub of a town, and being unaffiliated with any ninja clan or samurai gathering, it was also something of an outlaw outpost. Ninjas from all sorts of clans, roving samurai, monks, bounty hunters, and all sorts of other unsavory characters moved through constantly, making it a possible powder keg at any moment. Deterrence was the best initiative to take in advance. When people saw that he was a ninja kid, they found themselves less inclined to stir anything up. The thought of veritable child soldiers was a scary thought to many people not of a particularly combat-related background. "Stop! Hey Naruto, a thief!" Hearing Tuchi's call, Naruto noticed someone fleeing with a takeaway container of ramen. Someone stealing ramen? On his watch? He didn't think so. Grabbing the kunai in his grasp, he flung it in front of the feet of the departing civilian thief, stopping him in his tracks long enough for another Naruto to appear from somewhere in hiding and snatch the container. He had eyes all over the place. It wasn't just the original sitting around by himself. Bidding the thief a glare that sent him skittering off empty-handed, the clone went right back to the shadows. In actuality, another clone had gone off to corner the man and question him on why he had stolen. Apparently he had no money or place to stay in town. Damn his soft heart, but he let the guy go with a warning. He'd pay Tucci for it himself later. One time only, and no one else saw him do it, so it was okay. That little episode had done enough for those that saw the important part of Naruto being quick to respond to assert that he was a full-on ninja, and that the cart was not to be messed with. No more incidents occurred from that point forward for the next hour or so. At that point, a woman with a light blue paper rose in her hair that had been a patron of the cart moved over to him with her meal and took a seat by him. He had been paying attention to her more than most of the others in line for the last few minutes since she'd arrived because she was thoroughly beautiful. That by itself set off alarms and caused him to regard her warily, because why the hell would she go near him of all people? "Hello, little one," she said, giving him a small smile as she pried open the top to her meal and broke apart her chopsticks to eat. His terse stare didn't seem to make her uncomfortable in the slightest as she gracefully ate, eyes closed and slowly savoring her food. A small kunai tucked in his hand, Naruto was ready to outright do what was needed just in case, but all this lady was doing was eating and having a seat. What was the right thing to do? Threatening to attack her was out because she wasn't doing anything and he wasn't a bastard, and telling her to leave? There were only so many places to sit at that particular overlook of the ravine, and it wasn't like he owned them all himself. "I like the marks on your cheeks," the stoic woman said, pausing for a moment to speak to him. "They're cute." Thank you." Naruto didn't know quite how to respond to that other than idly scratching at his whisker marks, suddenly feeling self-conscious about them. "I don't really think they're so great." The last few days he'd spent in Yuzuno Kuni, he'd taken them as something of an indication that he was different, especially with the things he'd heard the other kids who didn't like him to begin with whispering about. Even after leaving, he'd never been complimented on them before. Hell, the first sight of them had brought his mother to tears. "They're special, and what they represent makes you special," the woman insisted. "Even amongst the rest of your clan, you're special, Naruto. For better or worse." Upon dropping his name, she saw his eyes slowly widen in shock. "Yes, I know who you are. You've never met me, but I'm a close friend of your clan head and I've known your mother for quite some time as well. My name is Conan." The casual admission that she knew what he was and who he was ate at his heart. There was a reason he'd been forced to run away from his clan after all. Involuntarily, Naruto gulped nervously. "Why, you were looking for me?" Conan nodded to him. "I can honestly tell you that she misses you greatly. First your father was forced to leave and then you were taken, ripped right out of her arms. She tries to be brave, but I understand. Even so, you do know why it's dangerous to let a Jinchuriki roam, don't you? Especially one attached to the Uzumaki clan." Having seen what Shikaka could do and being told that he hadn't even been taking things seriously during that deadly night in Kaze no Kuni, yes, he could imagine what others would think of a human being that held that much power inside of their body. The people meant to police that sort of thing and widely accepted as the sealing masters of the ninja world, the Uzumaki clan, possessing a living Jinchuriki reeked of hypocrisy to every other clan in existence. This needed to be contained before Naruto wound up showing a sign of being a Jinchuriki that couldn't be ignored as just a paranoid rumor as he roamed the world. It was the masked man that did this. The masked man that had no defining features other than his attire? The one that disappeared in and out of your clan's domain without a trace despite its censors and patrollers? The one that's more ghost than man. She shook her head sadly, A man with no identity is a weak culprit to pitch. Even if it's true, the Biju still has to come out of you regardless, for your clan's peace of mind. They'll be the ones to suffer the repercussions of your existence if you don't. There was no hiding that he was one, especially from the Senju clan. As Tenzo had demonstrated at the tail end of tracking him down after they'd gotten close enough for the jutsu to pick him up, even inside of a human. With the right technique you could pick a Jinchuriki out with the appropriate technique. I'll get him out myself. Hearing Naruto mumble to himself, Conan looked down at him and saw him staring at the ground and holding his stomach tightly. What was that? I'll get him out myself. The boy was dead serious and looked her in the eye to express such. I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm just supposed to let you take me back and suck all of the life out of my body? He asked gravely. Have there ever been any others before me? There had to have been if his clan had a procedure in place for dealing with him. Yes. Throughout history there have been 3 other attempts that were all caught onto. They all had their Biju extracted as well. Knowing what he was going to ask, Conan simply decided to cut to the heart of it. None of them ever survived the process. But then again, I don't have to extract it from you. You don't? No. There's another way. It's faster and won't hurt as much. A sharp blade formed from folded sheets of paper around Conan's arm as she simultaneously thrust it forward at Naruto, quickly enough to run him through quietly before he even knew what hit him. The look of terror on his face when he realized that he'd been stabbed. Her eyes didn't show the slightest change of emotion from how she'd been talking to him beforehand. Those eyes did express quite a bit of surprise when Naruto dispelled in a puff of smoke from his fatal wound. The moment he popped, Tuchi's normally closed eyes opened up and he quickly closed up shop, pulling down the metal screen and locking everything down. Having not been present for Naruto's quick handling of the thief situation, Conan had not picked up that Naruto had a solid clone jutsu in his arsenal. By now, after using clones for as long as he had, Naruto had figured that even though he was guarding the cart there was always a chance that someone could get the drop on him and attack him. Thus he alternated sitting in closest to the cart personally, and using clones to do it while he watched elsewhere from afar like the rest of his clones. It was safer to mix it up, keep people that might have been watching him guessing, and when the clone dispelled he realized what was happening anyway. It also made counterattacks that much more satisfying when all of his clones received the memory, and swarmed on the threat against him at once while the attacker was still befuddled. Naruto's clones didn't miss a beat, launching themselves out of the town woodwork, up to 18 of them, all targeting Conan before she even stood up. Converging on her all at once, kunai drawn, they stabbed her at once. As distasteful as he found attacking someone ruthlessly, she started it. He'd never forget the heartless look she gave him as she ran his clone through, thinking it was him. He got it once again when his clones got her and didn't see any blood or even any indication on her face that she had been injured. In the areas where she'd been stabbed, Conan's body and clothing seemed to lose its coloring and consistency, appearing more like paper than actual flesh and fabric. A faint sizzling sound came from within, causing a particularly savvy clone to go wide-eyed at the thought of the sound. It was too late, however, for them as the explosive tag buried in the paper clone exploded and destroyed them all. From her place standing atop one of the many closely crowded buildings, Conan passively observed the fireball that her substituted clone created. He knows a high-level technique like that? Damn you, Kushina! She didn't have to wonder where he was for very long, as she bore witness to a loud crackling bolt of lightning being shot directly into the air. Narrowing her eyes, she formed a set of paper wings and flew swiftly over to the location where she found Naruto holding a moderately sized bamboo tube, staring up at the woman hovering in front of him with an owlish look on his face. Naruto didn't move a muscle, as if he were facing down some sort of predator that would attack him if he made any sudden motions. Conan stared him down and realized that the tool he just used was intended fired off a signal that could be seen and heard from far away. A double-edged sword of sorts, since while those with him would know something was wrong upon seeing it, she could find him as well. Then she stopped to think about it. You're not the real one, are you? Naruto pursed his lips and thought about it, tilting his head while thinking about how to correctly answer that question. Yes. I am the real one, because that's the answer that'll make you stay here the longest and let the real me actually find a place to hide. Conan was unamused by his attempt to be cute, instead using her chakra to force sheets of her paper to swarm around her body. In response, Naruto just slammed the bottom end of the bamboo tube onto the ground, shooting another bolt of lightning up into the air with a booming crackle just as Conan tore him to shreds with paper shuriken. Someone like Kushina would have taught her own son something as annoying as shadow clone jutsu after he'd gained the chakra to freely abuse it. Such was the trademark of Conan's life, impossibly bad luck. XXX with the real Naruto. By then he had gotten as far away as he could by the time he felt his diversion/signal clone die off and proceeded to drop to the street via an alley. Before walking out amongst the general population, he utilized henge to change his form to that of a nondescript, regular, everyday town ragamuffin. Hiding in plain sight as it were. Silver lining, whoever this Conan lady was, she happened to be after him and him alone. Man, chakra could make anything dangerous, couldn't it? She killed his clones with paper. Wait, what the hell am I running for? Naruto thought to himself from the back of his mind as he continued to blend in with the foot traffic of the town. I fought a biju. You're not allowed to run again after you do something like that. He quickly shook himself of those thoughts. Being constantly exposed to Kurama's proud mindset that made him constantly talk himself up and reference his greatness was beginning to rub off onto Naruto. By now, after dealing with Kakashi, Pakura, Raza, and other ninjas he met that outclassed him on the battlefield, he could tell when he was out of his league. Fortunately, from how she'd carried herself at the cart, she wasn't willing to include innocence in her endeavor to take him out. She could have attacked his main clone from afar with that nasty razor-sharp paper barrage and had a good chance to take it out without getting close to him, but didn't do so. Nor did she try to include the cart in her attack whatsoever. With the blinders of the townsfolk to mask his movements, Naruto eventually reached the weapons surplus store where Tenten had gone off to. If nothing else, it would get him off the street for a bit. If Kakashi couldn't find him, he'd look for Tenten next, and that was where the older ninja would find him in this case. If he saw and or heard the two signals, hopefully. Upon entering the large shop, he saw his bun-haired partner apparently haggling with the owner for 3 different crates of supplies, and apparently not faring too well in her attempt to barter with a businessman. I don't care, kid, the grown store owner said, shaking his head in exasperation. You can keep pulling out all of the blueprints you want, it's not cash. But you can make these and get them mass-produced yourself. Tenten tried to reason. Look, the chain wind staff is a great specialty melee weapon, the injection shot is a great long-range stealth weapon dash that she hadn't really finished designing yet. And the lightning barrel is a great support tool. I've got more. There's got to be something I've got worth all of these supplies. Upon seeing some of the designs, the shopkeep frowned. Kid, the second thing, it's just a signal. I might as well use a flare. I sell flares already. And what about when you run out of flare shells and gunpowder, what then? This just needs some of your chakra to work and someone to set the base charge at the bottom of the barrel. Then it's good until you break it somehow. Putting on her best smile, Tenten tried to keep selling her invention. They're handmade and the interior is lined with dash. I don't buy blueprints from kids. Sorry. I can't trust these things, even if you demonstrated one prototype that just so happens to work. That's so ageist. I put just as much research into dash. Tenten found her hand grabbed by some strange town boy who was surprisingly strong. Strong enough to drag her outside, where she quickly freed herself from his grasp. What's your problem, kid? Tenten, transformed Naruto said. Just act cool and come with me. Naruto? After getting a nod from her transformed partner, she forgot all about trying to get her foot as a weapons designer in the door somewhere and put her blueprints away as she began to follow him. Why are you in a henge? And why aren't you with the cart? Somebody's trying to kill me. Naruto summarized. And I didn't leave it alone. After I figured I ditched the lady chasing me, I made a few more clones to double back and watch over things there just in case. Why is anyone after you anyway? You're just a cart's bodyguard. Tenten didn't understand it. If he left and the person attacking him still targeted him, he had to have something that they wanted. Aside from that, only bandits, other thugs, and low-class ninjas hard up for some kind of money would attack a food stand to begin with, and Naruto could and had easily handled those types almost every day. For someone to actually make him retreat in a fight, they had to be pretty damn good. It's probably better for you that you don't know why he has people after him. A shadow was cast from above the two of them that covered the 2 young ninjas. I'd understand why he wouldn't tell anyone he didn't have to, but you can't hide certain things from the world, Naruto-san. Both looked up to see a man in Senju clan-styled plate armor, holding up a green crystal necklace that glowed and pointed at Naruto. By now, the streets up and down the block had begun to clear, as there were enough fights on the streets for people to know that the best course of action was to get indoors or behind something sturdy when the killing intent began to fly. I thought a woman was chasing you, Tenten asked as they looked up at the man before them. What's going on? There was, Naruto replied before hesitating on the second question. And I don't really know how to tell you what's going on. His eyes shot her way for an instant with guilt in them before he looked back up and noticed their assailant forming a hand seal. Crap! Doton, Doriyusu, Earth Release, Earth Flow Spears! Naruto tackled Tenten out of the way just as several spears of rock emerged from the ground in an attempt to skewer them both. By then, Tenten realized that the man above them was a real-deal Senju clan ninja. A member of the most powerful clan in existence. Her body began to shake as if she were about to face Shikaku all over again before realizing that this was just a man. A single man. The attack had caused him to lose his concentration and drop his henge, leaving no doubt to the man before them that he was indeed the genuine article. You gave Konan-san the runaround. Unfortunately, she isn't much of a censor, so she got caught on a goose chase with your clones for a bit before I asked her to cover your only real out while I did this myself. My abilities are better for taking on Jinchuriki than hers. Naruto's teeth clenched tightly at that word being brought up in front of Tenten, who didn't have a definition to put with the strange term. Power of human sacrifice? What? She really doesn't know. The man asked rhetorically before dropping down from the rooftop onto the street. Like I said, I don't blame you for not advertising it. Nothing personal, kid, but you should tell her to leave. There's no need for me to take down 2 kids, but I've got no problems getting as violent as I need to. Still on the ground from being saved by Naruto, Tenten still had a lightning barrel in her hand and winked at Naruto as he started to get off of her. This time, when his body concealed most of hers from view, she turned the barrel upside down on the ground with enough of the opening tilted in the direction of their enemy. Shoving Naruto out of the trajectory of her move, Tenten hammered down on the back end of the signaling beacon tool and shot a quick stream of lightning out along the ground the Senju man's way. She could use that thing for more than signaling others? Maybe she was a great inventor after all. Being forced to dodge by sticking himself to a wall, the Senju man grunted at being faced with such a strange weapon. He'd never seen that before. He was then faced with a Naruto who had allowed Tenten's shove to propel him closer to his position. Blocking the punch of the boy who had launched himself through the air at him, he dispelled the clone to get a face full of smoke. Dropping down from his place on the wall, his timing was good to avoid several shuriken thrown by Tenten once the clone had been dispelled. Well, that was alright too. If both were going to fight him, he might as well make sure that they weren't going to go anywhere. Mokuton, Jukai Heki, would release, world of trees wall. Countless wooden branches grew from nothing, spanning the width of the street as they wove together and formed a high, effective barricade directly behind Naruto and Tenten's position. They even formed on the rooftops, continuing the straight line and cutting off anything on either side from the other. The tight-knit setup of those branches and how quickly they came up gave Naruto pause. Those were trees. Trees that had come up from the ground where weeds couldn't even grow from. Trees that had grown from the rooftops of buildings. No! Mokuton. Kurama? This is not good. My name is Tenzo, the man said, giving a ghost of an apologetic smile to Tenten, but especially Naruto. For what it's worth, I'm sorry about this, Uzumaki Naruto. Omake, new friends 1, Kaze no Kuni. Hey, have you ever thought about using puppets? On the long walk back from the desert battlefield to the village, Tenten's head perked up at the rather innocuous question from Kankuro. Even Naruto and Temari looked his way in interest, as after gathering the deceased and trudging over the early morning sands, they needed something to take their minds off of it all. After being presented with the scenario, Tenten had to actually give it thought. You think I could? I really don't see why you couldn't, Kankuro replied, showing her the odd puppet on his back that he'd used during the battle. This is my crow puppet. Naruto snickered at a crow reference after traveling for so long with a scarecrow, but it went over everyone else's head. You can't have him or look at his designs. You can make your own after you get good enough. Looking a bit put out after learning that she wouldn't get a new toy to tinker around with, Tenten frowned but nodded. She wouldn't hand off plans of her own designs for nothing either. So when did you make that thing? Oh, I didn't make him, he was passed down to me. Kankuro caught himself a glare from Tenten for that, as he didn't even make it himself and was being stingy about coughing up a quick look at the designs. I do upgrades all the time though. Yeah, a lot of technical work goes into maintaining these guys. A lot of work. You can do it after you learn how to use chakra strings. Honestly, Tenten could see the merits of learning how to use chakra strings even if she never even used a single puppet, And she already made weapons for fun, so making puppets was probably a more… I don't know. Because she really didn't care about puppets. At all. They were a creepy kind of intimidating from the looks of Crow. If she was going to intimidate someone, she preferred the look of fear because of cold, hard steel. That was the ticket. Are you actually gonna teach her the chakra string thing, or are you gonna tease her by just talking about M2? Naruto asked, hands up behind his neck with a thoughtful squint on his face. Hey, wouldn't learning how to make puppets take a bunch of years to even be good enough to suck at? Shut up, runt. That was why Kankuro hated kids. At this rate, Naruto would wind up punching holes in his attempt to pass on the greatness of puppet-related combat. What did I say? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow without opening his eyes. He was calling things as he saw them. I'm just saying, because the only reason most of my clan are really good at seals is because we're stuck learning about M right around the time we start learning kanji. Puppets seem like one of those things you've got to put in a ton of time and focus on. Naruto wasn't a complete rube. He was astute in quite a few situations actually, as someone that wasn't too shabby at seals but still had a lot left to be desired in that department before he would ever dream about screwing around with bija-related things. Naruto was somewhat aware of when a particular facet of the shinobi arts would take more work than people necessarily had the time to put in for those not necessarily looking to master it. If you had to make your own puppet or get one passed down to you just to get your own, you probably had to know all about the mechanisms and everything that went into just making them move. Not to mention everything else. The way Kankuro had been talking, it was like it was something he could teach her while they were still around, and then within a few weeks of practice on her own she could use them like him. That clearly wasn't the case. Besides, Tenten's penchant for weaponry was more related to the things that she had to hold in her hands to use. The feeling of ninja tools on her skin, the weight of a blade, staff, or whatever in her hands gave her a sense of security and comfort. She probably wouldn't like puppets anyway, since holding them wouldn't let her use them. With a smirk, Temari began punching holes into Kankuro's attempted conversion of Tenten further. You've got that one more on the nose than you think. Kankuro had to spend so much time with just Crow to learn what he needed just to fight with it that he started talking to it like a person. Temari! The affronted puppeteer shouted at his grinning elder sister. You do! The fan-wielding girl pointed out, getting a kick out of embarrassing him. You even do play-by-play of what you're doing when you're working with it, and you act like you're doing surgery on a patient when you give it upgrades. Crow's just one of them. I'd hate to see what you're like by the time you're good enough with the other two you have to use them in fights. I don't want to use puppets anymore. Tenten deadpanned instantly. Not my thing. The fact that there was a chance that they would affect her mental state in such a manner just drove that point home further. I understand. Once she gave him the big no, Kankuro knew there was no way he was going to be able to push it on her after that. Puppets kind of had that effect on those that didn't want to use them. I still want to learn those chakra strings though, if you don't mind. Tenten clarified. The idea of that seems really cool to me. I could probably do a lot of stuff with that. Okay. Kankuro said, dejected at not converting a ninja to the side of the puppet user. Those are pretty basic to teach. It's control heavy but basic. You look like you have good control, so just make sure you practice. Tenten nodded in return. With that, Temari eyed Naruto suspiciously. I'm not going to teach you how to use fans. Opening a single eye at her, Naruto gave her a bit of an objectionable look. I don't need a fan to use my jutsu. He reasoned with a sniff. Besides, fans are kind of girly. You sure you don't want to take that back? Temari offered, no venom in her tone. It was more like warning actually, and not one that meant she was the one that was about to do something. Why though? She was a girl, and Naruto would say that despite how heavy that damn thing probably was, when she swung it she looked extremely feminine. Thus the fan was a girly weapon. He was 10, it was that simple, thus he was going to say it. No, I meant what I said. Naruto said before realizing that several other fan users walking back nearby were now eyeing him angrily. They were all men. Meant it in the most macho way possible. Seriously, I love you guys. Fans saved my ass. Did I thank all of you for that before? I could have sworn I did dash. Yeah, stop talking now. Temari told him, knocking him slightly on the head to shut him up. She sighed to herself as they continued onward. Definitely not as cool as Minato-sama.